How did a silly gag anime about samurai and aliens go from this
冗談じゃねえよ。なんでお前みたいなバイオレンスな小娘を。
なんか言ってあるか。
はい。
to this?
てめえらもう俺たちと同じただの人間だ。
In this video, we are taking a wild ride through Gintama, an anime with the potty humor of a child and the soul of a samurai. None of the episodes in Gintama can really be considered filler, so in this video, we're gonna be looking at all of them. All 367 episodes, plus 2 movies. Prepare for fourth wall breakage, silly shenanigans, and surprisingly tense and dark moments. Let's get started. Episodes 1 and 2 set up the story for Gintama. You'd think that this is pretty important, but weirdly, it's the only episode in the anime I'd truly consider to be skippable filler. In this episode, we meet the main character of the show, the samurai Gintoki Sakata. He might not look like much, but this guy is seriously strong. He's also cursed with high blood sugar and naturally wavy silver hair. Sucks to be him. Gintoki is accompanied by Shinpachi Shimura. He's a young man with glasses who's trying to learn to be a samurai from Gintoki. The third character we meet is the Chinese dress-wearing Kagura. Just Kagura. She's a member of the powerful Yato warrior clan. Don't let her cute looks and big blue eyes fool ya. She's feisty. She's also usually eating something. Strong muscles mean a strong appetite. And finally, there's Sadaharu, an adorable white puppy dog who's roughly the size of a polar bear. Aww, cute. Altogether, they are the Odd Jobs Gin. Basically, they run errands for clients. They'll take any job, no matter how big, small, or dangerous. Read between the lines. They're desperate for some cash. The story begins in an alternate history version of Edo period Tokyo. The town and fashion scream mid-19th century, but the flying cars and high-rise buildings are pure sci-fi.
侍の国。僕らの国がそう呼ばれたのは、今は昔の話。
The fish and cat people are, well, in short, Dorothy, we're not in Tokyo anymore. 20 years ago, aliens called a Manto arrived and took over. They now basically control the government and live alongside humans. They also banned real swords. As a result, the land of the samurai no longer really has any samurai. But there is at least one, Gintoki. Oh god, we're in trouble. This might be a good moment to note that a lot of the characters, organizations, and events in this anime are based on the real-world Meiji Restoration, but with aliens and poop jokes. I won't go into detail, but it is worth knowing. Okay then, introductions out of the way, let's dive into the shenanigans of Gintama. In the special double-length first episode, Odd Jobs Gin is hired to do a job by a Ronin, basically an unemployed worker. This guy is the unluckiest dude in the world. In just a few weeks, he's lost his job, his wife and kid left him, and he's signed away his house while he was drunk. He wants Odd Job Gin to get him enough money to buy back his house. Wait, he can't hire them to get him money. They're broke too. The unlucky Ronin changes his request after some old friends bully him. Now, he just wants to be stronger. That seems more doable.
とりあえず自由に打ち込んできてください。では。
Actually, getting him the money might be easier. The team tries some unconventional ways of strengthening the Ronin. But there's just no hope for him. So instead, they fall back on Plan C. They're going to get his house back. Their client was cheated out of his house by some loan sharks and their Amanto alien friends. The problem is bigger than they realize. The Yamato has a device that can cause earthquakes by tapping into natural fault lines underground. He plans to shake the ground so hard that it will destroy the entire city. Any structures not built by aliens will fall, and the Yamato and his loan shark friends will be able to snatch them up to resell. Free land! The best fault line is right under the Ronin's house, which is why they were so interested in taking it for themselves. Gintoki, Kagura, Shinpachi, and Sadaharu race to the Ronin's house. The earthquake machine is already there. How did they even get the mechanical monstrosity there that fast? With just minutes to go, their wimpy client draws his wooden sword against the Yamato's lightsaber. Maybe all he needed was some confidence to bring out his inner strength. Or he can trip and fall into a perfect attack. That works too. With the bad guy's leader knocked out, Gintoki stops the earthquake machine. They save the city, but their client's house is destroyed in the process. Don't worry, he really did find his confidence. Now he's a famous singer and dancer on TV, and he has his family back. Good for him! And with that first filler episode out of the way, we can dive into the real start of Gintama. Episode 3 takes us back to when Shinpachi first met Gintoki. When aliens invaded, samurai were stripped of their swords and their honor. Shinpachi, the son of a dead dojo master, was forced to take on odd jobs like waiting on tables. This is where he meets Gintoki. When a bunch of customers are being jerks to Shinpachi, Gintoki attacks them. Don't get me wrong, this isn't some meet cute. The selfish samurai leaves Shinpachi to take the blame for the restaurant brawl. Gintoki totally gets him fired. Shinpachi and his sister Otae drag Gintoki back to their dojo to make the guy pay.
それでも父の残していったこの道場を守ろうと今まで必死に頑張ってきたのにお前のせいで全部パーじゃボケ!
But before the two can kill the anime's protagonist in the third episode, they're visited by an alien loan shark. Shinpachi and Otae's father left them with many debts, and the sharks want their cash back. The loan shark gives them two options: sell the dojo, or send Otae to work at his sleazy new floating nightclub. Otae agrees without hesitation. After a pep talk from Gintoki, Shinpachi goes to get his sister back. The two crash into the nightclub, grab Otae, and make a run for it. Gintoki destroys the core, keeping the nightclub floating in the sky. Luckily, they fall into the ocean, and the Yamato is arrested for hosting an illegal nightclub. Gintoki might have gotten Shinpachi fired and almost killed him, but hey, he also saved his sister. So, Shinpachi starts working for Gintoki, hoping that some of his samurai skills will rub off on him. In episode 4, Gintoki and Shinpachi meet Kagura, and by meet, I mean run over. The two crash into her while riding on Gintoki's scooter. They strap the seemingly unconscious girl to the scooter, which is a totally rational response to this situation. Luckily, Kagura is just fine. When some thugs pull up in a car and start firing, she stops the bullets with her umbrella, then fires back, also with her umbrella. She's not secretly the Penguin in disguise, is she? Kagura tells the guys her story. She's part of a super strong race of humanoid aliens called the Yato, but she's also super naive and super poor. Hey, they all have something in common. Kagura came to Earth to make some money, and her strength landed her a job with the thugs. She really didn't want to hurt people anymore, so she tried to leave, and the Yakuza don't like it when people leave. Kagura and Shinpachi are chased around the city by Yakuza. Meanwhile, Gintoki wanders off to buy the latest issue of the manga magazine Jump. Useless. Kagura finally decides to face the thugs. Sure, she's a Yato, an alien clan known for being ruthless fighters, but she's done fighting. Well, right after she fights the Yakuza. She's way stronger than these dudes. She knocks them out, then gives their leader a haircut. That perm looked horrible. Kagura still wants to make some money, so she decides to stay on Earth and work for Gintoki, which would be nice if the dude ever paid his employees. And so, Odd Jobs Gin is formed. In episode 5, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura help a crashed mailman. They deliver a package to an alien embassy, but it turns out to be a bomb. The trio are rescued from the angry aliens by a long-haired man with a staff, Kotaru Katsura. Got that? His name is Katsura. Don't call him Zura. So anyway, this is all Zura's fault. Back at his apartment, he reveals that he's been sending bombs to all the alien embassies. He's a terrorist, activist. He's the leader of the anti-foreigner faction, known in Japanese as the Joy Movement. He wants to drive the Amanto out of Edo and give power back to the samurai. His next stop is to blow up the space terminal so no more aliens can get in. He asks Gintoki to join him. The two have history. They fought together in the war against the Amanto, where Gintoki was known as the White Demon for his barbaric deeds and legendary fighting skills. But now, he's over it. He doesn't vibe with terrorism. Just then, the place is swarmed by members of a special government police force called the Shinsengumi. The raid is headed by the brilliant, mean-eyed Toshiro Hijikata and the bazooka-loving Sogo Okita. To these two, it looks like Gintoki and his friends are working with Zura, so they attack the whole lot. Luckily, the two goofballs seem more likely to kill each other than their targets. Zura decides to use the terminal bomb to destroy the Shinsengumi. Look, someone is getting blown up today. Gintoki would rather defend his own values than be a pawn in war. He gives a noble speech about it, but Kagura accidentally activates the bomb. Kagura C button, Kagura press button.
銀ちゃん、これいじくってたらスイッチ押しちゃったよ。
悪夢だ。ベタだな。
Everyone makes a run for it, but you can't outrun a bomb that you're holding. In the last 10 seconds, Kagura uses her umbrella to launch Gintoki out of a window. He flings the bomb into the air where it explodes harmlessly. Zura uses the distraction to get away. Oh, and yeah, Gintoki's fine too, I guess. In episode 6, Gintoki and Kagura are outside a police station when Kagura is abducted by an escaped prisoner. The convict forces Gintoki to drive his getaway car. Gintoki gets super into the role, causing a few cop car pileups while Kagura takes a nice nap as hostage. After a while, they ditch the car. Gintoki could totally leave now, but he's invested. The man isn't running away for good, he just wants one day of freedom so he can go to a pop idol's first concert.
人生なんだと思ってんだ。アイドルのために脱獄だ。
Seems legit. The idol, named Otsu, turns out to be the convict's daughter. When she was little, he promised he'd bring her 1,000,000 roses for her first concert. But then he kinda got arrested for murder. Well, so much for that. Her manager, who also happens to be her mother, chews him out for causing their daughter so much heartache. Anyway, he forgot to buy the roses, so the whole plan's a bust. During the concert, an alien in the audience fanboys a little too hard. He attacks Otsu with the terrifying many-tongued mouth in his stomach. Ugh. Otsu's dad bravely jumps in the way and takes the alien's tongue lashing in her place. Then, Kagura and Gintoki fight the mouthy alien. Shinpachi's there too. He's the president of the idol's fan club after all. Shinpachi bonks the alien on the head, knocking him out. Before they leave, Gintoki gives the convict a tiny bouquet of dandelions that he picked. That way, the escaped prisoner has something to give his daughter. Aww, that's so sweet. The man has a tearful reunion with Otsu, then he turns himself in and returns to prison. What a really nice murderer. In episode 7, Gintoki is counting pennies for rent when a government official shows up at his door. He's from the Immigration Bureau, and he has a job for Odd Jobs Gin. An alien prince is visiting Earth, and he's lost his pet purple octopus thingy. The government official wants them to get it back for a big reward. The trio run around town looking for it. Finally, they settle for Shinpachi's first idea, catching it in a jar. It almost works, but they get stuck in the jar. It tips over, and they roll right over the octopus, squishing it. Oh no. The job is done. The octopus is captured and returned to its rightful owner. I mean, it's paper thin and clearly almost dead, but nobody said that was against the rules. Luckily, all they need to do is add some hot water to restore the alien to normal. Kagura takes this too literally and starts boiling it, and this causes the purple little creature to grow into a massive tentacled monster. The octopus monster grabs Shinpachi. Gintoki starts to attack, but the immigration worker stops him. They can't hurt the pet or it'll cause political problems. But if an alien's pet eats a human, then the government will be able to fight back in self-defense. In other words, Gintoki was being used. Gintoki's motto is to protect what he feels is worth protecting. He chooses to save his friend's life, even if it causes trouble for the government. He jumps into the octopus and kills it from the inside. Well, that's dinner taken care of. The immigration officer gets fired for failing at his job. In episode 8, Shinpachi's sister Otae gets a marriage proposal from the fearsome commander of the Shinsengumi police, Isao Kondo. He thinks no one could love him because of his hairy butt, but Otae is an angelic woman who could look past such atrocities. Still, she turns Kondo's proposal down, but the man won't take no for an answer. Kondo starts stalking Otae. He follows her around as she shops and even visits her at home.
こう見えても俺はスポーツマンなんだ。趣味はテニスとスキューバダイビングかな。君だ。
What a creep! Otae is a strong woman, but she's had enough. When Kondo appears yet again, she pretends to be engaged to Gintoki. They decide to settle the issue with a duel. Because of the sword ban, Gintoki can only use a wooden sword, while Kondo, a policeman, has a real one. Kondo throws down his own sword and accepts a wooden one from Gintoki so they can fight on equal terms. Kondo's sword breaks in half from one swing. Gintoki rigged it to break by cutting into it right before the fight. Gintoki lands a crushing blow and is declared the winner. Serves Kondo right for accepting a weapon from his opponent. In episode 9, the police want revenge on Gintoki. The mean-eyed Hijikata wants to kill Gintoki for defeating Kondo and hurting his reputation. Meanwhile, the Odd Jobs gang fight over a new client who needs a construction worker. He only needs one of them, so they compete for the role using rock, paper, scissors. Kind of.
なんすかそれ。
見てわからないやるか。鍵あるよ鍵。
少なくともグーよりは高級だな。しかしこの俺様にはかなうまい。
Gintoki is chosen, and he heads out to do construction work around the city. Hijikata finds Gintoki repairing a roof for the client. He gives the silver-haired samurai a real sword so they can fight for Kondo's honor. The two run at each other, and Gintoki slices Hijikata's sword in half. Whoa, he could have killed that guy. But Gintoki only fights for real when he has something to protect. Hijikata accepts defeat. Gintoki is clearly on a whole other level. In episode 10, Kagura finds an abandoned puppy the size of a truck outside the Odd Jobs headquarters. She adopts him on the spot and names him Sadaharu. Gintoki and Shinpachi are desperate to find Sadaharu another home. The biggest, goodest boy leaves them massive presents, is very bitey, and likes to play rough. And that's a problem since he can fit both their heads in his mouth at the same time. But Kagura is pretty attached to the big guy. She once had a bunny also named Sadaharu. The bunny died because Kagura couldn't control her strength. Ever since then, she's avoided animals, even though she loves them. It's different with Sadaharu, the second. He's so big that she can't accidentally hurt him. He's perfect! Just when they decide to keep him, an alien drives by in a car and runs Gintoki and Shinpachi over, then steals Sadaharu. Kagura rushes to his rescue and knocks the alien's entire car into a nearby river. Damn, girl's strong. But she forgot that Sadaharu was in the car too. Kagura starts crying, thinking that she's accidentally killed another pet. It turns out Gintoki had rescued the pup before the car went down. What a good guy. In episode 11, Shinpachi is hospitalized with a broken leg from last episode's hit and run. When Gintoki and Kagura come to visit him, they meet a perverted elderly patient. The old man offers the trio his life savings if they can find his first love. He met her when he was a shy young man, and their conversation ended with him choking on a snack she prepared for him. That was the last time he ever saw her. She was fired when her boss discovered that she was giving out free snacks to kids, strays, and young men with poor gag reflexes. Now that he's on his deathbed, he wants to see her one last time. The team quickly discovers the geezer's secret. He's broke. Man, what a waste of time. But his sad story touches Gintoki, and the trio head off to investigate anyway. Sadaharu tracks the scent of the 50-year-old hair accessory, and somehow this works. The pup leads them right back home. Turns out, the old man's first love is none other than their crotchety old landlady, Otose. They rush to reunite the old man with his first love as his health reaches critical condition. They get there in time and get to fulfill the dying man's wish. Aww, but wait, they're still not getting paid for this. In episode 12, there's a series of thefts at the red light Kabukicho district. At the same time, Otose hires an alien cat girl named Catherine to work at her bar, which houses the odd jobs office on the second floor. One night, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura catch Catherine stealing their stuff. She's the thief! Otose confronts the feline felon. The old woman took the waitress in as a stray, just like she did with Gintoki years ago. Otose might have a hard outer shell, but actually she's a real softie. A flashback reveals that Gintoki and Otose met at the cemetery. Otose was bringing a food offering to her husband's grave. She shared some with Gintoki, and he vowed to protect her in return. Gintoki comes to her rescue now. He leaps in with his wooden sword and stops Catherine's escape. He tells Otose she really should stop letting people take advantage of her. Like living on the second floor and not paying rent? Catherine's arrested, but don't worry, she comes right back to work for Otose in a few episodes. In episode 13, the Odd Jobs gang is hired to look for a man's missing daughter. They go club hopping in search of her, but things fall apart right away. Gintoki runs off for a bathroom break, and Kagura immediately forgets the girl's name.
めんどくさいからこれでごまかすことにしたよ。
どいつもこいつも仕事を何だと思ってんだ畜生。大体これでごまかせるわけないだろ。
While Gintoki's in the loo, he overhears a drug deal. He bursts out to find a group of alien pirates led by their clean freak captain. They have their missing girl, who's been buying drugs from the thugs. Gintoki attacks the pirate captain in the bathroom, but the clean freak and his men overpower the samurai. They take Shinpachi and Kagura away, then they push Gintoki out of the window, holding the missing girl. He's really making a habit of this whole window thing. Gintoki and the girl are rescued by Zura, who's been keeping an eye on the aliens. Gintoki has flashbacks to the alien war. He lost so many friends in the fighting. He's determined not to lose anybody else.
あいつらがいねえと歩いててもあんまり面白くなくなっちまったからよ。
Despite some broken ribs and a busted arm, Gintoki rushes in to save his friends from the alien pirates. Meanwhile, Shinpachi and Kagura are being held captive on the pirates' floating ship. Gintoki charges in to rescue them. He fights the pirates' clean freak captain and defeats him armed with only a wooden sword. Nice. But is it just me, or are these odd jobs consistently getting odder? Episode 14 is the first Gintama episode to be split into 2 parts. In the first part, the police are ordered to protect a government official. He's been targeted by anti-Amanto rebels for helping the pirates bring their drugs in. They disagree with their task, but they do it anyway, because sometimes doing the right thing means protecting the wrong people.
何してんのお前。
大丈夫大丈夫、死んでませんぜ。要は守ればいいんでしょ。
Kondo gets shot in the shoulder, but they manage to guard the official and round up the rebels after him. In the second part, Kagura meets a runaway princess. The princess asks Kagura to be her friend for a day and show her how to live like common folk. The two run around doing typical teenage stuff like shopping and gambling. In the evening, Shisengumi comes to take the princess back home to the castle. Being Edo royalty has little meaning in a world run by aliens, but the princess still has to sit there and look pretty for the world to see. She's thankful that she got to spend a day of freedom with Kagura. The princess promises Kagura to return one day when the political landscape of Edo looks better. In episode 15, Zura gets a new pet, a giant white penguin thing named Elizabeth.
なんだそれ。気持ち悪い。
気持ち悪くない。エリザベスだ。
She was gifted to him by a space pirate, and Zura is getting kind of attached to the thing. Later that day, a TV show promises a fabulous prize for the weirdest pet. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura decide to enter Sadaharu. Maybe now they'll finally be able to afford rent. The trio debut their big pup on the show, but Zura also decides to enter Elizabeth. The two oversized pets show off their best tricks. Sadaharu beats up his owners and Elizabeth paints a brilliant work of art. For the competition's second round, the two pets race to fetch a bone. Elizabeth runs like a possessed man. Wait, are those hairy legs peeking out from under the penguin?
あれ気のせいか。いや一瞬おっさんの足のようなものが。あ、また見えた。ほら。
Meanwhile, Sadaharu chases Gintoki. Hey, wrong way, bud! Kagura uses Gintoki as bait, flinging him at the bone. Elizabeth, Gintoki, Sadaharu, and Zura all reach the bone at the same time. Fed up, Elizabeth speaks in a man's voice, and a black figure crawls out of her mouth. Is Elizabeth some guy in an oversized penguin costume? We'll never know, because at that moment the TV show transmission is cut off. There are some things no one should have to see. Episode 16 follows one of Odd Job's former clients, the Immigration Bureau agent. Or should I say, the former agent. After the whole deal with the alien prince and his pet, the poor guy lost his job. No matter where he goes now, he's looked down on and called a dork.
じゃあな。まるでダメなおっさん。略してマダオ。
Or in Japanese, a madao, which is roughly translated into totally useless, unemployed, middle-aged man. His real name is Taizo Hasegawa, but we'll just call him the dork from now on. Somehow, it suits him. He goes through the episode trying to get a job and meeting Gintama's characters one after another. He loses bits of his identity as he goes, but he never lets go of his awesome sunglasses. The dork meets Gintoki, who urges him to break the rules once in a while. The guy swaps his sunglasses for regular glasses and gets hired as a taxi driver. While driving the alien prince who got him fired, the dork is hailed for an emergency. A woman is in labor. The alien throws a hissy fit, and this bastard doesn't even care that a woman's about to give birth. He wants to go to the zoo. The dork punches the alien prince. It gets him fired again, but man, that was satisfying.
自分の芯を通したからだよ。
Then he puts his sunglasses back on. The moral of this episode, sometimes you just gotta punch someone. Stay true to yourself. In episode 17, the Odd Jobs gang meets Edo's best inventor, Hiraga Gengai. He used to make robots and animatronics for fun. When the war started, his son went off to fight and never came back. Now, all he has is the robots, including one named after his son. Aw, that's so sad. Gengai is building robots for a performance at the night's festival. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura help him finish his creations in time for the show. But his performance turns out to be an ambush when the robots attack and ruin the festival.
動くなよ。
A rebel assassin took over the inventor's sorrow over his dead son. Their target was a government official who was supposed to show up at the festival. He's already escaped, so instead, Gengai goes after the Shinsengumi who were protecting him. Gintoki stops the assassin and stands in the inventor's way. He refuses to let Gengai's quest for revenge cloud his judgment. Instead of attacking the old man, Gintoki takes down his robots. The man is forced to watch his son die again, this time as a robot. This somehow gives him the closure he needed. The next time we see the inventor, he's rediscovered his original joy at making things. Now, instead of creating war machines, he's crafting little robotic animals for kids. Aww. In episode 18, Edo is terrorized by a panty thief. A man wearing only boxers and a loincloth over his face robs women's panties at night, then distributes them to losers who can't get any panties on their own. So basically, pervert Robin Hood.
何ですかそれ？ネズミ小僧のパンツバージョン？
The panty bandit makes one huge mistake. He steals the lucky undies of Otae, Shinpachi's sister. Members of the Shinsengumi police and Odd Jobs join forces to catch this panty thief. Otae offers her panties as bait. They set things up and booby-trap the dojo with landmines. A bit extreme, isn't it? Nah. The trap works perfectly. The weirdo shows up at night and finds a whole army waiting for him. There's, just one problem. They forgot where the landmines are. Otae ends up defeating the thief by herself and getting her panties back. Never get in between a woman and her lucky panties. In episode 19, Gintoki hears that someone's offering a bounty for getting rid of an alien monster at the beach. All right, beach episode! First, the team has to get to the beach. They're all broke, so they can't catch a train or a taxi. They try hitchhiking, but their chaos crashes the car. They end up walking the rest of the way through horrible heat. Finally, they make it to the beach. Beach episode! For real this time. It turns out the bounty was a lie, but they're already there, so they might as well hunt the monster anyway. The guys splash around while Kagura watches, since her sensitive alien skin can't handle too much Earth's sun. Suddenly, a massive alien shark appears. Everybody panics until they realize the monster just wants to play with them. Well, at least they had fun. In episode 20, the Shinsengumi police headquarters is attacked by a ghost at night. A creepy red woman appears in the morning, and a bunch of the men are unconscious. It has to be a ghost's curse. The Shinsengumi are great at fighting real opponents, but they can't fight what they can't see, so they call in the experts. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura, dressed as exorcists. Gintoki makes a lousy exorcist because he's actually afraid of ghosts. When the woman in red appears again that night, he's completely useless. The woman chases the cops and Odd Job members around. Then, she sprouts wings and flies around like a giant mosquito woman. That's somehow even scarier than a ghost. Police officer Hijikata suplexes Gintoki into the woman mosquito, knocking her out and saving the agency's HQ. At least Gintoki was useful in the end. Kinda. In the first half of episode 21, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura fish up a kappa from the lake. The kappa is a mysterious Japanese creature that lives in water and steals people's souls through their butts. But this guy seems pretty chill. The land around the kappa's pond was recently purchased by an entitled rich man. That night, he shows up to bulldoze the pond to make room for a new golf course. Gintoki and the others literally grab him by the balls and put an end to that.
この土地から今すぐ手引いてもらおうか。さもなくばこのたたりが。勘弁してくれ。
Why are they dressed like kappa? The dude sells the property the very next day. In part 2, the Odd Jobs fan is broken on the hottest day of summer. Gintoki goes on a quest to buy a new one. Fans are so old school that no one sells them anymore. Air conditioners are where it's at, but Gintoki can't afford one. Gintoki's shopping trip turns into an entire adventure when a fight breaks out between a thrift store owner and a weirdo, calling himself the Earth Defense Force. The woman from the store begs Gintoki to follow a map to the fan and destroy it.
地球を救って。
だから俺扇風機を買いに来ただけなんですけど。
He wants to buy a fan, not destroy one. Except it turns out that FAN is an acronym for a giant mechanical lucky cat that prints out gold coins. Gintoki destroys the machine, stops the Earth Defense Force, and saves the woman. In return, she finally gives him a fan. He brings it home and finds out that it doesn't even work. All of that for frickin' nothing. Episode 22 introduces the elite ninja Ayame Sarutobi, aka Sachan.
私箱売り娘だから門限厳しいの。
いや確かに立派な箱だけどよ。何？お父さん怖い人なの？
Sachan is a skilled fighter, assassin, and master of disguise. She's also nearly blind without her glasses and yet is somehow always losing them.
この始末屋さっちゃんが成敗してくれよ。
おいこっちだぞ。
When the episode starts, Sachan fails a mission. She runs away along the rooftops and falls through one, landing right on top of Gintoki. In the morning, Sachan demands that Gintoki make her his wife. They did sleep together, after all. She does wifely things like make him natto, feed him natto, and also give him natto pudding. In reality, she's just using Gintoki to lie low for a bit. But when Gintoki yells at her for all this natto foolishness, she kinda likes it. A bad guy captures Sachan's ninja partners, so she runs to their rescue and drags Gintoki with her. She tells him she's taking him to meet her father. They scale the side of a building, fight guards, and avoid traps. All the while, Sachan's feelings for Gintoki grow more intense. The ninja assassin is foiled again by losing her glasses, but Gintoki is there to save her. She comes clean that she used him, but he already knows. He just tells her to ask for help the next time she needs it. So, she returns the next day with a more personal request.
今日も見逃
銀さん、私を強く縛って。
いやそうじゃないから。
In episode 23, Kagura wins 3 tickets to space on a sightseeing rocket ship. The rocket is hijacked, but Odd Jobs Gin makes short work of the thugs. An explosion planted by the hijackers takes out the pilot and crew, sending the rocket plummeting through space. Gintoki recognizes one of the other passengers as an old friend from the war, Sakamoto Tatsuma. The shaggy-haired dude is always laughing and pretty clueless, but this weirdo can pilot a spaceship, so Gintoki drags him to the cockpit. Sakamoto can pilot a ship in theory. He trips and breaks off the spaceship's pilot wheel. Without a way to control it, the ship crash lands on a desert planet. Finally, Sakamoto does something actually useful. He calls in his company ships to rescue the passengers. This easygoing guy has worked to bridge the gap between aliens and Earthlings after the war. As they're boarding the company ships, Sakamoto is grabbed by a many-tentacled sandworm. His vice captain doesn't hesitate to blast the worm with a cannon. Saving the passengers is more important than saving her captain.
戦争も仲間もほっぽって宇宙へ向かった男じゃ。なんで他のことができたと思う？大義のため。
Sakamoto will survive, somehow. He always does. Gintoki leaps into action to save his old friend. No matter how much time passes, they've got each other's backs. In episode 24, Gintoki mouths off to Demoness Mademoiselle Saigo, a huge burly drag queen in traditional geisha outfit. As punishment, he's dragged off and forced to perform as a cross-dressing woman named Paco. And wait, is that Zura?
何やってんだズラ。
ズラじゃない。ズラコだ。
The two discover that Saigo's son is being bullied because of his cross-dressing father, who wants to be called Mother, so that's what I will do from now on. Saigo's son loves his mother and doesn't want to see him hurt. He wants to prove that he's as strong as Saigo. Zurako and Paco follow Saigo's son into an alien's backyard, where he finds a big doggo just like Sadaharu. Aww. Who turns out to be a big monster. The monster buries them all in the ground for later and leaves. Saigo arrives and single-handedly wrestles the monster and saves everyone, including his son. Saigo and all the cross-dressing men in his club are strong as hell. Gintoki reminds Saigo's son that not everyone will be able to see that, but those who can't aren't worth his time. Zura and Gintoki, queer allies for life. In episode 25, the Gintama cast eats hot pot. That's it. That's the whole episode. They just fight over who gets to eat the meat for the whole episode. Anyway, moving on. In episode 26, one of Shinpachi's old friends has joined a ruthless biker gang. When they were kids, Shinpachi used to stand up for the guy when he was picked on. One day, Shinpachi's friend pooped his pants and Shinpachi didn't help him. The betrayal led to his friend turning to a life of crime. Okay, the real issue is that they both felt weak. Shinpachi dealt with this by growing stronger, but his friend turned to someone strong to hide behind. Shinpachi goes to help out his old friend. He, Gintoki, and Kagura form their own gang, the Ferocious Maltese. The name could use some work. The biker gang will let Shinpachi's old friend leave if the gang loses in a race to the Pomeranians? The Chihuahuas, or whatever, hop on Gintoki's scooter and borrow a second one from the gang. Wait, what was their name again?
俺たちはあれだこれ。特攻部隊 A。なんだっけやこれ。
特攻部隊ポメラニアンじゃなかったかしらこれ。
The race starts with a bunch of scooters and one horse. By the end, only Shinpachi and the biker gang's leader are left running on foot. Shinpachi crosses the finish line first and saves his friend from the gang. I'd say he more than made up for the poop incident. In episode 27, trigger-happy policeman Sogo Okita asks for Gintoki's help. He's learned about an underground fighting ring where people are ending up dead. Some powerful people are involved, so he can't do anything officially, but Gintoki can. A man in a demon mask has been dominating the ring, defeating all his opponents. Gintoki and co follow him home from the ring. The demon man runs an orphanage. He's being forced to fight for some shady dudes, but he really does it for the kids.
あんた立派な人の親だ。
汚い金で子を育てて立派な親と言えますか。
Aww. The demon man tries to run away at night with all his kids. The people who hired him to fight catch up to them and stab the man to death. Those poor kids. Now that they've been orphaned twice over, the kids beg Gintoki to avenge their father. They offer up their biggest treasures, some toys, and a bunch of stickers. This just keeps getting sadder and sadder. Man! Good guy Gintoki pretends to love the stickers so much that he'll take the job. He puts on the demon mask and enters the underground fighting ring. He defeats the shady dude's new champion with just his wooden sword. Then, backed by Kagura, Shinpachi, Sogo, and the police, Gintoki takes down the bigwigs behind the illegal arena. It won't bring the orphan's father back, but at least no one else will get hurt here. In episode 28, Police Commander Kondo gets summoned for a special meeting. Some Amanto officials want to have a word about the underground ring his organization's stopped. Kondo is joined by the police chief, who's absolutely convinced that the aliens plan to assassinate them on their way to the meeting. The visually impaired ninja Sachan comes along to protect them.
松平様なんすかこれよく見えない
Yes, they're in good hands. The three make their way through the streets of Edo, evading imagined assassins the whole way. No, Elizabeth! When they finally make it to the Amanto meeting, they discover that the aliens just wanted to thank them for stopping the fighting. Wait, what about all those assassins? Yeah, they were just in the police chief's imagination. In the first part of episode 29, Kagura tries to sell Gintoki's wooden sword so she can buy stuff for the shopping channel. No one wants to buy the piece of junk. It's just a cheap souvenir from a school trip to Lake Toya. But then an Amanto alien takes notice. He goes after Kagura, believing the sword to be a legendary sword called the Star Destroyer. Kagura feels bad for betraying Gintoki, so she fights off the Amanto and brings the sword back where it belongs. But Gintoki's already ordered a new one from the shopping channel. Huh, guess there was nothing special about it after all. In the second part of the episode, Edo is taken over by man-eating cockroaches from outer space. The only way to defeat them is to kill the queen that Gintoki accidentally released. Oopsies! Edo is saved when the queen wanders too close to Sadaharu. Squish! In episode 30, Shinpachi's favorite foul-mouthed idol, Otsu-chan, turns to Oddjob's Gin for help. Ever since she started going out with another idol, she's been getting threatening letters. Weird things have been happening around her, and a shadowy figure follows her everywhere. Gintoki and the others become her bodyguards. Shinpachi has known Otsu since before she was popular. She wasn't very good, but her infectious energy pulled him out of a slump. He's been a fan ever since. So when Shinpachi overhears Otsu's new boyfriend gossiping about her in the men's room, he doesn't let it slide. He punches the man out. Back with the others, Kagura and Gintoki discover that the shadowy figure following Otsu was a literal shadow. He's just a fan who wanted an autograph. Oh, okay, so then who's been sending Otsu threats? Apparently, it was her own mom. She saw what a jerk Otsu's new boyfriend was and wanted to protect her daughter. It's a pretty strange way to show it, but the pop star's mom really loves her. In episode 31, Gintoki is hit by a car and loses his memories.
誰？一体誰だい君たちは？僕の知り合いなのかい？
Shinpachi and Kagura show him around his home and even let Sadaharu bite him, just like old times. When none of these things spark his memories, they take Gintoki on a walk around Edo. They meet with Zura, Sachan, and Otae, but none of them can bring his memories back. On their way back, a runaway rocket heads straight for the trio. Shinpachi and Kagura give Gintoki his sword, but even that doesn't bring the easygoing Gintoki back to normal.
Gin-chan.
無理ですよ。
The runaway rocket destroys the Oddjob's HQ. Now, Gintoki has no home and no memories. The newly sensible Gintoki sees this as a chance to start over. He disbands the Oddjob's business and leaves his friends to find himself. Wait, could it be? Actual plot progression? Whoa. Episode 32 takes place 2 weeks later. Gintoki is working at a toy factory when an undercover policeman named Sagaru Yamazaki infiltrates the place. The agency suspects that the factory is a front. The boss is a disgruntled former government worker who's secretly making weapons for rebels. Gintoki doesn't believe this until one of the toys blows up. Pretty sure toys aren't supposed to do that. Since his secret is out, the factory boss goes all out. He takes Gintoki and the police spy hostage and pulls out a massive cannon. Where was he hiding that thing? Actually, I don't want to know. Meanwhile, Kagura and Shinpachi hear about the amnesiac working at the factory. Even though he's a loser and childish and never pays them or his landlady, they still show up to help him. The cops also arrive to help. Having all these people stand by him finally restores Gintoki's memories with the power of friendship. Gintoki runs out in front of his friends and breaks the cannon in half with his wooden sword. Our boy is back, baby! In episode 33, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura attempt to rebuild their home. It's not going well. A gift arrives from the air-headed space businessman Sakamoto. The rocket that destroyed the Oddjob's home was actually his. So he sends Gintoki some portable carpenters to rebuild it. 2 small red and blue men pop out of a box and rebuild Gintoki's home in under a day. Wow! Gintoki and his friends take advantage of the gullible carpenters to make their home better. Didn't they have a chandelier? There was totally a 3rd floor too. Also, I'm sure the outside looked like a classic Greek temple. Kagura requests a button that makes the house fly. The carpenters add that too. A reporter arrives and presses the button, and their awesome new home flies away. I'm sure it's fine. In episode 34, Shinpachi saves an adorable blue-haired girl with cat ears from a subway groper. He falls in love immediately. To show her gratitude, the girl sends him a gift, a pair of cat ears and some cake, which Gintoki devours. The girl wants to meet Shinpachi again. He freaks out. Is this a date? He's only 16. He's never been on a date before. He can't talk about this with any of his friends, so he turns to the internet for advice. This goes as horribly as you would expect. While Zura and Kondo start a flame war over their similar usernames, Sachan gives Shinpachi some advice that's actually good. Go get her, tiger. Later, Shinpachi meets with the really cute cat girl. Gintoki, Kagura, and Otai creep on their date, which is going really, really well. They even hold hands. Scandalous. Shinpachi walks the cat girl home, and she invites him in. Forget about the anime's rating. Shinpachi's getting some. Maybe in the next episode. To be continued. In episode 35, it turns out the cat girl played Shinpachi. The guy Shinpachi saved her from wasn't even doing anything wrong. She just made him seem like a bad guy. The girl leaves with Shinpachi's heart and his wallet. Gintoki, Kagura, and Otae are ready to destroy her. Shinpachi rushes in and stops them. Even if it was for just a short time, he had fun. He doesn't hate her. He's lying through his teeth.
だから一つ言わせてください。
So long, sucker! In part 2, Chief Police Commissioner Matsudaira recruits the Shinsengumi police to ruin his daughter's date. Anyone with that many artificial holes in his face can't possibly be trustworthy. Matsudaira and half the police force follow his daughter and her boyfriend around a carnival. Killing the guy's a little too extreme, so they settle for humiliating him instead. They threaten him and force him to poop his pants. Yeah, a whole other story revolving around sharding.
うんこしろ。ジェットコースターが帰ってくるまでにしてなかったら殺すから。
Instead of being grossed out, Matsudaira's daughter admits that she pooped her pants too. OMG besties, they're like totally connected. On the Ferris wheel, the boyfriend prepares to confess his love, but the officers interfere in a police chopper. Officer Hijikata has had enough of this waste of department resources. He's also been shunned for being gross because he believes the right amount of mayo on any dish is all of it. Hijikata blasts the chopper with his mayo bazooka, but he's so cool that Matsudaira's daughter dumps her boyfriend on the spot and begs Hijikata to date her. In episode 36, Otae stops a coworker from jumping off a bridge. Whoa! The anime took a sharp turn from poopy pants. The coworker just moved to Edo from Osaka with dreams of becoming a dancer, but she got scammed out of all her money and bought a dream catcher from some shady aliens. It's basically a stick-on mole with a hair sticking out of it. Ew. The odd jobs infiltrate the cult selling these dream catchers. They take part in a big demonstration, each pretending to have a dream of their own. To their surprise, the dream catcher actually works. Kagura gets a massive bowl of rice, and Gintoki's hair turns silky smooth.
頭をご覧よ。はっ！バカな！銀さんの鉄板が！
Change it back! Change it back! Gintoki realizes the hair is a wig that was glued on without anyone noticing. Thank God. All the dreams that came true are simple ones that are easy to prep, like curing baldness or getting a brand name handbag. Gintoki and Kagura figure out the cult leader's secret. There's a ninja hiding in the ceiling. The ninja was doing things like making rice bowls and gluing on wigs so fast that it looked like magic. The Dreamcatcher followers turn on the cult's leader. Guess they'll have to make their dreams come true through good old-fashioned hard work. Ugh. Part 1 of episode 37 is a Christmas special, but the Gintama way. So you know it's gonna be weird. Gintoki is out shopping when he finds Santa arguing with a burly reindeer man. Their sleigh had crashed, so Odd Jobs Gin is on the case. Gintoki gets them a cart. Ignore the homeless guy still inside it, and he also helps them rebrand with some leather gimp suits. Black is so in these days.
やばいよこれ誰かに見つかったら一発アウトで即通報だよ。
なんで悪いことしてるわけでもないのに、こんなにドキドキしなきゃならねえんだ。
They spend the rest of the night trying to deliver presents. All the kids have impossible wish lists like a happy family or a kind mother. They end the night by delivering a steamed bun to Kagura, then playing tricks on her. Still asleep, she drags them under a table and murders them. And that's how Christmas works. The end! In part 2, Gintoki spends his New Year's fighting with a shaggy-haired guy. They both want the double special issue of Jump magazine. The issue somehow ends up on top of a delivery truck. The two cause the truck to veer off the road and into the water, where it explodes. It was actually a terrorist truck carrying a huge bomb, and these two fools just accidentally saved Edo. And it turns out it wasn't even the right magazine. What the heck? Episode 38 is another two-parter. Edo is blanketed in snow, so the residents of Kabukicho have a snow sculpture competition. Gintoki and Kagura make a cannon that is totally not a dong, while their friends create incredible masterpieces.
私たちの作品結構凝ってるのよ。どう？結構すごいでしょ。
The friendly competition devolves into a snowball war, and no one wins, but at least they had fun. In the episode's second part, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura are hired to take care of an old man. He was once a fireworks maker, but he gave up his career to watch over his sick wife. Now, his mind seems to be slipping, and he keeps wandering away from home to visit his lover. It turns out that even though he's going senile, the man remembers a promise he made to his wife a long time ago. His lover is actually just a fireworks display that he was working on to light up the sky for the love of his life. Aww, that's sweet. In episode 39, Zura is wounded by the police and needs to lay low for a while. He's taken in by a blonde woman who lets him work at her ramen shop. The woman's husband died fighting in a rebellion against the Yamato. Her brother-in-law and his thug friends now show up regularly to harass her and mooch off of her. Zura can't wait to see it, so he serves them some rice for dinner with a healthy dose of laxative. Zura and the ramen shop owner get to know and trust each other. She teaches him how to make ramen and tends to his wounds. He feels guilty about how much the ramen shop owner really trusts him. She hates anyone who foolishly puts their life on the line for a cause, and he is literally a terrorist. One day, the ramen shop owner is kidnapped by her brother-in-law. They plan to sell her to fund their rebellion. Zura chases them down to deliver their dessert, which is more rice. He unleashes a fury on them, vowing to return with a second helping if they ever bother the ramen maker again. In episode 40, the legendary alien hunter Umibozu comes to Earth. He's here for two reasons. First of all, there are aliens on the loose that he needs to round up. Second of all, he wants to bring Kagura home. After all, he's her father. Umibozu tells Kagura that her strength is dangerous. She doesn't belong on Earth because it's too fragile. She belongs at home with the powerful Yato clan. But Kagura has been making her own choices for years, and she's not about to stop now. She stands up to her dad, and they spar using their umbrellas as swords. Gintoki steps in to break up the fight. Instead of helping Kagura, he tells her to go home. This isn't where she belongs. The episode ends with a devastated Kagura, hurt from Gintoki's words. Episode 41 starts with a flashback to Kagura's childhood. She grew up in dark slums on her own planet. Her mom was sick, her brother left home, and her father was never home. She was a lonely child who just wanted to live in the sunlight. Umibozu thinks he's doing the right thing for Kagura. The Yato are war machines, so they belong on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Shinpachi is furious at Gintoki for letting her leave. Gintoki is also trying to do the right thing. A teenage girl shouldn't be living with a guy like him anyway. But Shinpachi won't hear his excuses. He quits odd jobs and goes after Kagura. Shinpachi breaks through the space terminal's security. Kagura's ship is already starting to lift off when a fleshy, tentacled alien covers it up and grounds it. Shinpachi, Kagura, and Umibozu are caught up in fighting the alien off. The alien swallows up the space terminal's energy and grows bigger and bigger. At this rate, it'll swallow the whole city up. Gintoki sees the alien catastrophe on the news and rides Sadaharu to Kagura's rescue. But he might be too late. Kagura's dad finds her lying unconscious near the alien, surrounded by blood. In episode 42, Kagura is severely wounded by the alien while helping people escape. Despite this, she's proud that she used her strength to help people instead of hurting them. Gintoki storms in to help Kagura, but he's too late. An alien tentacle drags Kagura away. All of Edo unites to fight the alien threat that's growing bigger and bigger. The Shinsengumi police force is there, and Gintoki and Umibozu fight side by side. The two uncover the alien's power core. If they can destroy it, they'll defeat the alien. But Kagura is in there. The police prepare to blast it away, and Umibozu despairs that he couldn't save Kagura. Gintoki refuses to give up. He believes in Kagura's strength. He asks Umibozu to stall the police for 5 minutes and crawls into the alien's core. Gintoki knows just how to snap Kagura out of her daze. He eats her favorite pickled seaweed snacks. The monster! Kagura punches Gintoki, launching them out of the alien's core. Gintoki and Umibozu destroy the core, killing the alien. But it's too late to stop the police cannon from firing, and they're right in its path. Umibozu blocks the attack with his umbrella, sacrificing the rest of his already balding hair. In the aftermath, Umibozu tells Gintoki his side of the story. He never wanted to abandon Kagura. He left her after a fight with her brother made him afraid of his own true nature. He could have killed Kagura's brother that day if she hadn't stopped him. Umibozu never wanted Kagura to be like him, but now he realizes that she's always been stronger. Gintoki wishes he had a family who cared about him the way Umibozu cares about his daughter. Shinpachi overhears the conversation and rehires himself, telling Gintoki he is family. Kagura also overhears the conversation. Her father tells her to be happy and leaves her to live her life. I'm not crying, you're crying! In episode 43, Kagura pretends that she went home with her dad, then comes back to spy on the odd job guys. She wants to know what people think of her being gone, but all they want to talk about is Gintoki's swollen crotch.
やっぱ明らかに腫れてるみたいなんだけど、大事なとこが。
What has he been up to? Sachan drops in on them, literally, and offers herself up, also literally, as the new heroine of the show. With Kagura gone, Gintoki and Shinpachi must be hiring, right? Sachan, Otae, and the former thief Catherine compete for Kagura's spot in the anime, but they don't have the qualities of a heroine.
それは
スロ
スタイル
キャラ
なんもねえよ。
No one wins, and in the end, Shinpachi and Gintoki are left alone. Kagura returns and announces that she's the one and only heroine, since she's the one who can keep up with these two morons. Yeah, that sounds about right. Part 2 is just a quick sneak peek of the next episode. Zura asks for Oddjob's help rescuing Elizabeth from prison. They'll have to break into the magistrate's estate, and to do so, they need to be super sneaky. Luckily, they happen to know an expert ninja. Sachan agrees to train them in the ways of the ninja. Step 1. Dress inconspicuously.
カラフルすぎるだろこれゴレンジャーか
Tune in for the next episode of Power Ranger, Gintama. In episode 44, Sachan, Zura, and the Oddjobs trio break into the magistrate's estate. They battle through guards, traps, and mazes until they finally reach the central room. They've come to free Elizabeth, and they'll have to get through some elite ninjas first. The mismatched group of 5 goes up against the most powerful ninjas, the Shinobi 5.
4人揃ってフリーター戦隊忍び5
Oh, hey, it's the shaggy-haired guy who fought Gintoki for the magazine that one time. The battle is a dirty and challenging one, but in the end, Gintoki and his friends defeat the ninjas. When they go to free Elizabeth, they discover a torn-up doll. The magistrate never had Elizabeth in the first place. He just made a look-alike doll to lure Zura in. This whole fight was for nothing. In reality, Elizabeth ran off after a fight with Zura and has been spending time with its wife and child. Good idea, Zura. Let's just pretend we didn't see that. In episode 45, Sadaharu gets huge, and I mean more than usual. He develops a taste for strawberry milk and grows bigger than the house. People start calling him names and throwing rocks when one of the rocks hits Kagura. Sadaharu snaps and transforms into a giant white demon monster. Wow! The Sadaharu thing runs off into Edo with Kagura clinging on. 2 shrine maidens see the dog on the news and rush to Gintoki and Shinpachi. The sisters have an adorable tiny version of Sadaharu.
なんだこいつサダール小さいサダールだ
As they race to catch up with Kagura, the shrine maidens explain what's going on. Sadaharu is actually a god. He's the guard of a magical gate that contains the spirit of the earth. The maidens used to worship him and maintain the gate, but when the Amanto invaded, they evicted the girls and built the space terminal over it. When a dog god's strength is unleashed, it turns into a horrible beast god. It usually involves a special ceremony involving mountain goat milk and a sacred red fruit, but I guess strawberry milk is good enough. The shrine maidens try to reverse the transformation, but they need time for the special incantation. Gintoki can't bring himself to hurt his own dog, even if he looks like a demon. So instead, they get their tiny Sadaharu pup to grow into a beast demon too.
何ですかこれ顔ごつくなっただけで何も変わってないじゃないですか
Whoa, she's still tiny, but now she looks so scary. Rawr. While Mini Sadaharu keeps Mega Sadaharu busy, the gang performs a ritual. They seal the rampaging beast in a star with the power of baseball. It works, and Sadaharu turns back to his normal, only slightly oversized self. The Shrine Maidens offer to take the pup off their hands, but Gintoki refuses. After all, Sadaharu is family. In episode 46, Shrine Maiden Ane returns to her job at the Hostess Club. She works in the same place as Otae, but their methods are very different. Otae rules the club with an iron fist and destroys any guest with wandering hands. Meanwhile, Ane lets guests get away with anything as long as she can milk them for money. Their boss can't handle having both strong, independent women in his employ, so he gives them an ultimatum. Whoever brings in fewer sales after 1 month will be fired. Oh, it's on. Otae has a plan. She invites Gintoki and a friend to be her customers, then gets them to buy the most expensive stuff on the menu. Two can play at that game. Ane summons the chief of police, who splurges on his favorite girl. And unlike Gintoki, he actually has money. Kondo leaps to his beloved Otae's rescue. He matches the police commissioner's spending and keeps Otae in the competition. Things get out of hand, and everyone gets completely wasted and flat out broke. After such an impressive performance, the boss can't fire either of them. They both win. In episode 47, the animators go on vacation, so they release an entire episode of Gintoki stuck in sleep paralysis. Just kidding. That's only the first 3 minutes. When the real episode starts, the cast and entire neighborhood are suffering from the worst seasonal allergies of all time. The cause is a new neighbor, an alien florist living in a treehouse that apparently sprung up overnight. The new neighbor is a terrifying ogre, but he's just a friendly neighbor florist. Or is he? Gintoki and his friends suspect that the ogre alien is actually there to take over the earth. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura are invited in for dinner. The whole time, they can't figure out if they're gonna be served dinner or turned into dinner. The ogre tells them he became a florist because he's always wanted to be a flower, which is exactly what an evil guy would say to get them to let their guard down. The three panic and almost fall to their deaths from the top of the treehouse, but the terrifying flower ogre saves them.
Yeah?
So he's not evil after all. Or is he? In part 1 of episode 48, 3 bad guys try to assassinate Shinsengumi police officer Hijikata on his day off. But wherever Hijikata goes, Gintoki is there too. The two argue and compete all the way from the restaurant to the movie theater to the sauna, and by the end of the day, Hijikata and Gintoki unknowingly eliminate all 3 bad guys. And they never even knew Hijikata's life was in danger. In the second half, Kagura is challenged to a game of kick the can by a random geezer. Gintoki and the others get involved, and the game escalates into a full-out war. Meanwhile, Sachan and her friends mourn the death of their beloved master. They hope he's out there, somewhere, playing one last round of his favorite game, Kick the Can. Looks like his spirit got one last game in after all. In episode 49, Gintoki and the Immigration Bureau dork try their luck at the casino. They're stripped of everything except their boxers by a legendary gambler. The guy they're up against makes his own luck. In other words, he cheats. Gintoki and the dork call him out on it, but they're swept along in the aftermath. All three are captured by the peacock-like owner of the casino. She cleans them up and gives them one last chance. A clean game of mahjong against a fourth player, a legally distinct kaiji. Gintoki doesn't really know how to play mahjong, but that doesn't make him any less confident. He has got a few tricks up his sleeve. It turns into a strip game, so soon he loses his sleeves entirely. They lose so badly that before long, Gintoki, the dork, and the gambler are all completely naked. Gintoki and the gambler manage to team up and win one round. Not Kaiji tries to cheat, but Gintoki quickly puts an end to that. Then, the dork lucks into the rarest hand in mahjong and wins the game. Looks like luck is finally on their side, for now. Episode 50 takes Gintama into its second season. The cast brainstorms how to boost the show's ratings. Maybe they should change the title or the main character to shake things up. And while they're at it, they might as well change the whole genre. Gintoki and his friends pitch ideas. Kagura wants a romance that turns into an epic space fantasy. Otose thinks that a mature, magical schoolgirl anime would work. Otae's into fantasy RPGs that would immediately get cancelled for copyright infringement. Gintama director Shiki Takamatsu makes an appearance as Elizabeth and promises to take it seriously from now on. In episode 51, a baby is dropped off outside Odd Jobs HQ. He looks just like Gintoki. Everyone assumes he's Gintoki's illegitimate child. Gintoki takes the kid and just goes looking for answers. He's attacked by a group of men who call him a kidnapper. Something's fishy here. Gintoki protects the child and takes him somewhere safe. Father mode activated. Meanwhile, a powerful but evil corporation owner stops by the Odd Jobs office. He tells Shinpachi and Kagura his grandson was kidnapped. He captures the woman he thinks is responsible, slaps her around a little, then drags her off. No one liked that. Kagura and Shinpachi get jobs as janitors at the corporation's HQ building. They discover the corporation boss has the woman tied up and is trying to beat information out of her. The baby, it turns out, is hers. But since she had it with the corporation boss's son, the old man believes it belongs to him. Kagura and Shinpachi want to help the woman, but before they can, they're caught sneaking around, and the episode ends on a cliffhanger. In episode 52, Kagura and Shinpachi escape from the armed company guards and take the baby's mom with them. At the same time, completely oblivious to the chaos upstairs, Gintoki arrives at the company building with the baby. The baby's mother reveals her story to Shinpachi and Kagura. She worked for the president's sickly son as a servant. They fell in love and ran away together. By the time the president tracked him down, the young woman was pregnant. The president took his son home, where he died shortly after. So after the baby was born, the president came to claim it as his heir. He thinks the woman is lowborn and unworthy, but he wants a male to take over his company after him. The woman ran away with the baby and, in desperation, left him at the Odd Jobs doorstep. The president and his guards catch up to the escaping party. They're cornered until Gintoki makes a dramatic entrance with the baby on his back. Gintoki wants to return the baby to his mother, but first he has to face off against a blind samurai. The samurai slashes Gintoki and gives the baby back to the president like some sick game of hot potato. Gintoki defeats the blind samurai by cutting his blade in half. That way, when the samurai thinks he's attacking, he's actually hitting air. Meanwhile, the young mother follows the president and her baby to the roof. She appeals to the father in him. He's not a bad person at heart, just a dad who tried to protect a sick child and failed. She tells the old man to be a loving grandfather to her baby, and he agrees. While the others say goodbye to the mother, Gintoki promises the baby they'll have drinks together when he's older. Aww, I'll miss the little guy. In episode 53, a woman with short cropped hair named Tatsumi catches Gintoki trying to put out a trash fire by peeing on it. She assumes he's the arsonist that's been terrorizing Edo. It doesn't take her long to realize that, nah, he's just dumb. Tatsumi was raised by the chief of the fire brigade after losing her family in a fire. Now, all she wants to do is be a firefighter like him, but he refuses to let her. That night, Tatsumi stakes out a trash can in an alleyway, waiting for the arsonist. Gintoki also shows up, and so does the fire chief. While the fiery girl and her adoptive father argue, a weirdo sets fire to Gintoki.
何故エロティックな本が捨ててあるのだ? 決まってんだろう。読んだら燃えるからだ。あ?
Guys, I think Gintoki just found the arsonist. The fire spreads to a nearby building. Tatsumi runs in to save a trapped old man, followed by the chief. The chief saves Tatsumi when part of the building collapses and gets trapped under the rubble. The chief has always believed in Tatsumi, but was afraid of her getting hurt. Now is her chance to prove herself. The chief tells her to leave him and save the old man. That's what a real firefighter would do. Tatsumi drags the old man outside, where the other firefighters have already gathered. They hold her back from rushing back into the flaming building. But no one stops Gintoki. He rescues the fire chief and brings him out to safety. A newspaper clipping a few days later announces Tatsumi as an official first female member of the fire brigade. In episode 54, someone's mother comes to Oddjob's home. She's not any of their moms, but she sure acts like it.
じゃあ中盛りで。
何言ってんの、そんな痩せた体で。男の子はね、ちょっと太ってるくらいがちょうどいいの。
She came to Edo from the country looking for her son, but got lost. Her son left home 5 years ago, so she asks Oddjobs for help tracking him down. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura show photos of the lady's son around town. They find a cool club host with a massive afro who could maybe be the woman's balding son if you squint really hard. The Oddjobs team and the country mom visit the club to check things out. While they're at the club, Afro Guy is attacked by thugs. They're out for revenge because he beat up one of their gang members for causing trouble. While everyone is distracted, the Oddjobs trio sneaks off and puts on disguises. When they come back, they're transformed into 3 host club elites: Shin, Gin, and Gura.
ホストクラブトップ3の1人、シンです。
Gendas, just do it!
グーラだぜ。
What are these dorks planning? Episode 55 resumes the host club drama. The club is owned by the Afro Man and his best friend, a pretty boy blonde. The thugs make trouble for them, but handsome hosts Gin, Shin, and Gura are on the case. Pretending to serve the men, they beat them up. Impeccable service. 10 out of 10. The thugs run away and take the old mother with them. Back at the club, Gintoki and the others realize they made a mistake. Afro Guy isn't the son they're looking for. The real son is the blonde pretty boy. Blondie runs to save his mother from the thugs. He's been sending money back home, but he couldn't face her. He's changed too much to become successful, and he's ashamed of it. He's willing to pay the bad guys off to save his mom, but Gintoki and his friends intervene. They save the woman and help Blondie keep his money. In the end, the woman's estranged son never does tell her who he is. But that's okay. A mother always knows her own son. In episode 56, the Shinsengumi police appoint pop idol Otsu-chan as chief for the day to boost their public image. Otsu makes a few changes to the force. She abolishes violence, makes officers say cute things at the end of every sentence, and appoints a depressed centaur as a mascot.
刀も持ってねえのに家たぎった湯を浴びて死ね土方。もう俺の知ったこっちゃねえ。もう起きた。
Hang on, is that Gintoki? Otsu hired the Odd Jobs gang to be the police mascot for the day. While the police are distracted by the Gintoki tour, their new police chief Otsu-chan is kidnapped. The kidnappers are a bunch of anti-foreigner rebels. They broadcast their message to the people of Edo. The police force of Edo is useless. Just look how easily they abducted their symbolic chief and a bunch of other women. The rebels demand that any captured rebels be set free and that Shinsengumi be disbanded. The Gintoki centaur abomination wanders over to where the hostages are being held. He delivers some curry and leaves with his payment: the captive women. Meanwhile, Kondo rallies his police officers. He realizes that it doesn't matter what people think of them. What really matters is that these men are willing to stand up for and protect the things they care about. They blast the bad guys and win back the respect of the civilians, all in a day's work for Police Chief Otsu-chan. In episode 57, space businessman Sakamoto is selling powerful batteries to a company when some thugs break in and steal both. Oh, and Sakamoto's missing, but he probably just wandered off somewhere. Sakamoto's second-in-command, Mutsu, hires Odd Jobs Gin to get the cash and goods back, and kick Sakamoto in the family jewels on her behalf. No problem. First, they find Sakamoto at a club, already getting kicked by one of the hostesses. That's one task accomplished. Next, the gang plus Sakamoto fight off a bunch of... Are those gimps? In the aftermath, they get a lead on the organization that stole the money and batteries. It's called the Evil Organization. They, really spell that out for you, don't they? A visit to the Evil Organization's headquarters confirms that, yes, they did steal the goods. And yes, I'm pretty sure those are gimps. The Evil Organization's leader uses one of the batteries to power a massive tank with a huge rocket launcher. Mutsu arrives with Sakamoto's company's spaceships and tips over the tank. The organization leader panics and fires a rocket, which just goes straight up into the air and crashes right back down on the tank. Ooh, you've got some rocket on your face. Never mind. Gintoki follows the investigation back to the original company that bought the batteries. They were the ones who hired the Evil Organization, and they made off with the goods and insurance from the deal gone wrong. Once everything is resolved, Sakamoto goes back to being an even bigger idiot than Gintoki. In episode 58, Zura crosses paths with Tsujigiri, a samurai who likes to test out new swords on people. A few days later, Elizabeth visits Shinpachi and Kagura at the Odd Job space. She hires them to look for Zura, who's missing. Well, actually, she stares at them silently and bursts out crying when they give her strawberry milk. But it's essentially the same thing. Kagura has Sadaharu track Zura down, while Shinpachi and Elizabeth search for him with good old-fashioned teamwork. Meanwhile, Gintoki visits two swordsmiths for a different job. Their best sword was stolen. It's called the Benizakura, and it's said to consume anyone who uses it. Shinpachi and Gintoki's cases turn out to be linked. They find the Tsujigiri that night. It's the blind samurai from a few episodes back, and he has Zura's cut-off hair as proof that he defeated the long-haired rebel. The blind samurai sprouts wriggling wormy parasites from his arm and fuses them to the stolen sword. Then, he and Gintoki duke it out. For the first time since we met him, Gintoki's losing the battle. The blind samurai finally lands a potentially killing blow right into Gintoki's stomach. This can't be happening. No, seriously, it can't. We have like 300 more episodes to go. Shinpachi leaps down and slices off the blind samurai's arm, and the guy doesn't even flinch. When the cops show up, the samurai leaves, to be continued another time. In episode 59, we switch perspectives to Kagura, who tracks Zura to a floating ship. The ship is home to the Kiheitai, an extremist terrorist group led by some incredibly powerful fighters. Their goal is to overthrow the current rulers of Edo and return the city to its former glory. Kagura boards the ship and tries to fight them, but she gets shot. Whoa, when did this gag anime get so intense? When Kagura's wounds heal overnight, her captors realize she's part of the legendary Yato clan. They decide she's worth more to them alive and keep her as a prisoner. Meanwhile, Shinpachi learns more about the blind samurai's stolen sword, the Benizakura. It was created by one of the swordsmiths, who is actually working with the dangerous gang. It's no ordinary sword. It has an AI core that works like a parasite, taking over its wielder's body, and with every fight, the sword learns and evolves. That's terrifying. Before Kagura was captured, she had Sadaharu deliver a crudely drawn map. Shinpachi uses it now to track down his missing friend. And finally, Gintoki wakes up. A sword thrust to the stomach wasn't enough to kill him, somehow. Shinpachi's sister Otae watches over him. She's supposed to keep him from running off to be a hero until he heals. But nothing can stop Gintoki when one of his friends is in danger. Otae lets him go, and Gintoki takes off in search of Kagura. In episode 60, a big battle breaks out between the Kiheitai ship and a ship piloted by Zura's supporters. The blind samurai regrows his arm into a parasitic tentacle mess that's fused with the Benizakura. He takes on the entire enemy ship on his own. Shinpachi takes advantage of the distraction to rescue Kagura. Shinpachi and Kagura are joined by Elizabeth, but she's beheaded by Shinsuke Takasugi, the bandaged Kiheitai member. Elizabeth turns out to be Zura in disguise. He's alive, with a neat new haircut. The blind samurai thought he killed him and even took his hair as a souvenir, but Zura was saved by a book he carries in his robe. Meanwhile, the real Elizabeth and Zura's fellow rebels show up to fight for him. While they fight the grunts, Shinpachi, Kagura, and Zura go after the other two leaders of the Kiheitai. And finally, Gintoki arrives on the ship with a shiny new sword forged by the other sword maker. He and the blind samurai face off for another cliffhanger. In episode 61, Shinpachi and Kagura fight the Kiheitai, while Zura and Takasugi face off with their minds. They just kind of talk about what it means to be a samurai. Next to them, Gintoki and the blind samurai have a real battle. The samurai is being completely taken over by the Benizakura. It's learning how to fight the still wounded Gintoki, but Gintoki is learning faster. The blind samurai crashes through to the other battles and takes down his own allies. The man has reached his ultimate form. He's mostly sword and tentacle wires now. But swords don't just kill, they also protect. Gintoki finishes off the blind samurai. As he does, his new sword shatters. Guess it's back to using the cheap wooden souvenir sword. Meanwhile, Takasugi and Zura continue their chill conversation. Turns out they studied together, and the book that saved Zura is from his time as a student. Zura has changed. He used to want to destroy the world like Takasugi, but now he has too many people that he cares about. He learned from Gintoki that it's more important to protect than to destroy. Amanto alien thugs board the ship and join the battle against Gintoki and his friends. It's too much for the small group to handle. For now, Zura orders a retreat. Gintoki and Zura stand side by side as allies and promise to take down the Kiheitai. Then, they retreat with their adorable Elizabeth print parachute. Wow, what a ride! I bet that you didn't expect this level of excitement from an anime that constantly makes poop jokes. I know I didn't. Episode 62 returns to the usual silliness of Gintama. Police Vice Commander Hijikata orders the resident police spy Yamazaki to assassinate Gintoki. He's too dangerous, no matter what side he's on. Wait, I thought this was gonna be silly. Yamazaki asks around about Gintoki. He's helped a lot of people, but he's also seriously hopeless. Yamazaki decides to see for himself. He breaks into Otae and Shinpachi's dojo, where Gintoki is recovering from the battle. Gintoki is under strict orders to not move, but Otae knows that the guy can't sit still for long, so she's turned the dojo into a fortress full of traps to keep him from escaping. The poor spy also gets caught in the traps, and so are Sachan and Kondo, who are creeping around the grounds. In the end, Yamazaki can't tell if people love or hate Gintoki, but the one thing he's sure of is that Gintoki doesn't care about politics and isn't a threat. He just wants to see people smile. Aww. In episode 63, a clairvoyant little girl accidentally gets a copy of Jump magazine instead of the pizza she ordered. The delivery guy is the shaggy-haired ninja who keeps fighting with Gintoki over the magazine. What a ridiculous mix-up. But the girl doesn't mind. She makes Shaggy promise to bring her another magazine next time. Except next time, he's there to kidnap the little girl. The little clairvoyance nannies find out about the kidnapping threat and hire odd jobs to be her bodyguards.
トイレに向かわれます。オーバー。ラジャー。20秒でトイレ到着。オーバー。無意味に無線か。そんなん必要ないだろ。
That night, the shaggy-haired ninja's associates come to take the girl. She runs into Shaggy, who's waiting outside. She predicts that he'll die if he tries to help her, but he does it anyway. He fights his own people to protect the girl. Shaggy is slashed by an opponent's sword, but the magazine he's bringing her saves his life. The message we're supposed to take away is probably that we choose our own futures, but I feel like maybe I should start carrying around a book in my shirt just in case. In episode 64, a TV reporter and her camera crew follow Zura around on an ordinary day.
狂乱の貴公子 K さんですよね。
K さんじゃない、桂だ。
いや、匿名にしてくれってそちら。
Whoa, wait! His hair grew back so fast? For Zura, a typical day involves eating some ramen, having a meeting with the anti-foreigner faction, and getting constantly, non-stop, chased and shot at by police. Just an ordinary day for a activist. He gave up his violent ways, right? The reporter gets swept along in Zura's police chase. A bazooka shot comes straight at him, but Zura throws the reporter to safety and runs away. Zura manages to win the reporter over. What a cool guy! Until the bomb he left with her goes off. Looks like he's still trying to take down the police, but considering the day he's had, I can't say I blame him. In episode 65, Kagura gets really into beetle battling. But the bazooka-loving police officer, Sogu, keeps destroying all of her beetles. She heads out to the forest to find a stronger bug, when Gintoki finds out how valuable some beetles can be. He and Shinpachi tag along. In the woods, they discover that the entire police force is there, also looking for a valuable beetle. They use some questionable methods to lure the beetle out.
銀さんもう帰りましょうよ。この森怖いです。
体中に蜂蜜塗りたくってたね。
Kagura finds and catches the extra special beetle. It's golden and shiny. It turns out this beetle is a government official's pet, and he's offering a huge reward to anyone who finds it. Gintoki cuts a deal with the police to split the profit, but Kagura has other plans. She and Sogo face off with their new battling beetles. Kagura has her golden beetle, and Sogo has a monstrosity.
凶悪肉食海中カブトーンキング佐渡丸22号に勝てるかな。そこまでバカなんです。
Gintoki stops the fight, then accidentally steps on the golden beetle. Oops, so much for that reward. In episode 66, a shiny new shop opens up across the street from Gintoki's favorite sweet spot. It threatens to put the old shop out of business. The fancy new shop owner challenges the old man to a competition. Whoever clears the most plates of dango, sweet, sticky rice flour balls on a stick, gets to stay open. The competition draws in a bunch of people. Hey, who doesn't like free sweets? Everyone flocks to the shiny new shop's dango, except 3 people: Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura. They support the old shop all on their own. The plates pile up as Oddjob's Gin and the crowd of people stuff themselves full of dango when Gintoki and Shinpachi tap out. Kagura keeps going.
Shinpachi!
That girl's got an appetite for days. Kagura gets knocked out by 2 stray dongos straight to the eyes. Ow, that's gotta hurt. Their competition is also slowing down. Gintoki pushes past his limit and outlasts the new shop's customers, eating just 1 dango more. They win. The old man gets to keep his shop open. But what about Gintoki's high blood sugar? In part 1 of episode 67, Gintoki crashes his scooter into an alien's. She's a special kind of alien who has to feel the wind constantly or she dies. While her scooter is repaired, Gintoki takes her along for a ride on his scooter. She has a job as a delivery driver, so they drive around the city making deliveries. Well, she gets points for speed, even if the package doesn't always make it in one piece. The last package turns out to be a bomb for an alien embassy. Not this again! To make things worse, Gintoki's brakes fail. He panics and activates the booster, which sends them flying through the air. The bomb explodes, and Gintoki and the alien go flying. She really feels the wind now. In the second part, Gintoki ends up in the hospital from the explosion. Oh, what the heck? Continuity? Sachan is there on the job as an undercover nurse. She battles her feelings for Gintoki and fails miserably. Sachan remembers a little too late that she's there to stop the doctor. He's been harvesting organs from healthy patients to sell on the black market, and his next target is Gintoki. She decides that being in love with Gintoki isn't distracting her from her job, but rather giving her something to protect. Except she loses her glasses on the way. And that's not Gintoki you're talking to, Sachan. In episode 68, the Odd Jobs gang are hired to run a haunted house at an annual festival.
僕らに任せといてください。
They've totally got this. The trio are helping out a man who's down on his luck. He's kind of a loser and his wife left him. The haunted house is his passion now, something he can do right for once. Except it turns out that they don't got this. They fail to actually scare anyone, except maybe the ogre florist, but I'm not sure he counts. The man bursts out to scare the next visitor, who turns out to be his ex-wife. Forgets scaring her, he asks her to come back to him, and she says, sure. Actually, she never even left him. He just thought she did. Such a sweet, weird ending to a horror story. In episode 69, Kagura finds a dismembered head in the trash. Wait, what? Don't worry, she's not human. The green-haired head belongs to a robot maid. The Odd Jobs gang name her Tama and try to fix her, but they can't afford the repair job. But they do manage to activate her. The robot's memories have been wiped, so she has no idea what happened. But according to the news, she's wanted for the murder of her own creator. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura run away with the robot head when a bunch of robots raid the Odd Jobs office. They're surrounded by an army of battling robot maids, which is either terrifying or really exciting. The robots think that the head stole something from their creator. He'd been working on something that would turn them into gods. Tama remembers her creator and starts to cry. Is this thing alive? In episode 70, Gintoki and Kaguya escape from the robot maids with a little help from Sadaharu. Shinpachi then runs away with Tama's head, but he's captured by the maid army. The creator of all of these robots was a man with an obsession. He wanted to create humanoid robots with souls. His daughter, Fuyo, was a sickly child who died when she was young. So, he tried to place his own daughter's soul into Tama to bring her back to life. In other words, it's the plot to every indie animatronic horror ever made. One of the inventor's rivals discovered the project and tried to get it for himself. He killed the robot's creator and framed Tama. But the creator was already dead. He'd been dead for a while now, and had transferred his consciousness to a butler robot. Now, he gathers his maid robots and prepares to take over Edo with them. He wants to create a world that's made of only robots. You can't be in pain or suffering if you can't feel pain or suffering. Seems legit. Gintoki and Kagura get the help of Gengai, the old man inventor who made all those robots in Season 1. The robot butler tries to get his daughter's soul from Tama's head, but as soon as she's wired up, she transfers herself to the old man's garage. Gengai shifts her to a working maid's body and grabs a tank he has lying around for no reason. Then, he rides off with Tama, Gintoki, and Kagura to where the robot butler is waiting for his daughter. In episode 71, Edo is under attack by an army of maid robots. The old inventor's tank bursts into the space terminal, chased by a giant maid bot. Tama's creator believes that he's brought his daughter Fuyo back to life through the robot. He calls out to Tama to come live as his daughter. But Tama refuses. She was created to make Fuyo smile. Replacing all the people in the city with robots is not on the menu. Gintoki tries to fight Tama's creator, but he regenerates from every blow. The creator tries to fry Tama's circuits and impales Gintoki. This poor dude just keep eating swords through his stomach. Kagura, Shinpachi, and the old inventor join the fight. They've brought reinforcements, some of Gengai's robots. The only way to stop Tama's creator is to destroy his entire body until nothing's left to regenerate. So, Gintoki thrusts the butler robot into the terminal's energy beam, and it disintegrates. The danger isn't over yet. All this fighting has made the terminal unstable. If it blows up, the entire city of Edo will be destroyed. Tama stays behind to fix things, sacrificing herself. The robot army stops moving, and the city is saved. In the end, Gintoki still has Tama's head, but she's nearly forgotten everything. She becomes a permanent resident at Otose's bar, where visitors take turns teaching her about the world. In part 1 of episode 72, Sadaharu starts acting weird. Kagura tries everything she can think of to help him, but it turns out to be a sickness that medicine can't cure: love. Sadaharu is in love with a Yakuza's dog. Aww.
ボートに乗りよったであのワンコデートの基本分かっとるただもんやないで
Oh, wait. Jeez, that size difference is a little wild. The Yakuza doesn't want some rando dog to be with his beloved pup. Yakuza and Oddjob's gang race to separate them. The whole lot end up almost drowning, and Sadaharu has to ditch his date to save them. It's probably for the best. I mean, did I mention the size difference? In part 2, Zura wants to rent a movie, but he needs an ID. When he goes to get a driver's license, Gintoki is there too. He keeps getting his license revoked for running over magazines stealing ninjas or something. The two are forced to take a lesson together. It does not go well. Zura's paranoia makes him delusional, and he rushes to save a traffic cone from an oncoming train.
やろうなんて真似してんだ死ぬところだったぞあんたが死んでどうなるそれをマツコ殿が望むぞ
How heroic? In the end, Zura fails the lesson and uses his wanted poster as ID instead. That works too, I guess. In episode 73, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura go mushroom picking in the mountains. Kagura finds a massive mushroom, but it's attached to an equally massive bear. A man with a big straw hat saves them. He tells them he's hunting the bear because it's possessed. The mushroom on its head is an alien that sucks the life force out of its host and makes them violent. The bear has attacked and killed a bunch of the wildlife. Oddjobs decide to leave, but it's too late. They're all infected too.
なんか増えてる
無限アップねこれ死んでもまた生き返る気がするね
っていうか本当に死んでしまえ
They join forces with the man and fight the bear. At first, the hunter struggles to shoot the rampaging bear. It reminds him of a cub he saved when he was young. After a surprisingly deep pep talk from Gintoki, the man is finally able to put the bear out of its misery. Heavy.
降りてこなきゃ次に登る山があることもわからねえ。
In episode 74, unibrow zombies take over Edo.
繋がってる人物には近づかないでください非常に危険です眉毛が繋がりそうな方は
Man, this anime is a fever dream. Oddjob's Gin go on the run from the rampaging unibrowed citizens. They gather other survivors and get info about the bizarre outbreak. The unibrows are caused by a virus. Those infected grow a unibrow and start acting like useless old men.
金にがめつく強欲で仕事も怠けてばかり豪快に見えてなんか
The horror! Police Chief Matsuda arrives in a chopper to distribute an antidote to the unibrow virus. But before he can launch the antiviral, the chief sprouts the dreaded double arches too.
松平様
Humanity's last hope tumbles to the ground. Gintoki gets to the antidote and shoots it into the air. The cure comes down over the zombies, and they return to normal. Crisis averted. Episode 75 is a recap episode. It was made to keep new watchers from getting confused, and totally not because the Gintama production was running low on their budget.
今日は何の話あるか
ゲンさん今日も暴れちゃうよ
いやそれがですね実は半年分の制作費を前回までで使い切っちゃったらしくて
なんだと使い込めるか
I promise. This episode speeds through everything that's happened so far, while the lead trio provide commentary. There's a fake movie trailer, several musical numbers, and some dubbing shenanigans.
な
高すぎ
言ったはずだほらただ壊すだけだこの腐った世界を
Look, it would be really silly for a recap video to recap a recap episode, so let's zoom through this. Once upon a time, the city of Edo was overtaken by aliens, blah blah blah, you know the rest. a bunch of big battles, and way too many poop jokes. And here we go. In episode 76, the gorilla-like Commander Kondo has received a marriage proposal from an actual gorilla named Bubbles-san. And honestly, at this point, he's so desperate after Otae's constant rejections that he'll probably accept. At the same time, Otae catches up with an old friend, the eye patch-wearing, feminine Kyubei Yagyu. Oh. When they were little, Kyubei asked her to marry him when they grew up. He's been away for a long time, but now he's come back to collect on that promise. Shinpachi arrives and sees Otae pushing Kyubei away. When the eye-patched guy explains that he's going to marry Otae, she doesn't correct him.
幼い頃誓ったってそんな子供の約束ねえ姉上
Otae leaves to study how to be a wife. Wow. The Yagyu clan takes that kind of stuff seriously. Shinpachi stops showing up at odd jobs, and Kondo somehow wins over the gorilla. Things seem to be changing around here. Shinpachi and Kondo haven't given up, though. Something is seriously wrong here. The two team up and show up at the Yagyu clan's estate to have a little chat with Kyubei. And they're not alone. Gintoki, Kagura, Hijikata, and Sogo are there to back him up. In episode 77, all of Otae's friends are concerned that Otae said goodbye with such a sad look.
たちは正義の味方でもてめえの姉ちゃんの味方でもねえよてめえの味方だ
They're met by the four aces of the Yagyu clan, the clan's best fighters. The group decides on a challenge. Everyone will wear a plate on their body. The goal will be to break each other's plates. Gintoki and Co. will also have to defeat the Yagyu's captain, but first, they'll need to figure out who it is. The Odd Jobs and Shinsengumi police teams split up and the fight begins. Kagura and Sogo go against the big burly ace. But first, they give themselves a handicap.
あれ方向間違ったか
Oops! With Sogo's leg and Ka's arm out of use, they're forced to actually work together. Kagura carries Sogo, who wields a wooden sword. Sogo's plate is smashed, but they manage to get the big dude's plate too. One down. In episode 78, the battle against the Yagyu clan's aces continues. With a nice meal.
あすいませんお食事中
間違えました
The mayo-obsessed Hijikata faces off against a ketchup freak. With the meal over, the real fight begins. Luckily, both men are just as good at sword fighting as they are at eating absolutely ungodly amounts of mayo and ketchup. Ketchup Boy uses surprise attacks on Hijikata, hoping to wear him down, but Hijikata is quick to adapt.
タバコ吸わねえと調子出ねえんだ
俺の皿
Finally, Hijikata lands a blow right on the other guy's plate. It shatters, giving Hijikata the win. That's one more Yagyu ace out of the way. That means there are still 4 fighters left. Kyubei, the captain, a long-haired blonde guy, and a redhead. The redhead got a little roughed up, but his plate is still good.
じゃあこれで3人ですね
Make that 3. The blonde man takes out his own teammate for not being good enough. Oof. That's harsh, but Shinpachi's team now officially has a better chance of winning. In episode 79, Kyubei enters the fight. He's joined by the long-haired blonde man who's been his protector since he was little. He takes this very seriously. Meanwhile, Kondo and Gintoki take a bathroom break and have a serious problem of their own.
あれ返事がない行っちゃったかな
There's no toilet paper.
お前何今までどこ行ってたかと思ったら何 ?3 割も渡ってうんこ
They're not alone in the bathroom. A tiny old man is fighting the same noble fight. He's the head of the Yagyu clan. and the captain of the Aces. While Shinpachi goes to get his sister, and Hijikata faces off against Kyubei, the blonde samurai goes to, yeah, he's in the bathroom too. Looks like this battle will be the messiest one yet. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. The rest of the episode is the most intense fight you've ever seen. The four men trapped consider using everything from their hands to literal sandpaper to wipe.
これなんて使えんじゃねえ？
貧乏祭様。
これ紙やすいあった。
紙やすりだと。ふざけんな！肛門が血だらけになる。
Why does the old man carry around sandpaper anyway? Kondo and the blonde do the unthinkable. They deface photos of their loved ones. They burst out of their stalls at the ready, but Kondo is faster. Then, he also falls. He couldn't do that to his photo of Otae, so he used sandpaper. This is as far as he goes. It's all up to Gintoki, Hijikata, Kagura, and Shinpachi now. In episode 80, Gintoki and the Yagyu captain break out of the bathroom. They rush into battle. Ew, wash your hands first. Hijikata and Kyubei also continue their battle, but Hijikata is convinced that something isn't right. While they fight, Shinpachi finds his sister. Otae turns down everyone's help. Kyubei finds them, dragging a defeated Hijikata with him. But the perceptive policeman has a shocking revelation. Kyubei is a woman. Before we go on, a super quick note. Genders and Gintama are pretty fluid. To keep things simple, I'm going to use whatever pronouns the character started with, no matter what happens later in the story. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Otae already knows, and as Gintoki fights the captain, it turns out he knows too. The Yagyu clan needed a male heir, so Kyubei was raised as a boy. This messed with his identity and led to brutal bullying when he was little. Otae protected him and showed him how to be strong. Before long, Kyubei was in love with her. Kyubei lost his eye trying to protect Otae from loan sharks after her father died. She's felt responsible ever since, which Kyubei mistakes for loving him too. Shinpachi and Gintoki enter a rage. That is not love. Kyubei knows that Otae feels obligated to marry him. If he really loved her, he wouldn't let her hide her true feelings behind a fake smile. The two fights end up side by side. When the rest of the Yagyu clan interferes, Otae's friends all arrive to fight for her, and she finally breaks down and lets herself show real emotion. In episode 81, Shinpachi and Gintoki fight Kyubei and the head of the Yagyu clan. Gintoki easily smashes Kyubei's plate. Then, Shinpachi gets the old man's plate. Amazing teamwork. Gintoki's team finally wins the challenge. That means the marriage is off. Somehow, though, it doesn't feel like a victory. Everyone was just trying to do what they thought was right, but all it did was hurt people. Kyubei never wanted to be a man. Otae tells him that she loves him, no matter what gender he is. Then, they have a good, well-deserved cry. And that's the end of that. But there's one final loose end to tie up. Kondo's marriage to the gorilla. Oh, right, yeah, that's still a thing. Otae steps in and stops the wedding. A massive brawl breaks out between the gorilla's family and the police force, and the wedding is called off. In other words, things are back to normal. In the first part of episode 82, a small country village is overrun by monsters. When these monsters are defeated, they turn into golden balls. So of course, Gintoki and the Odd Jobs gang rush to the scene. The more monsters are defeated, the greedier everyone gets. Gintoki and the villagers go to defeat the final monster. The monster absorbs all the greed and transforms into a glowing phoenix. She thanks them for helping her, then flies away, and all the gold changes to dirt. Oh, man. In part 2, the Odd Jobs team is hired to help a familiar young woman. Hey, it's the girl from the drug episode! She and her boyfriend have cleaned up and gone sober. Her boyfriend's in trouble with a gang who think he stole some of their product. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura swoop in to rescue the guy, but it turns out he really did steal the gang's goods. On top of that, he's seriously mean to his girlfriend.
やってるっていうわけ？ふざけんな！俺はキミコと一緒にまっとうに生きていくと決めたんで。それから俺は陰謀頭じゃねえ。
What a jerk! Gintoki and Shinpachi destroy the drugs and stop both the crummy boyfriend and the gang. Somehow, the girl stays with the dude who betrayed her and called her a pig. Oh well, they tried. In episode 83, all the girls at Otai's hostess club have got a cold. An important government official is coming to visit, and only Otai is left standing. The club's owner asks Gintoki to find him a few more cute girls to assist. He rounds up a mismatched bunch of people to fill in for the sick hostesses.
ちょっと何を
This might not end well. Gintoki and Shinpachi also pitch in as Paco and Pachi.
どうも、パコです。パチエです。
だからなんでタオル巻いてんの？
着替える時間がなかったんじゃ。
What are they wearing? The girls and girl adjacents greet the government official. He's literally the ruler of Japan, the shogun. They play a game that's supposed to entertain the shogun. Everyone draws numbered sticks, and whoever's labeled as the leader gets to order any other number around. Except, no matter how many times they try, the shogun ends up as the loser. In the end, a fully naked shogun chats with a dolled-up Kyubey. The shogun isn't mad about all the humiliating things he did today. He actually had fun. That went surprisingly well. In episode 84, a man in a fox mask is running through Edo causing trouble. He started his criminal acts over 10 years ago. In the beginning, he just stole from the rich and gave to the poor, like a proper, unperverted Robin Hood, if you remember my analogy from earlier. But lately, the masked fox man has started hurting people and doing more serious crimes. There's only one man who can stop him. And no, it's not Gintoki. It's the hard-boiled detective. The detective is a former policeman turned detective. He tries so much to be both hard-boiled and a detective.
できるもん。ハードボイルドも仕事も俺両立するもん。
いや、もう両方成り立ってませんよ。ハードボイルドも仕事も。
But all he wants to do is drink at his favorite bar with his favorite old bartender. But there's work to be done. He's been chasing after the fox-faced criminal since he started, and he's grown weirdly kind of fond of him. He thinks there's no way the Robin Hood fox he knows would hurt anyone. The Odd Jobs team gets pulled into the adventure when the bartender pays them to watch over the detective. The fox bandit's next target is a golden statue in a magistrate's house. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura join the hard-boiled detective and try to sneak into the estate. Of course, that fails spectacularly, and they crash in loudly and dead. That works too. In episode 85, the team tracks down the foxman in the statue room. Just then, 8 other people with fox masks enter the room. These people have been using the fox as a disguise to commit their crimes. They wanted to draw the fox thief to them to get revenge for a betrayal. It turns out that the fox was part of a group that broke into the detective's house when he was little. The house went up in flames, killing his family. The fox thief felt remorse. He left his fellow thieves and saved the young detective. He's been watching over the detective ever since as his trusty old bartender. Twist! The original thief activates a trap, which makes the whole room burst into flames. So extra! The stairs they're on transform into a slide. Shinpachi nearly slides into the flames below, but the original fox rescues him. One of the imposters takes the opportunity to stab him, then throws him overboard into the fire. The rest of the foxes are rounded up. A while later, Gintoki stumbles into an outdoor bar. He finds the hard-boiled detective having a drink with a bartender who looks oddly familiar.
焼酎じゃない神湯と呼べマスター。
マスターじゃねえ親父と呼べたな。あ、俺。
In episode 86, Sogo's sister comes for a visit. The bloodthirsty policeman turns into a puppy around.
ごめんなさいお姉ちゃん。
相変わらず三葉殿には頭が上がらんようだな。
Their parents passed away when they were young, and she's been like a mother to him ever since. Sadly, Sogo's sister is very sick and doesn't have much time left. She's been engaged to a rich merchant, and she's in Edo to meet her fiancé's family. Meanwhile, the anti-Amanto alien factions in Edo have somehow gotten their hands on dangerous new weapons. Hijikata is certain that someone in a position of power has been helping the terrorists. Hijikata tracks the official down to a house, where he finds Sogo's sister. It seems that her fiancé is up to some shady stuff. Hijikata has known Sogo and his sister since he was a young man. She asked to be with him, but he coldly turned her down.
そばにいたい。
Sogo's never forgiven Hijikata for rejecting his sister. Is this why he's always trying to kill Hijikata? Now, instead of telling Sogo's sister about her fiancé, Hijikata goes after him on his own. In episode 87, Sogo's sister suddenly becomes much sicker. While Sogo watches over her in the hospital, Hijikata tracks down her future husband on his own. The merchant is super rotten. While his fiancé is dying, he's out making deals with crooks. Hijikata enters a solo battle against an entire terrorist organization armed to the teeth with shiny new weapons. Sogo finally understands that Hijikata turned his sister down for her own good. He wanted to protect her from the samurai's dangerous life.
分かってた。野郎が姉上の幸せを思って拒絶してたことくらい。
The police show up to give Hijikata a hand, and the merchant makes a run for it. He only wanted to marry Sogo's sister to get closer to the police. Now that she's dying, he figures he can still use her as a hostage. Not if Sogo can help it though. He shows up in front of the merchant's car and slices the entire car in half. Whoa! Sogo gets to see his sister one last time. She tells him she's had a happy life and she's proud of him. Then she passes peacefully. Damn. Well, I'm not laughing now. In episode 88, Kyubei's overprotective blonde guardian panics when he finds a flyer for plastic surgery in Kyubei's room. He assumes this means Kyubei is preparing to take the final steps toward becoming a real man. The Odd Jobs team is brought in to stop Kyubei's inevitable impending gender-changing surgery.
バベルの塔完成を阻止する手立てはもうそれしかねえ。集めるんだ。男たちを。選ばれしバベルの勇者たちを。
Is this none of their business? Definitely, but the Odd Jobs will take any job as long as it pays. They decide the only way to get Kyubei to cancel the surgery is to hook him up with a nice man. They don't know any nice men, except maybe Zura, who's as nice as a terrorist as it gets, I guess. So, Gintoki and the others ask Otai to set up a group date. The date goes horribly, until Kyubei's protector makes it even worse. He hijacks the restaurant ship to create a heart-pounding moment and increase the chances of love blossoming. He goes too far, and Kyubey nearly flies off the ship. Gintoki rushes to pull Kyubey back onto the ship, but Kyubey can't stand being touched by men. The moment their hands touch, he flings Gintoki overboard in his place. At the last moment, Kyubey catches Gintoki. They're touching hands. They were all panicking over nothing after all. Kyubey was looking at the other ad on the same page for a gothic Lolita kimono store. Ooh. In episode 89, the Gintama artists didn't feel like drawing backgrounds. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura wake up in complete darkness. A bearded man pops up in the darkness. He tells them he's the spirit of Gintoki's wooden Toya leg sword. He's there to teach them an ultimate technique. Every anime hero needs a cool attack power to call out as they use it. Yeah, they're not interested though. They've kinda already mastered the art of knocking people out. Elsewhere, Sogo, Hijikata, and Kondo wake up in a world that's entirely white. I'm getting a serious case of deja vu. This time, a beautiful woman who's totally not Orihime from Bleach appears. She claims to be a goddess of victory. Somehow, she becomes like a wife to all three of them until dozens of angels, demons, and everything in between show up. She's been dating all of them at the same time for the last 2 years. No judgment, but wow, she's been busy. Sogo cheers her on. She gets back on her feet and dates lots and lots of men. The end. I know Gintama gets really weird sometimes, but this whole episode was just 2 bizarre dreams. None of it's canon. Or is it? In episode 90, half the cast of Gintama ends up in the hospital after eating some spoiled crabs. They discover that Zura and Elizabeth are also hospitalized, and one of the nurses has fallen in love with Zura. She was entranced by those intense, beautiful eyes. Gintoki and his friends decide to be the best wingmen for Zura. They decide to keep him hospitalized for longer, so the nurse has a chance to confess her love. They do this the only way they can think of. They beat his ass. And it works. Zura and Elizabeth stay in the hospital, and the nurse makes her move. The gang is happy for Zura's new relationship, until they spot the nurse frolicking with her new boyfriend. And it's Elizabeth?
ほら、あれ見てくださいよ。まあ、楽しそうにしちゃって。いやー、若いってのはいいもんだね。何ですか、あれ。
In episode 91, Kagura suddenly gains a lot of weight. Desperate to go back to her usual weight, she goes to a fasting dojo. The entire cast of Gintama seems to be there. When the fasting begins, each girl receives one single potato chip. They are not allowed to eat their chip for a full week. Anyone whose chip is eaten is expelled from the program. How are the girls supposed to survive 7 days without eating their chip? Well, by eating the other girls' chips, of course. That's right, it's a battle royale. By the 5th day, only 6 participants are left. Half starved, the girls start an epic battle for their chips. The fight is rigged from the start, though. Each one has spiked her chip with a powerful laxative, so even when they lose, they also totally win. And in the end, all 6 walk out of the dojo completely detoxed, inside and out. I am not sure what the lesson here was, but I won't be eating chips anytime soon. In episode 92, a sniper is hired to kill the chief of police, Matsudaira. But on the day that he goes to do the hit, he spots Gintoki sitting in the park. The sniper is convinced that Gintoki can see him with his rifle in the safe house. But in reality, Gintoki's creeping on a woman through her window a few floors below him. Gintoki seems to be one step ahead of the sniper at every movement. He even gathers a crowd of people to stop the assassin. Actually, the crowd is gathered because of a girl dangling from the balcony above him. The sniper makes a desperate jump from his balcony to the next building. Halfway through, the girl from above falls on him. The assassin is celebrated as a hero. Instead of assassinating the chief of police, the sniper gets an award from him. In episode 93, a giant box of chocolates crashes through the Odd Job's roof. It was dropped by a giant space robot called Space Woman. That's totally not a ripoff of Ultraman.
いや、ヒーローっていうかヒロインだな。一応女の子なんで。ああ、そうなんだ。スペースウーマンというのをやらせてもらっている。
It's Valentine's Day, and Space Woman was bringing the chocolates for her crush, a giant two-headed monster. She spent her entire life devoted to protecting the world, and he spent his life trying to conquer it. How romantic! The giant monster descends on Earth to destroy it. Gintoki and the others race to help Space Woman deliver her gift, and I guess save the world, but that's just a side quest. Just then, Space Woman's ex crashes to Earth and declares his love for her. It's a giant robot love triangle. Gintoki encourages Space Woman to reach for her own happiness. So, she kicks her ex to the curb and confesses her crush on the two-headed monster. And he totally rejects her. So, she blasts him and saves the world anyway. Don't worry, Space Woman. There are plenty of other robots in the universe. In episode 94, the anime creators get really lazy and don't bother even finishing the art. The episode starts as line art and storyboard, and the characters are just as surprised about it. Okay, they only use this gag for the first 3 minutes. When the episode actually starts, it follows the former immigration officer with sunglasses, Hasekawa Taizo, aka the Dork. The Dork takes the train to reconcile with his estranged wife. As he steps onto the station, he trips and accidentally drags a young woman onto the tracks with him. To make things even worse, he lands on the most ridiculous position ever. How do you even do that? The Dork is arrested for indecent behavior. While he's in jail, his prosecutor, and coincidentally his wife's new lover, serves him divorce papers. The prosecutor offers to throw the case in Dork's favor if he divorces his wife so the prosecutor can marry her. He refuses, and when the Dork's trial begins, he also discovers that his defender is Gintoki? In episode 95, Gintama turns into a courtroom drama, Edo-era style. The prosecutor tries to prove that the Dork is a pervert. Case in point, he has over 30 naughty magazines and videos at his home. This evidence is thrown out by the judge because reasons.
被告人のコレクションは証拠不十分とみなす。30本以上持ってるよ、おぶよ!
The Dork defends himself, then delivers a blow to the prosecutor. The guy's shady offer to buy him out with the divorce papers. But he has no proof, unless the Dork can show that he and his wife still love each other and don't want to divorce. That's where Gintoki steps in. He provides proof that the prosecutor is a womanizer only after wealthy woman's money. Then, he tells the story of how the Dork has always hated going by other people's rules. For his wife, though, he's willing to work hard and wear a suit. Not only was the Dork wearing a suit to see her, but she also shows up to support him in the crowd that's gathered. The judge throws the case out, and the Dork is freed. Episode 96 shows a gritty, dark tale about a dying planet taken over by deadly black spheres. Kagura's dad and legendary balding interplanetary explorer Umibozu shows up to help the planet's residents.
まばゆい行幸を浴びよう。
俺の名は海坊主。
Holy, maybe lose the mustache. You're looking a little dictatory there. The planet is being attacked by the very system it was built on. When humans completely used up its resources, the system started to see them as a threat. The residents prepare to evacuate, but one woman refuses to abandon her home. She reminds Umibozu of Kagura, so he decides to fight on her behalf. He slays every sphere in sight, saving the day. When the battle ends, a single seedling sprouts. For the first time in a long time, new life grows. Is that a hair? It's totally a hair. This whole epic story was a half-hour-long commercial for Umibozo's new hair restoration product. Great. In the first half of episode 97, Catgirl and former thief Catherine is visited by her old gang. They ask her to come back to the thieving life with them. When she refuses, they threaten to rob Otose's bar under the Odd Jobs office. The old woman believed in Catherine and took her in after she robbed the bar. Catherine now returns the favor by fighting off her old thief pals, with a little help from Gintoki. In part 2, Gintoki gets sick, so Kagura takes over as temporary Gintoki. A new client asks the Odd Jobs office to find out if her husband is cheating on her. He's been secretly visiting a flower shop with a beautiful owner nearly every day. Gingura is on the case. Kagura and Shinpachi find out that the man hasn't been cheating on his wife. He was actually working hard to create a beautiful portrait of her out of flowers, which Kagura totally ruins by crashing the scooter into the shop. She fixes things by writing the client's name in flowers all over the streets on the husband's behalf. Kind of. Aww, she broke it and fixed it herself, just like Gintoki would. In episode 98, Gintoki and his friends line up with half the anime's staff at a store to get the new Nintendo Oe console. Not to be confused with the Nintendo Wii, of course. When the doors open, it turns out there aren't enough consoles for everyone in line. To prevent fighting, the store owner challenges the shoppers to win the console by playing some games on it. The Shinsengumi end up on one team, and Odd Jobs Gin on the other, with support from a special guest, Super Mario. Oh no, I mean Zura. In episode 99, Team Odd Jobs and Team Shinsengumi compete against each other in a series of games. But within the first few minutes, Kondo is sidetracked by a fish romancing side story, and Zura is impaled by the same fish. Meanwhile, Shinpachi and a police officer play a parody of Tetris, except instead of blocks, it's vomit. After a tough battle, Odd Jobs and the police each win 1 point. Gintoki and Kagura step in against Sogo and Hijikata for a tiebreaker. This time, they go full VR to play a parody of Dragon Quest. As soon as the game starts, Gintoki is poisoned, and Hijikata stubs his toe and dies. So Gintoki goes through the entire game surfing on top of Hijikata's coffin. If he doesn't move his feet, it doesn't count as a step. When the elder he's using as a horse croaks, he comes in as a handy weapon. Gintoki and Hijikata are restored at a healing point. They split the elder between them and join the final battle. Kagura and Sogo rejoin the fight, each with their own dead human as a weapon. Nice! Gintoki needs a bathroom break, so he takes off his VR glasses and, oops. They've been getting just a little too realistic with their gaming. They beat up half the store. After the incident, the console is pulled from the shelves. Nice going, guys. Now no one can get it. In episode 100, Gintoki meets the manga's real-world editor for Jump magazine. The editor's job is on the line if he doesn't bring a fresh new story for the magazine's next installment of Gintama. Gintoki, who's fed up with the magazine's latest entries, offers to help. The editor takes Gintoki to meet the manga's author, a literal gorilla. Gintoki uses his extensive knowledge of manga to teach the gorilla and editor how to make exciting stories. This boils down to adding over-the-top comedy and stealing ideas from other successful series. With Gintoki's help, the editor creates a story that turns a new catchphrase into a meme. Dondake, meaning, what the hell? In episode 101, Hijikata borrows a sword from a swordsmith while getting his repaired. The sword turns out to be cursed, and Hijikata loses the ability to fight. When he's faced with an angry mob, the usually fearsome policeman starts begging instead of fighting back. He's rescued by a newcomer to the Shinsengumi police, the proper and serious Komotaro Ito. The newcomer was a part of the Shinsengumi in the past, and has decided to return. Kondo calls Ito sensei and assigns him as advisor. Hijikata doesn't trust him at all. Since returning to the police force, Ito sensei has been gathering allies. Hijikata is sure he's up to something, but Kondo is blind to it. Hijikata struggles to get support against Ito sensei. His borrowed sword seems to have turned him from a ruthless leader into kind of a wimp.
More
importantly, he's been breaking the rules of the Shinsengumi. The cursed thing is stuck to him though. He can't throw it out, and the swordsmith where he got it is gone. Of course. If he keeps going like this, he'll lose his position of vice chief to Ito sensei. In episode 102, a completely changed Hijikata comes to Odd Jobs for help.
土方さん。いや、いいんだよ。この限定モデルのフィギュア、巴5000が無事だっただけでも良しとするさ。
He's become obsessed with manga and anime and acts and dresses like a pervy punk. His disrespectful behavior got him suspended from the police. Gintoki and the others take him to see the swordsmith from the Benizakura story arc. She confirms it's the cursed sword, Muramasha. Anyone who uses the sword is cursed to become a hopeless nerd. It may be too late for Hijikata. He might be stuck like this forever. Meanwhile, at Police HQ, the cop's best spy, Yamazaki, overhears Ito sensei talking to his allies. He plans to kill Kondo and take over the Shinsengumi. Once he has control, he'll work together with the criminals of Edo. Getting rid of all crime is impossible, so it's better to control it. The spy runs to warn Hijikata, but he's stopped by a man in headphones named Kawakami Bansai. He's one of the Kiheitai, the terrorist organization that Gintoki fought when he was against the blind samurai. Bansai ruthlessly slices right through the spy. The police come to tell Hijikata about the spy's death, and to take him back to HQ. Kagura has other plans. She stops the car, and the others pile in. Over the police radio, they overhear the whole plan. Ito sensei wants the police to assassinate Hijikata and Kondo so he can have full control over the police force. And at that very moment, Kondo is on a train full of Ito sensei's supporters. Wait, why are you laughing? This is serious. In episode 103, Sogo comes to the rescue. He cuts down Ito sensei's supporters and sets off an explosion on the train. Extreme, but effective. In the confusion, Sogo traps Kondo in the last train car and detaches it. With the boss safe, he can focus on taking down Ito sensei's supporters alone. Meanwhile, Gintoki and the others race toward the train tracks in their stolen cop car. While Hijikata cowers in his seat, Gintoki uses the radio to call the entire police force to help with their commander. They arrive to help Sogo at the same time that Bansai and his army show up in cars of their own. Where did they get those uniforms? Ito sensei leaves the train, and Sogo faces the rebellious officers. There's at least 24 of them, and just one of him. And he doesn't even have his bazooka. None of this stops Sogo. He completely butchers all his enemies. Holy, that got dark real fast. Outside the train, policemen fight each other. Many lives are lost. In the middle of it all, Gintoki and the others rescue Kondo. In episode 104, Ito-sensei and the headphone terrorist Bonsai catch up to Gintoki and the others. Hijikata overcomes the sword's curse and enters the battle. While Hijikata fights Ito-sensei on the train, Gintoki and Bonsai dance to their own tune. Bonsai reveals that he was just using Ito-sensei to destroy the police force, and it seems that he's succeeded. As they speak, the train passes over a bridge. It breaks, and the train dangles halfway off the ledge. The train is wrecked, and Ito-sensei loses an arm. Damn! All Ito-sensei ever wanted was to be seen and appreciated. He grew up being overlooked in favor of his sick older brother. Now, Ito's story is about to end, but as the man starts to fall to the waters below, he's rescued by Kondo and Hijikata. The police arrive to end Ito-sensei, but Hijikata stops them. They promise to kill each other one day, but not today. Meanwhile, Gintoki tries to get to the train, but Bonsai holds him back. He's not fast enough. A helicopter flies down to the train and opens fire. When the dust clears, Ito-sensei stands in front of Kondo and Hijikata, protecting them. Damn it, Ito! They just told you not to die today! Episode 105 continues the battle. Ito-sensei is down, but Bonsai is still fighting. He doesn't believe that there is anything left worth saving or protecting, so he wants to destroy what's left of Edo and rebuild it from scratch. Gintoki uses Bonsai's own string attack against him, defeating both Bonsai and the armed helicopter with one tug. Kondo, Hijikata, and Sogo join the battle, and together they clear the rest of the attackers. After the battle, Ito-sensei is taken to face punishment for his crimes. They allow him a death of honor, in a duel against Hijikata. Later, it turns out that Yamazaki was spared by Bonsai. He's not sure how to break the news that he's still alive to his fellow officers during his own funeral. Awkward. Hijikata is stuck with his cursed sword. He's overpowered it for now, but who knows when the nerd in him will break through again. He returns to his post as the vice chief of the Shinsengumi police force. They lost a lot of good men, but he'll be there to help them rebuild. In episode 106, Kagura accidentally poisons an entire soccer team. Oopsies. The only soccer player still standing is playing the last game of his career. So Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura round up a new team for him. Gintoki's team of misfits hits the soccer field and gives it their best. That is to say, they start losing miserably. None of them have ever played soccer before, and half aren't even sure what sport they're playing. The retiring soccer player begs the team to give him a chance to score just one goal. He promised his little boy that he would, his little boy being his pecker. Some girl promised to go out with him if he scored a goal, so if he scores, he scores. The team rallies up and steps up their game. They clear the field for the soccer star and give him a clear shot at goal. He readies a powerful kick and misses. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Serves him right, though. In episode 107, the Odd Jobs gang is hired by the Yakuza family. The head of the family is dying, and he wants to see his son one last time. The son isn't missing, He's just holed himself up in a shed and refuses to come out. And he's been that way for 5 years. Gintoki tries everything he can to coax the young man out, but nothing works. All the excitement is too much for the frail old Yakuza leader, and he collapses. That night, a Yakuza with a scar over his eye tells Gintoki the son's story. The boy chose not to follow in his father's footsteps and got an honest job instead. His father harassed the workplace every day and drove the boy back into the crime family. At that moment, the shed opens and a woman comes out. The scar-faced Yakuza reveals that the Yakuza boss's son has been dead for years, and Scarface killed him. He chases Gintoki to a bridge, stabs him, shoots him, and poisons him, just in case. With a strange smile, Gintoki falls off the bridge and disappears into the water below. In episode 108, Gintoki is still missing. The Yakuza family mourns the boss, who has passed away, and the man with the scar is chosen to be the new boss in his place. Gintoki crashes the succession ceremony, somehow completely unharmed. The scar-faced man sits down and just asks Gintoki to kill him. Word of Scarface's betrayal has gotten around to the rest of the Yakuza family. They know that the man killed the Yakuza's reclusive son, and now they want him dead for it. Except, he didn't kill the son. The dead Yakuza boss was like a father to Scarface, and the son was his friend. The boss pushed his son too far and caused him to end his own life. To spare the boss's feelings, Scarface covered up the son's death. He had a small group of people take turns sitting in the shed and pretending to be the boss's son by communicating with notes. When that was exposed, he pretended he was the killer. Gintoki refuses to let the scarred man die. He drags him to the Yakuza boss's grave so he can at least say goodbye. On the way, the man is fatally shot. He goes down protecting the people he cared about, even if it cost his reputation and his life. I would watch a whole show about that guy. Too bad he's dead. In episode 109, the Shinsengumi police send Yamazaki, their best spy, to infiltrate Zura's anti-foreigner faction. He puts on a disguise and passes the interview, but before he can become a fully fledged member, he has to take a test. The spy manages to answer all the ridiculous questions and pass. Next, he faces the practical part of the exam. At night, Yamazaki joins Zura on a mission to steal a secret document. They're discovered and work together to get away with the documents, while still answering exam questions the whole time. The team is surrounded, and the spy runs to the organization offices to get reinforcements. The whole thing was part of the test. When he gets to the office, he discovers that he's passed. He did it! He's infiltrated the activist organization undercover, and then he drops his police ID. So much for that. Episode 110 takes place in a high-security prison on a remote island. There, a prisoner has been digging a hole to escape for 15 years. Damn, that's dedication. On the night the man was finally going to escape, Zura moves into the cell opposite his. The man waits for Zura to fall asleep so he can escape, but Zura literally sleeps with his eyes open and ready to run. The prisoner does everything he can to get Zura to sleep. Meanwhile, Zura gets all buddy-buddy with even the scariest prisoners. Little by little, Zura reforms the jail. He brings hope and joy back into the lives of the prisoners, even in this dark and hopeless place. That's what he's here for, after all. He wasn't arrested. He came to jail out of his own free will, or so he says. Really, he just needed the guy in the opposite cell to finally let down his guard and fall asleep so he could escape. Just like every other prisoner in this blasted jail.
Huh?
In part 1 of episode 111, Odd Jobs helps a drag queen face her crush. The drag queen exchanges her dress for a suit. She gets a job at the host club where her crush works, and when she finally gets close enough to say something, she goes sniffing his clothes in the locker room instead. Creepy. The guy ditches the creep and starts going out with a nice cross-dressing lady who's totally a completely different person and not just the creep in drag. At least they're happy. In part 2, Kagura's umbrella breaks, so Gintoki gets her a cute new one. She frolics with it in the rain and lets her girly side shine through. The light rainstorm turns into a full-on typhoon. Kagura spots some kids without an umbrella and gives them hers. She walks in the rain with her old, broken umbrella, feeling down, until Gintoki and Shinpachi cheer her up by asking to share her awesome umbrella.
なかなか生かした傘持ってるじゃねえかい。ちょいと俺たちも入れちゃくれねえかい。傘行かれちまってね。
Aww, these dorks. In episode 112, Otose gives Tama the robot a day off. She's been working hard at Otose's bar ever since they rescued her. When she's given a day to spend on herself, she has no idea what to do. Gintoki takes her around town, showing her how to enjoy her day off. They sing karaoke, get a massage, and drink way too much. He also buys her a special screw that she's really into for some reason. That night, Tama spots a broken whack-a-mole machine. She tells Gintoki to go home and sticks around by herself. The next morning, Gintoki finds out that Tama never came home. It turns out she stayed all night to play whack-a-mole with a bunch of neighborhood kids. It looks like Tama found a way to let loose that makes her happy. In episode 113, the Shinsengumi police deal with their scariest opponents so far, the bathrooms. A policeman becomes concerned that the officers are spreading ball germs everywhere, on the faucet handles, on themselves, just ball germs all over the place.
男はどうしたって用を達せ、股にぶら下がる汚い何に触れなければいけないわけでしょう。
This gets into Hijikata's head and he starts to see germs everywhere. Hijikata, Sogo, and the germaphobe officer brainstorm ways to reduce bathroom dirt.
これなんてどうですか？このベニヤ板に穴を開けて、ここに何を。
Instead of fixing things, their shenanigans make the other police officers afraid to go to the bathrooms. They start using other parts of police HQ to take care of business. The germs grow and take over. The police wage war against the growing, disgusting mass. It spills over into Edo and swallows the city whole. An epic battle breaks out, and Hijikata leads the police force against an army of germs. They win the battle, but the world is still in ruins. And then Hijikata wakes up from this insane dream because he has to pee. In episode 114, the police chief's daughter gets a job at a convenience store. Her overprotective father prepares to shoot down her co-workers for horrible crimes, like being male and existing. Hijikata is sent in to deal with the riffraff. This backfires when the chief's daughter recognizes him as the Mayo man who saved her back at the amusement park. Hijikata rolls with it and pretends to be the girl's boyfriend. This scares away her co-workers, but leaves him in a bind. If he does anything to hurt the chief's daughter, he is as good as dead. But he doesn't want to go out with her. He tries to let her down gently, but she doesn't get the hint.
冷たいようだけど、俺はあんたと付き合うつもりはないから。いや、あんたは素敵だよ。素敵でチャーミングだけれども。チャーミングだなんて。
Hijikata does everything he can to drive the girl away from him without outright rejecting her. In the end, he pretends to be a sentient mayonnaise prince from another planet.
俺はマヨラー製の王子なんだマヨ。王子？向いてもいいマヨ。
They're just not meant to be together. Somehow, this works, and she finally understands. But she will always love Mr. Mayo-san. In episode 115, the Odd Jobs team catch a creepy turtle man who's been taking videos of girls in swimsuits in the beach. They agree to let the turtle man go when he tells them his wife is preparing to lay eggs. In exchange, he takes them to the legendary dragon palace Ryugu. They get to a deserted island and discover that it's not all that deserted after all. Otae, Zura, Kyubei, and the dork have all been brought to the island by their own guide turtles. With the turtles nowhere to be found, the gang settles in. They fish up some dinner and write SOS on the beach. Gintoki, Kagura, and Zura head into the forest to explore. They find a futuristic-looking metal structure. When Gintoki and Zura touch it, they instantly turn into old men. Just another Tuesday. In episode 116, Shinpachi and the others find the home cave of the turtle and his wife. She's totally dead. While the old guys fool around on an island, an army of turtle boats arrives in Edo. Each carries more of those weird metal boxes. They release a black smoke onto the beach, turning everyone it touches old and wrinkly. Wait, a beach that makes you old? Have I seen this somewhere before? The turtle tells the gang he brought them all here to stop someone named Otohime from taking over the world. Otohime's turtle army arrives on the island and fights the chosen heroes. And this time, Gintoki can't rush in to save them. The whole group is captured and sent to a prison in the underwater dragon palace of Otohime. Otae is taken to see Otohime, and the rest break out thanks to their turtle friend. I mean, thanks to Kagura. Then, they put on turtle shells and head for the queen's throne room. Otohime turned everyone old so she could be the most beautiful person alive. She's obsessed with beauty. In episode 117, Otohime turns into a villain straight out of a James Bond movie. She dunks Otae into a pool of hungry sharks. This woman clearly doesn't know Otae. When she pulls the rope back up, she finds a mangled, dead shark. Otae bursts out of the water, and she has reinforcements, Kagura and Kyubei. They defeat the queen's turtle guards, and Otae delivers a bone-shattering blow on Otohime.
そんなビンタで私をブサイクにできると思って？今度は私の番よ!
Meanwhile, Shinpachi and old men Gintoki and Zura come across a man suspended in a tube. The man once traveled with Otohime in her space palace. Time passes differently in outer space. When he returned to Earth, he found that the world had completely changed, and everyone he loved was gone. The man chose to end his own life, but Otohime didn't let him. Instead, she placed him in a cold sleep. It's been thousands of years, and now she's afraid if he wakes up, he'll be in a strange new world again. So she's been desperately trying to return to the way she used to look so he would recognize her and wouldn't be alone. Aww. It's insane, but sweet.
あの人の知る美しい姿のまま、あの人を待っていよう。この世界にあなたを待っていた人が一人でもいたことを。
The fight against Otohime rages on. Rugyo Palace rises out of the water and above Edo. It prepares to launch a cannon full of old age gas. If fired, it would turn everyone who's still unaged into geezers. Then, she releases the gas inside her own palace. In episode 118, Otohime turns all her followers and the Odd Jobs gang into old people. The cannon prepares to do the same to Edo, but something stops it. The man inside the tube, Otohime's love somehow enters the system. He stops the weapon and loads up an anti-aging rocket instead. Gintoki and Zura shuffle their way to the weapons room to load up the new rocket. The queen orders them stopped, but all her guards are now old, too. This starts the world's slowest chase scene. Otohime rushes past all the old men and knocks the anti-aging rocket away. It cracks, releasing an anti-aging fog and turning Zura and Gintoki back into strapping young men. They knock the broken rocket directly into the middle of Edo. Everyone turns back to their normal ages, and the world is saved. The palace starts to crumble, and Otohime gets trapped under a fallen beam. She asks Gintoki and the others to get everyone out to safety, and prepares to go down with her ship. Gintoki has a better idea. He and the others lift the beam off the old woman and tell her to live. The beauty she's been looking for can't be found on the outside, but in her soul. Otohime gets out alive and opens a seafood restaurant in Edo called Ryugu Palace. All's well that ends well. In episode 119, the entire Earth bans smoking. Man, you can get so much done when aliens control everything. Hijikata doesn't take this well. Desperate for a smoke, the policeman leaves the planet in search of a more tobacco-friendly place. Hijikata ends up on the planet Namek and meets Piccolo. I mean, he ends up on the planet Hammock and meets the planet's elder. The whole planet has been destroyed by Briza, and the elder's son was killed. So Hijikata confronts Briza. Maybe he has cigarettes. Briza's full power attack is no match for Hijikata's tobacco withdrawals. Briza doesn't have a cigarette, but he does have one of the legendary Uigui balls. Hijikata travels around space collecting the rest of the balls so he can be granted a wish. When Hijikata is faced with making his wish, he uses it to bring the Hammock elder's son back to life. And after all of those adventures, Hijikata decides to stop smoking. At least until the next episode. In part 1 of episode 120, Zura goes undercover to work at an all-amanto restaurant. He thinks having a place where aliens can gather and conspire is dangerous. Zura intends to bomb the place and force the amanto out. By working with them, Zura discovers that these foreigners are just regular people like him. So, when anti-foreigner faction members come to back him up, he stops the fighting.
Love and peace だ。こつら、地球人だったのか。生きとし生けるもの。
In part 2, the dork gets a part-time job at a sushi place, but he only knows how to make cucumber rolls. Gintoki and his friends bring Tama to help. She's a robot, so she's able to make perfect sushi, but she does it by eating all the ingredients and then puking out the results. Ew, gross. Tama's sushi is such a hit with customers that they run out of ingredients. The team makes sushi their own way instead. That curry is sushi. That parfait, also sushi. Looks like the dork just lost yet another job. In episode 121, the Odd Jobs team discovers that different parts of them have been turned into screwdrivers. Shinpachi has a screwdriver for a finger, Kagura's entire body is one, and Gintoki's, well, let's just say going to the bathroom is gonna be a problem. It seems all three were the victims of a good old-fashioned alien abduction. The aliens are obsessed with one video game, Monkey Hunter, which is like Monster Hunter but with monkeys, obviously. The gang dives into the multiplayer game to hunt down the aliens behind this and change Gintoki's joystick back to normal. Yeah, This whole thing was just a setup to have Gintoki play a parody of Monster Hunter. Shinpachi enters the game as himself and joins a female Gintoki and a grizzled old man Kagura. They go in search of allies. Instead, they're ambushed by a giant monkey. A man with a skull helmet saves the newbies with a blast from his massive bazooka. In episode 122, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura meet their first potential ally. He's so cool.
かっこ笑い。すいません。かっこ笑い。このかっこ笑いって僕の癖でしてかっこ笑い。
Who is this guy? It's Zura. It's always just Zura. They also find Kondo and Sachan, all of whom are there because of these body-modifying aliens. To find the aliens responsible, they seek the help of the legendary hunter known only as M.
俺が M だ。
M was also a victim. In real life, he's the dork and he just lost his job. The job loss is unrelated, but still it's totally traumatic. M leads the group up to a dark cave to face the strongest monkey in the game. He believes the aliens they're looking for will show up for the fight. Sure enough, the aliens show up a moment later. They defeat the boss monkey with one blow. Gintoki and the others do everything they can to keep the aliens in the game. But this is a game, and not everything is as it seems. These guys who look like the aliens are just Hijikata and Sogo. In episode 123, everyone that's affected by the aliens' screwdriver shenanigans meet for dinner at a restaurant. All are upset that this stupid gag has gone on for 3 whole episodes now. Without a clue of where to find the aliens, the group decides to learn how to live with being part screwdriver. The team moves on and finds new jobs, but Sachan refuses to give up. She tracks the aliens down and tips Gintoki off about their location. The odd jobs crash the aliens' ship and demand that they turn them back to normal. The aliens tell them that the ship can only be stopped with a special screwdriver, and they don't have it. Until the ship is stopped, they can't fix things. Luckily, Gintoki's screwdriver has just the right shape. He thrusts his tool into the ship's engine and lands it. Success! Wait, what about fixing their bodies? In episode 124, we see a day in the life of the purple-haired pop star Otsu-chan. She's followed around by a documentary crew as she prepares to release a new single. Her producer is Bonsai, the man with the headphones who Gintoki defeated in the Shinsengumi Crisis arc. He wants to delay the single because he was in a helicopter crash. Poor guy has a sprained finger. Otsu-chan doesn't want to let her fans down with a delay. She decides to write, record, and produce her own song without Bonsai. But when she sits down to write, she gets hit by a horrible case of writer's block. Her fans come to show her that she's not alone. Uplifted by their support, Otsu-chan gets back into the recording studio and writes her heart out. Her fans have some ideas too. They modify the song until it's a beautiful collaboration between the pop star and the people who love her. Maybe she should have waited for Bonsai after all. Episode 125 ends within 6 minutes of starting. The trio realize they can't end the episode that early, so they try to turn it into a recap, but they can't decide on how to do the recap either. Amateurs over here. I mean, look what I'm doing. The ridiculous episode titles make it so hard to remember what happened in which one, so they settle for looking back at the episodes where certain characters first appeared. In the second part, the gang go cherry blossom viewing. They get into a fight with the police over their picnic spot. They resolve things with a civil game of rock, paper, scissors, mallet, a variation where the loser gets hit on the head with a mallet. The game quickly turns into the two sides just smashing each other like a game of whack-a-mole. Kagura and Sogo get into a fist fight while Gintoki and Hijikata get drunk. In other words, they have a pretty good time. In episode 126, Shinpachi finds a message in a bottle at the beach. Inside is a picture of a girl and a note asking, "Do you believe in destiny?" Shinpachi starts acting strange and secretive, so Otae turns to Gintoki for help. Gintoki completely misreads the situation Shinpachi has been agonizing over what to write back to the girl. Gintoki helps Shinpachi craft the perfect note back. The sadistic policeman Sogo randomly shows up and helps them take some pictures. Later, the girl in the photo excitedly shows her sister the letter from Shinpachi. It simply says that he's looking forward to hearing from her again and includes a photo of Sogo beating up Shinpachi. In episode 27, Shinpachi gets a letter back from the cute girl. He worries that she thinks Sogo is the one who sent the note, since he's the main focus of the photo. But the girl who sent the message, Kirara, actually included a photo of her younger sister, Urara. Kirara writes from her sister's point of view. She tells Shinpachi that her sister is sickly and doesn't have many friends. The letters she gets in return all sound like they're from a different person, because they are. She loves feeling like she suddenly has a lot of friends. Hijikata comes to Shinpachi's rescue. He pens a follow-up that makes him sound compassionate and implies that he wants to meet her in real life. It's perfect, and it works. They arrange to meet in a park. On the day of the meeting, both Shinpachi and Kirara chicken out and send someone in their place. Kirara's sister Urara meets Sogo, who pretends to be Shinpachi. This is getting complicated. In episode 128, the real Kirara overhears Gintoki calling Shinpachi by his name. He reveals that he's the real Shinpachi and Sogo's an imposter. Kirara still really wants to set her sister up with Shinpachi and doesn't tell them that she wrote the letters. They come up with a plan. Gintoki will pretend to kidnap Kirara in front of her sister, and Shinpachi will save her. He'll look like a hero and totally win the girl. The plot completely fails and Kirara runs off, with Shinpachi racing after her. Kirara ends up on the roof of a tall building. She doesn't want to see Shinpachi and Urara end up together. In despair, she jumps. With Sogo's help, Gintoki runs down the side of the building. He grabs Kirara in mid-air and stops her fall. Shinpachi stands on a building across from theirs. She writes Kirara a note asking for her name, which she never even told him. Then, he asks her to write him a letter next time. She finally finds a friend, and they remain pen pals. In episode 129, Sadaharu loses his appetite, so Kagura takes him to the animal hospital. Sadaharu is fine. It turns out he ate an entire human-sized doll, if you catch my drift. Zura is also at the hospital with Elizabeth, who has an entire man inside of her. Do you guys think Elizabeth is just a man in disguise? Nah. Kagura and Zura overhear the vets talking about an old dog. He and his owner are both dying. They decide to take the dog to see his owner one last time. When they take the dog out of his kennel, it turns out that he's not a dog at all. The dog is a space spirit known as Parasite X, aka Planet Eater. He came to Earth to conquer it, but only managed to take over a dog's body, and he's been stuck as the old man's pet ever since. Zura and Kagura are about to ditch the dog when they're attacked by a bunch of angry cats. The cats are possessed by the dog's arch nemesis, Parasite Z, aka Planet Puker. They take over hosts on planets and speed up their evolution. Zura, Kagura, and the old dog run from the horde of cats. Meanwhile, the dog's old owner wakes up and walks out of the hospital. In episode 130, Zura gets separated from Kagura and the dog. Kagura finds shelter for them in a playground where the dog tells her his story. He lived a pretty happy life with the old man. For some reason, though, the man kept telling him to die. The old man arrives at the park where they're hiding out, barely alive and half conscious. The man drags an empty leash behind him. The dog then realizes that his owner does care about him, but it might be too late. When the dog leaves their hiding spot, a massive cat attacks. Kagura holds the cat's back so the dog can go to his owner. The two reminisce about the past. The man wanted his dog to pass away before he did. He never wanted the dog to have to be alone, so he hung on to life until the dog went first. Now, they lie down and die together. Man, when this show gets sad, it gets so sad. The rest of the cats are taken care of by Gintoki. Nice timing. In episode 131, Gintoki, Kagura, Shinpachi, and his sister visit a traditional Japanese ryokan, a hot springs in the snowy mountain. The inn is old and broken down, and there are definitely ghosts walking about, but the owner seems nice, if a little haunted. Shinpachi and Gintoki seem to be the only ones who can see the spirits. They convince themselves that they're not ghosts, they're stands. Spirits attached to people who will fight for them. JoJo reference spotted. The guys try to settle in and enjoy their stay, but something sinister is definitely going on here. Shinpachi and Gintoki try to tell the girls what they're seeing, but the inn's owner threatens them into keeping quiet. After a nice, long soak in the bath, Shinpachi, Kagura, and Otae come out completely transformed. Gintoki's the only one untouched by a weird curse that turns people into glam rockers. Gintoki is left alone in the creepy hallway. Ghostly hands reach out from the inn's walls and floor and close in on Gintoki. Then they start clapping. The inn's owner walks in and congratulates Gintoki. He passed the job interview. In episode 132, Gintoki starts his new job at the inn. The place takes care of spirits who can't move on. This includes famous people from Japan's history, like legendary real-world samurai Oda Nobunaga. Along with a ghost named Rei, Gintoki helps the inn's clients. If he doesn't, his possessed friends will be stuck playing Uno forever. A fate worse than death. The spirit Rei approaches Gintoki with a suggestion. She's sick of doing what the inn's owner says. She asks to fuse with Gintoki as his stand and rebel against the old woman. The inn's owner is fused with the spirit of her husband, who passed away 10 years ago. Together, they're incredibly powerful. Rei hopes that she and Gintoki will be able to take on the innkeepers. Gintoki recruits the spirits of former samurai who are staying at the inn. Unfortunately, the spirits are loyal to the innkeeper and double-cross him. For his betrayal, Gintoki is thrown into a jail cell, fated to stay at the inn and work for the innkeeper for the rest of his life. In episode 133, Gintoki manages to break out of his jail cell. Kagura, Shinpachi, and Otae unite to help him. They overcome their Uno possession and let their spirits leave their bodies as living stands. Even in death, Gintoki's friends would come to his aid. Gintoki also figures out the secret to defeating stands. All you have to do is show them compassion and sympathy and help them move on to the afterlife. Basically, Gintoki throws a giant ghost party and defeats all the inn's spirits through kindness. That's pretty on brand for Gintoki. The innkeeper flies into a rage and summons her stand. Together, they're so powerful that they're thrown into an entirely different anime. She fuses with her dead husband and becomes even more powerful. The monstrous innkeeper hits Gintoki with the legendary Ora Ora attack. Before the last blow ends Gintoki for good, he transforms into a glam rockin' ultimate stand user. In episode 134, it's revealed that Gintoki got his power to transform from his stand, Rei. The spirit wants the inn to go back to the good, welcoming place that it used to be. When the innkeeper's husband passed away, she was left all alone. She had no one but the spirits to keep her company, so she fought to keep them chained up at her inn. Gintoki has an epic battle with the innkeeper, where he transforms into different stands. Finally, he finishes off the innkeeper with a shotgun blast. Yeah, it's extremely effective. The innkeeper is prepared to end the battle, but her husband's spirit isn't. He grows enormous and pulls the spirits of every living and dead being in the area into himself. The innkeeper's love reaches her spirit companions. They fight against the power pulling them in. All the stands thank the innkeeper for taking care of them over the years. Then they ascend into the afterlife. The battle ends and everything settles. Gintoki and the others say goodbye to the innkeeper and go home. The innkeeper turns back to her inn to find that she's not alone. Rei stayed behind to be her companion. In episode 135, Gintoki meets the new editor of Gintama for Jump magazine, also based on the manga's real-world editor. The editor is under pressure to save the manga, which has gotten stale recently. Once again, Gintoki gets involved. Over drinks and dinner, they discuss how to add what Gintama is missing. Appeal. In the story they came up with, the manga's protagonist Ginta meets his childhood friend. She's now a beautiful woman who is a dentist slash basketball player slash bride. She turns out to be an Amanto alien from the planet of giant boobs. She takes Ginta on a train ride through space to face the final battle versus Planet Flatchest. Also, don't worry about the shape of their rockets. Also, she has 47 sisters and can transform into a giant robot. Yeah, that sounds about right for Gintaman. Episode 136 doesn't exist. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura ad-lib while the anime's writers throw together a last-minute story. The actual episode stars everyone's favorite sunglass-wearing loser, the dork. This time, his wife is planning to come visit his home, except debt collectors are after him, so he's kind of in between homes right now. Gintoki takes the dork to a real estate agent who isn't picky about his clients. They explore different properties for the dork, but they're all literal doghouses. The agent takes them to see one place that isn't a doghouse. It would be perfect if it obviously wasn't a murder scene. 7 people have died here, and there's blood all over the walls. But it's super affordable, and the view is great. Gintoki, the dork, and the real estate agent start fighting over who gets the apartment. A distorted voice urges them to kill. Legend has it, none of them were ever seen again. In part 1 of episode 137, Sachan and Kondo get rejected by Gintoki and Otae yet again. The two team up to solve each other's love problems. Sachan and Kondo think that if they make Otae and Gintoki think that they're taken, they'll appreciate their stalkers more. So, Sachan and Kondo dress up as a happy couple. Well, Sachan's image of a happy couple. They're chained together with love. Instead of being jealous, Otae and Gintoki are really supportive. The plan backfires. Sachan and Kondo tell them the truth. Gintoki and Otae bring out the people they think they're in love with and get it completely wrong. Part 2 is another Christmas special. Gintoki meets with his old friends, Santa and the reindeer. It turns out that dressing in full leather and sneaking into children's homes is kind of frowned upon. Santa and the reindeer were arrested for trespassing after meeting Gintoki last time. Santa gave up his job and split up with the reindeer. Now, Santa's down on his luck and in debt, while the reindeer is thriving as a loan shark. Both miss their time delivering presents together. Gintoki gets a cart, sleigh for them, and they go out to deliver presents for old time's sake. They come across a girl whose mother is giving birth in the cold street. Santa and the reindeer leap into action, bringing the mother to the hospital in time. Santa gets to see the little girl smile and remembers what he loved about his old job. He goes back to being Santa. Christmas is saved! In episode 138, Shinpachi and Kagura find an old photo of Gintoki with a stunning pink-haired woman. Gintoki takes a nostalgic trip down memory lane of former Odd Jobs members. The beauty in the photo basically had Catherine's job. She cleaned and cooked and helped Otose around the bar downstairs. There was a guy who was just like Shinpachi too, a black guy with a gun arm who spoke almost exclusively in English curse words. Just like Shinpachi. Completely indistinguishable. Totally not another Final Fantasy ripoff. He had a lady doing Kagura's job too. They could be twins. Anyway, Gintoki went on a lot of adventures with these guys. They did stuff like catch bad guys and catch bad guys. Whatever happened to them? Well, they bonded with each other instead of Gintoki, and he kinda got left in the dust. They parted under totally non-suspicious circumstances. Episode 139 starts the epic 7-episode Yoshiwara in Flames arc that was reimagined and released as a movie in February 2026. The story begins when a young street urchin named Seita tries to steal Gintoki's wallet. Joke's on him, that dude's got nothing to steal. Seita begs Gintoki for help. He's collecting money to buy a meeting with a courtesan in the underground district of Yoshiwara. The young boy is after the most beautiful and popular courtesan of the district, a woman named Hinowa. It's not what you think. The kid wants to meet with her because he believes she's his mother. Gintoki visits Yoshiwara to gather intel. A dolled-up Kagura and Shinpachi arrive to back him up, bringing the kid with them. The gang's all here, and they might not be leaving. The head of the entire district is a shadowy man named Hosen. He's known as the Night King Hosen, leader of the Yato clan, the same bloodthirsty alien race that Kagura is a member of. Hosen sends word to his guards to keep Gintoki, Shinpachi, Kagura, and the kid underground, through any means necessary. The gang is attacked by a group of guard women that protects the courtesans. They ruthlessly take down anyone who harasses the courtesans, and they're led by the most terrifying one of them all, a woman with a huge scar on her face named Tsukuyo. In episode 140, the scarred Tsukuyo attacks the Oddjobs and the kid with throwing knives. She sends her fighters to Hosen to report that they've done what he asked. The knives were fake though. Everyone's just fine. Tsukuyo shows them how to escape from Yoshiwara without being seen. She's loyal to Hinowa, not Hosen, and Hinowa asked her to help the group escape. The district of Yoshiwara is allowed to run by its own rules, while the government turns a blind eye to it. It's become popular with the powerful and wealthy. The courtesans here often hear secrets no one else can ever know. For that reason, any courtesan who enters the district is never allowed to leave. Hinowa broke that rule 8 years ago when she brought Seita to the surface. Instead of killing Hinowa, Hosen brought her back to the underground world. Before Gintoki and the gang can escape, they're attacked by some members of the Yato clan, and one of them is Kamui, Kagura's brother. In episode 141, Night King Hosen meets with the Yato visitors. Kagura's brother Kamui is clearly just here to stir up trouble. He wants to go against the leader's orders and bring Seita to see his mother. Hosen might be older, but he's still a Yato, so he and Kamui duke it out. Meanwhile, Gintoki, Kagura, and Shinpachi try to get past Hosen's guards. They're all women who Tsukuyo saved from being disposed of by Hosen. Instead, Tsukuyo scarred their faces and made them her fighters. Now, their commander turns against them.
Maire!
The Oddjobs gang get past the guards and join the fight in Hosen's quarters. In episode 142, Tsukuyo just takes the attacks of her former companions. She doesn't strike back and simply allows them to hurt her. When she tells them to finish the job, they lay down their weapons and join her instead. Meanwhile, Shinpachi and Kagura send Gintoki to fight the big boss while they face the messy-haired Yato. She's no longer a fighting machine like the rest of her clan. This gives the Yato a huge advantage over her, but the Yato makes a huge mistake. He goes after her friend. Kagura doesn't want to hurt anyone, but she'll do anything to protect her friends. When the Yato hurts Shinpachi, something in Kagura snaps. Damn! She stops pulling her punches and unleashes her real strength. This is not the Kagura that we've grown to know and love over 142 episodes. Kagura overpowers the Yato and goes in for the kill. Shinpachi stops her from going too far. After all, if she gave in to her bloodlust, she would be no better than her brother. In episode 143, Kamui brings the young boy Seita to see Hinowa. Hosen greets them by the locked room where he keeps Hinowa. He tells them the truth. She's not Seita's mother. his mother died when he was born. Then, Hinowa risked her life to take Seita away from this horrible place. It doesn't matter to Seita. Hinowa suffered so that he would be safe. If that isn't a mother's love, then I don't know what is. A young boy and the shining sun of Yoshiwara are finally reunited. Gintoki chooses this moment to arrive. Kamui backs out and lets Gintoki and Hozen fight each other one-on-one. Hozen attacks with a massive umbrella. Gintoki is no match for the king of the Yato, the most powerful beings in the universe. With just a few blows, Gintoki is defeated. When episode 144 begins, it's not looking good for Gintoki, but our boy Gin has lived through stabbings, shootings, poison, and even his own stupidity. Don't give up on him just yet. While Hozen is distracted, Seita tries to run with Hinowa. When she doesn't move, he realizes she can't move. Just like Kagura and all other Yato, Hozen can't handle the sun. So, he created his empire underground where the sun can't reach. Hinowa acts as the shining sun that keeps the women from completely giving up hope. Which is why, when she ran away with Seita 8 years ago, he brought her back instead of killing her. Then, he made sure she would never run away again by slicing her legs and removing her ability to walk completely. Damn! Seita doesn't give up. He'll carry her to the surface if he has to. At that moment, the protectors of Yoshiwara arrive, led by the scar-faced Tsukuyo. Gintoki, Tsukuyo, and all of Yoshiwara's protectors gang up on Hozen. Hinowa realizes that they'll never win against Hozen with brute force. They'll have to use a special weapon, the sun. So she sends Seita to the district's control room, with Shinpachi and Kagura tagging along. In episode 145, Gintoki is barely holding up in the battle against Hozen. This guy just won't stay down. Just when things are looking bleak, Seita, Shinpachi, and Kagura make it to the control room. Seita pulls a lever that opens the district's roof. For the first time in many years, sunlight comes filtering down into Yoshiwara. When he's hit by the blinding sun, Hozen shrivels up like a vampire. Gintoki lands one final powerful blow with his wooden sword. Finally, after 6 episodes, the horrific rule of Night King Hozen comes to an end. In episode 146, Hinowa says goodbye to Hozen. She knows that the cruel, horrible person was just a lonely old man who could never enjoy the sunlight. So, he dragged everyone down into the darkness with him. With Hozen down, Kagura is more than ready to take on her brother. Everyone's too wounded to fight though, and Kamui wants to face them at their best, so he just leaves. Guess that'll be a battle for another day. After the battle, the sun rises on a brand new Yoshiwara. Kamui's target was Hozen, so he doesn't care what happens to the place. The women decide to stay and rebuild the district into a home instead of a prison. They can continue to make a living as courtesans, but now it's their choice, and they're no longer limited to the old-fashioned geisha outfits. Bring on the leather and latex! Hinowa now has a wheelchair, and Seita lives with her as a happy mother and son. They even own a toy store together. It might not be a traditional city, but it's a place full of love and community. It won't always be easy, but at least now the sun will always shine down on Yoshiwara. In episode 147, Kagura and Shinpachi want to become stronger. With Gintoki's help, they brainstorm how to train so they can be ready for the next multi-episode story arc. They come up with training plans that keep coming back to using a bear, not to battle it. That would make sense. They want to train the bear. How is this gonna help them? Other characters stop by and provide more training ideas. Of course, none of them are helpful, and all of them somehow come back to the bear. Finally, Kagura and Shinpachi give up and go train by themselves. They don't need anyone. Looks like they're strong already. In episode 148, the police officers Hijikata and Sogo are captured and wake up in an abandoned house. They're attached to each other at the neck by a long chain that's wound around a pipe. The man in the mask greets them on a TV screen. He introduces himself as Jigsaw and invites them to play a little game. Wait, I feel like I've seen this plot before. Jigsaw has planted a bomb in Police HQ that's set to go off in 3 days. The key to their shackles is in the room with them, but there's a catch. Unlocking one of the neck braces will set off a bomb in the other. In other words, only one of them is getting out of this situation alive. Neither Hijikata nor Sogo is willing to take the first step to betray the other, but as soon as it's officially in self-defense, well, they don't have a choice, do they? Let the psychological games begin. In episode 149, Hijikata throws the key out the window. Not that either one of them was gonna use it, of course. The men are still chained up 2 days later. They find a small handsaw in one of the lockers, but that doesn't even scratch the chain. Sogo grows weak from lack of food and water. He realizes that the saw isn't for the chains, it's for one of their heads. He tells Hijikata to save their fellow officers and slices into his own neck. Hijikata grabs Sogo and pulls on the chains so hard that he breaks the pipe. He rushes out, but a false step sends him crashing through the floor. He holds on for dear life above a seemingly bottomless pit. And then Sogo gets up and takes off the neck shackle. Wait, what? Sogo set this whole thing up. He was working with Jigsaw the entire time. It was all just a really elaborate and convoluted game. Sogo drops the chain into the pit, dragging Hijikata down with it. See you later! In episode 150, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura announced that this will be the final episode of Gintama. But based on how much time is left in this video, I'm sure you know that that's probably not true. The episode speeds through a few potential endings at super speed. Epic battle, stuff happened, the end. Man, what a satisfying conclusion. In one ending, Shinpachi is a magical girl with a hamster familiar, for some reason. Why is his staff blurred? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. And in the end, they all come clean and admit that it's a lie. Gintama will resume as normal in Season 4. In episode 151, Gintoki visits the barbershop for a haircut. Kagura and Shinpachi read a manga while they wait. When they tell the barber that the 7th volume is missing, he runs out to get it. Left alone, the Odd Jobs team takes over a barbershop. Gintoki and Co. put on disguises and pretend to be seasoned barbers. Like, how hard could it be? Their first customer is Kondo. He's looking to completely change his look so he can redefine himself. Zura comes in next. If Kondo sees Zura, he'll try to arrest him for sure, so the three do everything they can to keep their only 2 customers from looking at each other. Their third customer is going to be more of a problem. They open the door to find a shogun. How are they supposed to do the hair of the leader of Edo? In episode 152, the Odd Jobs gang try their best to give the shogun a good haircut. He wants to spruce up his samurai top knot. Kagura steps up to do his hair, but she's so nervous she pukes all over his head. An undigested fish cake gets stuck on the shogun's head. They fail to get it off in any normal way, so Kagura shaves it off, but she also accidentally shaves off the shogun's prized top knot. Gintoki chucks the shogun's hair out in anger and a dog runs off with it. How is he gonna restore the hair now? They try to replace the top knot with Kondo's pubic hair, and then Kondo's pubic hair with Zura's bangs. Finally, they replace the top knot with doggy doo-doo. But why though? The shogun leaves the barbershop in tears. He's so upset by how the commoners get their haircuts that he gives the barbershop money to rebuild bigger and better. Oh, wow, what a nice guy. In episode 153, Kagura can't sleep. She wakes up Gintoki to help. What follows is a scene every parent is familiar with. They try switching beds, but his bed smells weird. They try running her around the room to burn energy, but it makes her too hyper. They try feeding her, but then she's too full. Finally, they turn on the radio. The radio show they listen to tells a sad story about a girl and her dog. It starts as a typical retelling of a familiar tale. The girl leaves, and the dog waits for her in the same spot until he passes away. The sad story ends in a jump scare, with a kind old man transforming into a monster. For some unexplainable reason, that finally does the trick. Kagura falls peacefully asleep. Except now Gintoki is too scared to sleep. In episode 154, Kyubei's guardian plans a surprise birthday party for him. Shinpachi and his sister arrive at Kyubei's home to find the place swarming with celebrities. Shinpachi and the others do their best to blend in with the crowd. They're not great at such formal occasions, and everything they do makes them stand out even more. When Otae tries to take a cake to Kyubei, another guest bumps into her and it ends up on the floor. Shinpachi makes a scene demanding that the man apologize to his sister. The rest of the fancy people at the party look down on the group. Kyubei's guardian steps in and tells them off. It turns out that he only invited the Oddjobs and their friends. The rest of the guests are uninvited roaches who came out to suck up to Kyubei. The scum is driven out, and Kyubei gets to enjoy a wonderful birthday surrounded by friends. In episode 155, Gintoki and the dork try to make a fortune by betting on a horse race. They immediately lose everything. The dork starts to realize that his entire string of misfortunes started when Gintoki entered his life. Actually, every bad thing that happens to the dork seems to be Gintoki's fault. Remember that time he died in a haunted apartment? Even that was Gintoki's fault. The two don't let bad luck drag them down though. They sell their clothes and put their last bit of money into one final horse race. Gintoki pretends to support the dork, but he actually has his own plan. Gintoki relies on the dork's horrible luck and places his bet on the horse that the dork didn't bet on. The horses Gintoki and the dork bet on race neck to neck. The dork's horse emerges as the winner. Gintoki rips up his betting stub in anger. A moment later, the decision is revised and the dork's horse is eliminated, making Gintoki the winner. Except his ticket is in shreds, and once again, nobody wins. The beginning of episode 156 is presented like a black and white silent film. Zura sends Elizabeth into the city to buy some shampoo. Elizabeth wanders around the city getting lost and meeting all sorts of odd characters. When she finally returns, Zura gets mad that she accidentally bought conditioner instead. No respect. The rest of the episode is seen from the perspective of the different visitors to a street vendor's stall. Throughout the evening, different characters show up at the stall to chat and complain about various things, including each other. They enjoy refreshing drinks like strawberry milk or mayonnaise. Can you guess who's who? Whatever your guess is, you're wrong. None of these people are even part of the show. In episode 157, Shinpachi's hardcore Otsu-chan fan club is in trouble. Only a handful of members show up at a concert to show their undying devotion for the popular idol. The rest of the members have been poached by Hijikata's new rival fan club, the Susengumi. Hijikata has turned into his otaku persona again, named Toshi, after his first name, Toshiro. While Shinpachi's fan club requires members to be 100% devoted to the idol and nobody else, Toshi's Susengumi is more welcoming to all sorts of fandoms. So, Shinpachi's followers leave his side and defect to the Susengumi. He's left with only one other member, the mouse-toothed childhood friend he saved way back in Season 1, Takachin. Hijikata arrives at the Oddjobs office to gloat. Together, they watch a live interview with Otsu. She's upset that her fandom has been getting into fights lately, so she announces that she'll be forming an official Otsu fan club to unite them. Otsu will be holding a challenge to decide which group will be made official. 4 members will compete compete for each group in tests of strength, smarts, charisma, and above all, their undying love for the pop star. In episode 158, Hijikata reveals that he's not Toshi after all. Ever since the Shinsengumi crisis arc ended, he's been literally fighting his inner demon. He formed the Susengumi because his inner otaku just wants to be remembered. Then, he'll disappear for good. Shinpachi won't let Hijikata use his beloved Otsu as a stepping stone to his personal goals. The battle for being the top Otsu fan club is so on. Hundreds of fans show up to take on the first challenge. Teams will race 10 kilometers, or just over 6 miles, from their starting point to a TV station in Edo. Shinpachi's team is made up of himself, Takachin, Gintoki, and Kagura, with the last two only after the winner's cash prize. Hijikata teams up with Kondo, Yamazaki, and Sogo. As soon as the race starts, Kagura runs off in the wrong direction, and Gintoki tries to hail a cab. Takachin tells Gintoki off, then gets hit by a taxi carrying Sogo. Getting even one team member disqualified will mean the end for Shinpachi's team, so he and Gintoki carry a lifeless Takachin between them. He's totally fine. Just walk it off. In episode 159, Shinpachi and Gintoki try to carry Takachin's dead weight through the race, but it's too much for them. Gintoki carries Takachin to have a doctor look at him, promising to return once he's been checked out. Gintoki returns within minutes. Whoa, that was fast. He's recovered already? But when Gintoki calls Takachin over, he's a huge, burly foreigner now called Takatin. That's clearly not the same person. Further down the race path, Shinpachi catches up to the other fan club teams. When he tries to get past them, they link up and form a human wall. Apparently, they've all united to support Hijikata. Shinpachi's love for Otsu can't be stopped. When they pass over a bridge, he bypasses all the people by running along the bridge's railing. When he's almost across, Gintoki and Takatin catch up. Takatin slices through the bridge with a pair of the world's strongest baguettes. The bridge collapses, taking all the racers, including Shinpachi, down with it. In episode 160, Hijikata runs ahead and crosses the finish line, netting a win for the Susengumi. Takatin gets the odd jobs a close second. Hijikata and Shinpachi's team moves on to the first real challenge. This time, the teams have to answer trivia questions about Otsu while sitting on top of slides leading into a pool. Getting an answer wrong, or the other team getting an answer right, makes the slides steeper. Last one not in the water is the winner. When the challenge starts, Shinpachi immediately slides into the water. I mean, Shinpachi's glasses slide into the water. Where is Shinpachi anyway? He wasn't even in his place yet. Oh, well, Shinpachi is basically the same as his glasses? The elimination stands. Hijikata is also eliminated in the first round for failing to list the full title of a film. This leaves the trivia round in the hands of characters who know absolutely nothing about Otsu. Somehow, Shinpachi's team repeatedly stumbles onto the right answer, including when Takatin buzzes in to ask for a bathroom break. Kondo accidentally guesses the answer to the last question, and Otsu launches Shinpachi's team into the water and one go. The Susengumi are declared the winners of this round. In episode 161, the two teams compete in the second challenge, showing their love for Otsu-chan. Using a simulation, each team has to hit on Otsu and get her to go to a love hotel with them. Just how does Otsu see her fans? First up are the Susengumi. Sogo narrates the scene. Hijikata and a dolled-up Yamazaki in drag sit at a fancy bar where Kondo is the bartender. When Otsu arrives, Kondo and Yamazaki make Hijikata and Otsu feel left out. So, they join up and leave for a hotel instead. They did it! In their turn, Gintoki acts as the narrator. He sets up an equally romantic scene. 4 travelers journey through a barren desert to a legendary kingdom. Hey, this is just the plot of Journey to the West. They come across a hotel in the middle of the desert and decide to stop for the night. Otsu refuses to go inside, questioning their intentions, so Gintoki rips the narrator out of the background, turning it into his own character. They spend a few nights like this, until one night, Otsu realizes that the others have been spending their nights outside without her knowing, protecting her. Touched by their loyalty, Otsu finally gives in and goes into the hotel with the group. In the end, Otsu chooses Shinpachi's team as the official winner of the challenge. Episode 162 kicks off the tie-breaking final challenge. Shinpachi and Hijikata face off in a boxing ring, but instead of a physical battle, the two have to compete with a card battle. The two are thrown into a Yu-Gi-Oh! Style battle using trading cards from a failed Otsu potato chip promotion. Hijikata comes fully prepared with a whole collection, but Shinpachi has none. Gintoki quickly buys bags of chips, but every single one of them is the same. Bassist Kim, a completely useless card. Hijikata plays a sentimental Otsu card and powers her up with that time of the month. She lands a blow, but Kim sacrifices his mole to withstand the attack. What even is this anime? Shinpachi finally pulls a different card. Kiyoshi, the drummer. These two guys don't even get along because one stole the other's last pizza slice. Shinpachi pulls out a mystery card. It reveals who really stole the pizza. The two make up and team up. They reflect the sentimental Otsu's attack back at her. In episode 163, Hijikata's life points drop fast. He's about to lose when his inner nerd, Toshi, comes out. Toshi activates his trap card and summons the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Sorry, I got carried away. Wrong anime. Toshi's actual trap card negates all other cards, players, and the entire audience. When the smoke clears, both Hijikata and Shinpachi have been knocked down to 0 HP. Shinpachi and Hijikata get up and start actually fighting each other. An alarmed Otsu begs them to stop, but the two keep at it. In a scene straight from Hajime no Ippo, they box each other with all their hearts. Toshi realizes he never wanted to be the king of the otaku. All he wanted was to make memories with his friends. Aww. What a sweet moment for Hijikata's demon sword alter ego. Hijikata and Shinpachi finish the fight with a double KO. A while later, Hijikata holds a memorial service for Toshi. Meanwhile, Shinpachi's club is given the official title, but he turns it down. Members start to trickle back into the club, led by Shinpachi's belief that cheering on someone you love doesn't have to be official. In part 1 of episode 164, Odd Jobs Gin is being upstaged by a rival company called Odd Jobs Keen. The imposters are getting all the good jobs, leaving Gintoki and Co. without any clients. Gintoki and the others crash into the rivals' offices. The new agency is made up of Gintoki's old team members from episode 138. I thought Gintoki killed them. I thought they disappeared. In part 2, Shinpachi finds the Odd Jobs office empty and sapped of color. A strange man climbs out of the table drawer and claims he's a robot from the future. What is this, Doraemon? The robot was sent back in time by one of Shinpachi's descendants. He's come to help Shinpachi be less of a loser. He warns Shinpachi about an artificial intelligence called Skynet that's going to bring about a war between robots and humans. And wait a second, this is Shinpachi, not Connor. Oops, wrong house. In episode 165, Gintama goes live action. No, wait, those are just mannequins. Actually, in this episode, everyone except Shinpachi gets sick with a new strain of the flu. Shinpachi ends up at the dojo taking care of Gintoki, Kagura, Otae, and for some reason, Kondo and Sachan. They try different remedies to get better, but nothing works. As temperatures and delusions reach a feverish high, the dork and Zura arrive at the dojo. Being sick turns Zura into a weird and probably racist combination of Will Smith and Barack Obama. Ill Smith sucks the virus out of the air, curing everyone in the dojo.
Yes, we can.
The sickness is too powerful and comes back out the other end. This time, everyone the virus touches turns into a Smith-Obama mashup. In episode 166, Hijikata tries to arrest Gintoki for interfering with an investigation. Instead, they end up handcuffed together at both wrists. The two have no choice but to work together to chase the bad guy Hijikata's after. They follow the man, trying to act natural, or as natural as two guys handcuffed together can be. They have to abandon their quest when both need to go to the bathroom. I need somebody to calculate just how much of this anime takes place in a freaking bathroom. The two try to figure out the logistics of using the bathroom while handcuffed together. Yeah, that'll work. With that little side quest taken care of, Gintoki and Hijikata resume their chase of the bad guy. Their investigation leads them right into a group of thugs. They fight, using their handcuffs to their advantage. Hey, these two make a great team. In episode 167, the Odd Jobs crew thinks something might be wrong with their green-haired robot friend Tama. Might? She looks like she's straight from Final Fantasy VII, the original one. They're sure it's just an optical illusion, until Tama goes full retro and turns into an 8-bit video game character. Gintoki takes Tama to their local mechanic and robot expert, Gengai, who announces that she has a cold. How do robots even get colds? More accurately, Tama has a virus that will consume her if not treated quickly, so they'll have to take more drastic measures. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura are shrunk down and sent into Tama's program to fix her from the inside. Deep inside Tama's body, the trio find a strange man in white with an arrow sticking out of his rear end. As his last words, he begs the heroes to send a message to his king. The body's defenders have fallen to the virus army. This world is about to be taken over by the tapir virus. In episode 168, the Odd Jobs team finds a whole city inside Tama, populated by white blood cells. These cells are the body's antivirus protection. The town is just their home base. Between the shops, inn, and church save point, it feels more like a classic Dragon Quest game. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura pass on the fallen blood cell's message to the king. The king tries to add his mother and mutt to their team as the world's so-called strongest warriors. A tiny version of 8-bit Tama shows up with a magical truth mirror. Shining it on the king reveals that he's actually an agent of the tapir virus. They're too late. All the white blood cells in this town have already been corrupted by the virus. Gintoki and his friends defend themselves against the virus warriors with special toothpicks given to them by the mechanic. The king goes in for an attack, but his dog bites down and holds him back. The truth mirror shows the dog's true form. He is the true king of the white blood cells, and he looks just like Gintoki. Tama created the king based on the strongest person he knows. Aww, that's kinda sweet. But 2 Gintokis is 1 too many. Or 2 too many, depending on how you feel about this video so far. In episode 169, Tama's mainframe is already corrupted by the virus. It's protected by an army of corrupted white blood cells. Kagura leaps in and distracts them, while the others run for the mainframe. The 2 Gintokis get carried away competing. They throw attacks around until there are no bad guys left. The white blood cell king tells the others to leave. He's taking on the final boss alone. He's got this. Tama explains that the king acts hostile to push others away so they don't get hurt, just like the real Gintoki. As she begins to fade away, she asks Gintoki to forget about her and save her other friend. Gintoki promises Tama he'll save both her and the king. He and his twin enter the chamber of the final boss. The source of the virus and the reason why this body is dying takes off its mask. The heroes stare in horror as Tama stands before them. The virus has completely taken over. Fighting the boss is like fighting Tama herself. The king's body refuses to move to hurt the person who created him, but Gintoki has no problem attacking. In episode 170, the team gangs up on the tapir virus. Who cares if she looks like Tama? Even the White Cell King finds a way to join the fight by hitting Gintoki into the final boss. Like a proper final boss, the virus reveals its true demonic form. The party tries to attack, but the virus's power starts to turn them into pixel sprites. Gintoki and his doppelganger work together. They fire off a powerful attack against the virus. The virus retaliates with its own energy beam, and they meet in the middle. While the White King holds the virus's attack back, Gintoki runs around. The two blast the virus with an immense light attack from both sides, finally defeating him. The remaining virus's fighters change into white robes and join Tama's defense force. Their robot friend is officially cured. Using that much power was too much for the White King, and he starts to disintegrate. There's only one way to save him. They're gonna have to get even smaller and go in to fix him from the inside. Nah, they're just kidding. This story arc is over. The first part of episode 171 celebrates the 30th anniversary of Mobile Suit Gundam. Two men break into the Oddjob's office in search of loot. They speak almost entirely in parody Gundam quotes. They don't find any money to steal, but they do find a superhuman robot, a hiding ninja, and a dog the size of a polar bear. In other words, nothing to see here, just an ordinary house. In part 2, the Oddjob's gang suddenly starts losing a lot of hair. They argue about what to do and imagine what the anime would look like if they all had different hair. The hair loss is caused by an Amanto virus. The government distributes a cure, but a balding Sadaharu swallows it all. In episode 172, a dangerous serial killer is brought to the police HQ. Despite being in a straitjacket and killing many people, the man won't stop smiling. The Shinsengumi officers take turns trying different methods of interrogating the criminal. No matter what they do, the man simply keeps smiling and being painfully nice. In the end, it turns out that the man wasn't the serial killer at all. He was just some nice guy who got mixed up in things because of a similar name. In episode 173, Gintoki bumps into Zura and Elizabeth while walking Sadaharu. Something seems a little different about Elizabeth. I can't quite put my finger on it. Zura seems completely oblivious that his beloved pet has been replaced by a Russian imposter. The Oddjob's team sets out to show Zura the truth, but nothing they do works. Finally, the real Elizabeth blasts the imposter away. We'll never know what she's had to get through to get back here, will we? In part 2, Gintoki and Sadaharu switch bodies. Gintoki's friends are concerned when he starts acting like a dog, but not too concerned. I mean, this is Gintoki. Some level of weird is always expected. After a long day, Gintoki goes to sleep. When he wakes up, he's no longer in Sadaharu's body. Yay! He's in Shinpachi's glasses instead. Oh. The gang goes fishing in episode 174. The dork goes with them, with the goal of fishing up enough to repay his debts. Instead, all he keeps fishing up is life-size plastic, dolls. In part 2, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura get stuck in an elevator with a random man. Shinpachi tries to get everyone's spirits up with a word association game. The man's a real downer, tying everything they talk about back to the devastating fire that destroyed his home, and his family, and his wife. Isn't that the same doll the dork fished up in the last part? The gang swears the elevator is running out of air. When Shinpachi collapses, the other two spring into action. They break through the elevator's floor and climb down the shaft. If there's no way out, sometimes you gotta make your own path. In episode 175, Gintoki and Hijikata get toothaches and end up at the same dentist's office. Both are incredibly strong men with few weaknesses, and both are terrified of the dentist. The dork also arrives for treatment and leaves the office with a brand new toothbrush attached to his arm. Wait, where did his arm go? Ah, there it is. Gintoki and Hijikata are called into the exam room together. They meet the dentist and his lovely assistants, two terrifying robots with drill arms. They're given a few options: body modification surgery, or free drinks and body modification surgery. Hard to choose. What they choose doesn't matter anyway. In the end, both end up with a lady robot attached at the you-know-what, the forehead arm. The forehead arm seems to be more useful, if I'm being honest. The robot nurses get to work treating Hijikata and Gintoki's cavities. Their newly attached women take all the pain for them and break. Later, two desperate men show up at a mechanic's with their broken, surgically attached robots. And yes, they still have toothaches. Episode 176 features a special countdown of the best lines in Gintama. Hey, does the animation look a little different to you? Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura present the countdown while looking like Nintendo Mii's for reasons. The episode highlights classic lines like, "There is no longer anything for you to protect," and "It'll take more than a blow like that to break my..." Wait, I don't remember that last one. What's with that sus editing? In episode 177, Odd Jobs Gin are summoned back to the underground district of Yoshiwara by its protector, Tsukuyo. Though the district is free now, Hozen's death left a power vacuum. The crime rate is at an all-time high, especially in relation to drugs. Tsukuyo asks Gintoki for help with investigating the people she believes to be behind the drug trade in her home, the Red Spider Gang. Gintoki and Tsukuyo pretend to be husband and wife and get a spot in the Red Spider Gang. As part of their initiation, the two are sent out on a mission to bring in new shipments with the gang's drug team. The team consists of them and a frail old dude. Not exactly a huge force to be reckoned with. In the past, the different gangs waged war against each other to be the top dealers in the area. Recently, every gang's leader has been eliminated by a single man. They're all forced to work with him. Gintoki and Tsukuyo find that man waiting for him at the docks. He spots them watching and attacks. In episode 178, Gintoki and Tsukuyo fight the man and his thugs. He's a knife thrower like Tsukuyo, and he seems to know her. The man peels off a mask to reveal the burned remains of half of his face. That's when Tsukuyo finally recognizes him. He is Jiraiya, her old mentor. Jiraiya is the man who made Tsukuyo who he is today. He taught her that if she wants to protect others instead of being protected, she has to give up being a woman. He was the only person she trusted. Then he died in a fire, or she thought he did. Jiraiya came out of hiding because of Gintoki. Tsukuyo was his perfect creation, a weapon he honed. But meeting Gintoki has made her question her decision to stop being a woman. Unpopular opinion here, but maybe, just maybe, she can be a woman and be strong? I know, it's insane. Everyone in the district of Yoshiwara has a role to play. The beautiful courtesan Hinowa is the sun, guiding everyone forward with hope. Tsukuyo is the moon, her dark protector, and Jiraiya is the spider. Every knife he threw had an invisible thread attached. Jiraiya walks around in mid-air and pounces on his prey. He skewers Gintoki, landing what he thinks is a killing blow. After Jiraiya leaves, Gintoki is rescued by our old friend, the shaggy-haired ninja, now constantly complaining of hemorrhoids. But Tsukuyo is taken away by Jiraiya. She's trapped in his literal spiderweb and forced to watch as her old mentor takes down everything she loves. In episode 179, the shaggy-haired ninja tells Gintoki about Jiraiya. When the Yamato invaded, the shogun decided to give in to the aliens' demands. The ninjas wanted to continue fighting, so to keep the peace through submission, the rulers of Edo ordered all ninjas to be killed. And the man who completed this job was one of the ninjas, Jiraiya. The ninja massacre was just an extreme way for Jiraiya to get close to the shogun. He failed to assassinate the shogun, but he got out alive. His obsession with his prey is what fuels him, and his current prey is Tsukuyo. Jiraiya sets up his web, and with Tsukuyo watching, lights her beloved Yoshiwara on fire. Instead of running, Yoshiwara fights back. Hinowa instructs everyone to do what they can to stop the flames from spreading. Kagura and Shinpachi run around the city, cutting down strings in Jiraiya's web, and Gintoki heads straight for the source. Jiraiya tells Tsukuyo that he wanted her to be just like him. She was supposed to be completely alone and rely on no one but herself. He claims she's grown weak by finding something to protect and care about. about. He prepares to slice up her face to be more like his when Gintoki arrives finally and stops him. Took him long enough. Episode 180 starts with a flashback. Gintoki was found by his former mentor when he was a young boy, scavenging and eating corpses on a battlefield. The episode jumps back to current time, where Tsukuyo's former mentor faces off against a very angry Gintoki. He tells Tsukuyo that she's allowed to lean on others, to cry, to ask for help. None of those things make her weak. For the first time, the threads of Jiraya's web tremble at the attack of another hunter. Gintoki uses Jiraya's own web to fight the man with the ruined face. Jiraiya asks Gintoki how he can match him in battle. To become the ultimate fighter, Jiraiya sacrificed everything and devoted himself completely to becoming stronger. Jiraiya lost his family when he was young and was forced to become an attack dog for the people who killed them. Hating what he had become, his sister took her own life. His goal from the beginning was to have Tsukuyo end his life. Gintoki tells him he's a coward who got rid of everything because he was scared of losing it. Gintoki recalls his own mentor's teaching. He doesn't fight to cut down his enemies. He fights to protect his friends and his own soul. Gintoki cuts Jiraiya down, but the broken man gets up to try one final attack. Tsukuyo hits him with a throwing knife, finally ending his life. In the last moments before death, Jiraiya asks Tsukuyo for forgiveness, and she takes him outside to see the moon one last time. In episode 181, Yoshiwara rebuilds from the disastrous fires. Hinowa asks the Odd Jobs team to check on Tsukuyo, who's been hiding in her room since the incident. When they show up though, it turns out that Tsukuyo's been sneaking out to help the city rebuild despite her injuries. She seems the same as always, not showing her weak side to anyone. The others worry that she's pushing herself too hard, so they find a way for Tsukuyo to rest while she works. She can show the twice-over savior of Yoshiwara how thankful the district is to him. Whoa, she's actually letting herself be feminine. After he gets over the shock, Gintoki realizes what's going on. He decides to ensure that Tsukuyo gets some well-deserved rest. He serves her sake, and she completely transforms into a rowdy drunk. Tsukuyo pulls in Gintoki's friends and Hinowa, who have been watching the whole time. At the end of the night, Tsukuyo asks Gintoki if he thinks her life would have been different if she hadn't made her face ugly, and for once, he says the right thing. Episode 182 is another countdown episode. This time, the Odd Jobs trio counts down the character rankings in a popularity poll. Despite being a main character, Shinpachi has remained in 8th place, while Gintoki, Sogo, and Hijikata lead at the top 3 positions. This time, Shinpachi is really down about his ranking. He bonds with the Shinsengumi's spy, Yamazaki, who's ranked at 1 spot below. They part ways by a bridge, but Shinpachi rushes back to Yamazaki's side when he hears a scream. Someone has stripped the officer of all his clothes. The indecent exposure causes his ranking to plummet to 136th place. Meanwhile, Sachan and Otae argue about their own rankings, all below Shinpachi's. Kyubei interferes and suggests they take advantage of whoever is going around changing people's rankings. Otae is especially upset that some new characters have caused her ranking to fall. She decides to go straight for the source. She climbs out of the anime and kills Gintama's creator. In episode 183, Otae's murder of the author causes the anime to change styles a whole bunch of times. After an MS Paint version of the intro plays, the anime returns to normal. Normal. A mob of low-ranked characters gathers to call for more recognition. Shinpachi runs away and finds the top-ranked characters hiding out from the angry low-rankers. They think that they can trust each other all because they have high rankings, but fighting breaks out between factions at the top too. Meanwhile, Otae, Sacha, and Kyubei confront Tsukuyo, the scar-faced woman from the Yoshiwara story arc. At 9th place, she's ranked the highest of them all despite being the newest. Instead of fighting, the girls join forces. They somehow absorb their ranking and all share the 9th place ranking. The infighting reaches a new height in episode 184. It's every man for himself as characters run around trying to lower each other's rankings. Kagura, ranked 6th, joins forces with the girls who are all now ranked 9th. They call themselves Diamond Perfume and announce that they're taking over. They order the men to give up through a little robot dance. Diamond Perfume defeats character after character, absorbing all of their rankings. This proves to be a mistake when Kondo is absorbed and brings the entire group's ranking down to a measly 12. As they fight, Gintoki and Shinpachi's rankings suddenly plummet to the 200s. They leave the others and head to the roof of a building. The person who started this battle is here, Yamazaki. It's been the spy's doing from the start. Yamazaki knew he could never reach rank 1, so instead, he came up with a way to drag everyone else's ranking down. Shinpachi gives a passionate speech about lower-ranked characters being important stepping stones for the most popular ones. Both Shinpachi's and Yamazaki's rankings reach 1. They've done it. Just for a moment, they get to be the most popular. All of the other characters celebrate and lift the two into the air, then they chuck them off the roof. In part 1 of episode 185, Hijikata's favorite mayonnaise brand holds a special promotion. Every bottle has a very low chance of having a golden ticket. Winners get to visit the special magical land where the mayo is made and meet its creepy mascot. Hijikata makes the entire police force eat 5 bottles of mayo per day. When he finally gets a hold of the golden ticket, the trip is a disappointingly bland and boring mayo factory. What a letdown. In part 2, the Odd Jobs gang is hired to get rid of wasps. From the size of that hive, the wasps must be massive. The team tries to destroy the hive, but they just shake it up. Inside are Yakuza-looking bee people from another planet. All the shaking knocked them around and killed their queen bee. Gintoki and his friends visit other giant hives to find a new queen, but they keep accidentally killing the queens. All their meddling causes a war to break out between the different hives and they destroy each other. Well, that's one way to remove a giant wasp's nest. In episode 186, Sogo is stabbed by a girl while out shopping. Luckily, all she managed to get was the bottle of hot sauce in his pocket. He brings the girl to the Odd Jobs to sell on the black market. Just what kind of business does Sogo think they run? The girl's name is Kyrie, and the stabbing was an attempt to avenge her father. She claims that her father was caught up in a fight between the anti-foreigner faction and the police. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Sogo killed him. An extremist group within the faction was planning to assassinate the government leaders. The police learned that they were hiding out at the Rokaku, the inn owned by Kyrie's father. They sent in a group of just 5 fighters, led by Sogo. The scary dude took the entire faction out almost single-handedly. While Gintoki investigates, Sogo does some research of his own. He reads through the incident's case files and speaks to the only other survivor of that raid, a hyper man with thick glasses and a fixation on butt stuff. Sogo is clearly hiding something. More than that, he believes that someone is trying to get him killed and using Kyrie to do it. Later, Kagura approaches Sogo in a park. The two are surrounded by dangerous-looking men, and they have Kyrie. They're led by a man in makeup and a purple fur coat. The man tells them that the extremist faction has been rebuilt and is out for revenge. They were simply using Kyrie to get to Sogo. In episode 187, the truth comes out about what really happened that day at the raid. Kyrie's father has been forced to work with the extremist faction. He did it to protect his wife and daughter. When the policeman in thick glasses approached, Kyrie's father attacked him in desperation. The policeman struck first, killing the man in self-defense. When Sogo found out, he took the blame. He made it seem like the man was killed by accident so his family wouldn't be disgraced at knowing their beloved father and husband was supporting terrorists. Sogo, Kirie, and Kagura are tied up by the extremist faction. Kagura knocks out Kirie so she doesn't have to hear the truth about her father. Sogo thanks her. He's a sadist who makes a living by killing people, but he can't bear to watch a kid cry. Sogo breaks them out of their ropes and they escape, carrying the unconscious Kirie. Kagura is shot in the leg, so they hide instead. Kagura takes Kirie away, and it turns out the girl was awake and heard everything. Sogo comes out of hiding and faces the gang of extremists. All alone, he slices through man after man as they rush at him. As his power starts to run out, Gintoki and the Shinsengumi police show up to support him. They defeat the rest of the thugs together and take down their leader. Later, Sogo is stuck doing the mountain of paperwork from the battle. Kirie goes to her relatives in the countryside, but first, she leaves Sogo a note. We don't get to see what it says, but whatever it is, it makes Sogo smile, almost. In episode 188, a little boy with a permanent snot bubble gives a report about his summer vacation. He tells about going to a parking lot and meeting a homeless dork. The boy adopts the dork as his pet. It lives in their doghouse, but it seems sickly and depressed. The little boy keeps tossing it alcohol treats, but his new pet remains near death. The boy tells the dork his story. His mother is raising him on her own. Her late husband was once a dork just like him, also known as Madao, middle-aged, dumbass old man. An injury made him turn to gambling and drinking. The final straw was coming home and finding the boy's father in bed with another woman. But the boy refused to give up on this dork. After he tells the dork his story, his new pet stops touching the alcohol. On a stormy day, the dork is nowhere to be found, so the boy goes looking for him. The dork returns the boy home safely. After that, he's allowed to stay inside. The dork starts doing chores around the house. The boy's mom becomes fond of him and even asks the boy if he'd like a new father. One day, the dork goes out to a job interview. When he gets there, he realizes that the boy's father is applying for the same job. He's cleaned up and is trying to get his family back. The dork pretends to get drunk and makes a scene so the father can have a better chance. The man gets the job and gets his family back. Later, the boy sees the dork in the park. He's drinking water but pretends that he's drunk to make it easier for the family to move on without him. And that's how the boy spent his summer vacation. Typical. The first part of episode 189 takes place many years in the future. A reporter interviews a man who apparently knew the White Demon during the war. The man tells him of the heroic tales of Zura and others labeled as terrorists. Then, he describes the arrival of the White Demon on the battlefield. He was the strongest of them all. He was the Gundam. Oh, it's another Gundam Celebration special. In the second part of the episode, Kagura gets really into morning radio workouts at the park. She meets a young boy her age who's also been coming every day. He's very sick and he's determined to come here every day for the whole summer. Kagura promises to show up with him every day too. When it rains one morning, Kagura doesn't go out, but the boy does. He collapses and ends up in the hospital. Kagura is racked with guilt. She promises him she'll do the morning exercise every single day from now on. This time, she keeps her promise. The next time it rains, no one shows up and the radio breaks, so Gintoki leads the routines. Kagura's friends join her every day through rain and snow until one day the clouds part and the boy returns. This episode is exactly why people say Gintama has no filter. Is this relevant to the story? Nah, but it's one of the best looks at Kagura as a character in the entire show. In episode 190, Gintoki pees onto a cat's graves, so he turns into a cat. No. There is no more context or reason for this. Did you forget what anime we're talking about here? While on the run from cat catchers, he's rescued by the king of the strays, a grizzled old cat named Hoichi. As soon as they're safe, Hoichi tests Gintoki's strength in a fight. The old cat rules the streets with an iron paw. He's got no room for weaklings. Gintoki soon discovers that he's not the only human who's been turned into a cat. Zura's been turned into a slick black cat, and Kondo's here too, as a gorilla. Hoichi shows the 3 newcomers how to survive on the streets. He teaches them what to eat and how to look cute to get the most from begging. The gorilla and 2 humans turned cats have no luck getting any food from their human friends. So in the evening, Hoichi takes them to a place where he knows they'll be fed, Otose's bar. Otose does have a tendency to take in lost causes and strays after all. In episode 191, it's revealed that the cat catchers are even worse than they sound. Their trap and release neutering program is a front. A cat-hating man with the iconic name of Katsuo has been rounding up strays, then selling them to an alien from a cat planet. That night, Hoichi reveals that he used to be human too. He was a low-ranking yakuza who hurt and killed anyone he was ordered to. One day, he met a cat who made him realize that all life is precious. He refused to hurt anyone else. Are all cats former people? Soon after, he was sent on a suicide mission. When he lifted his sword to protect himself, he accidentally sliced the cat who had jumped in the way. While he lay dying, he was transformed into that very same cat. That was 13 years ago. Jeez. Gintoki better learn to hunt. He might be here a while. Hoichi's mission is now to protect all the cats in the neighborhood. He does it through fear and violence. After saying all that, Hoichi steps down and makes the 3 newcomers the new bosses of the strays. A group of strays ambushes Hoichi. They mean to take the boss cat down and hand him to Katsuo. But before they can do that, the man himself shows up and captures the whole group. Gintoki, Zura, and Kondo are also captured. They're taken to the cat planet base of operations, where they manage to get out, though not without some sacrifices. In episode 192, the king of the cat planet pays a visit to the captured strays. He asks them for help with creating a successor. Yeah, I said creating, not choosing. He can't get it up in bed anymore. He needs to collect all the cat's Dragon Balls so he can make the ultimate drug and finally make an heir. Seems legit. The king believes the way to get the most powerful balls is by putting their owners in danger. When a massive manticore appears before the strays, Hoichi leaps to their rescue. He wants to protect them, even after they betrayed him. Hoichi fights to his limit. Just as he's about to fall, Kiri Gintoki smashes through the wall and into the manticore's face. Gintoki rallies the strays, and they all rise up to protect their former boss. Together, they defeat the monster. Katsuo runs away when he sees things going south, and Zura and Kondo neuter the cat planet's king threat. Gintoki, Zura, and Kondo are turned back into humans, even if they're stuck half inside the burial mound they defaced. Kondo stays as a gorilla, but that's okay. No one will notice. In episode 193, Shinpachi, Kagura, Otae, Sachan, and Kyubei all join a cooking class. The intense teacher splits the class into teams. At the end of the class, the team with the worst result will be eliminated. Kagura only knows how to make egg over rice. Sachan lives off natto, and Otae can literally turn any meal into the charred remains of an egg. Hand her a piece of salmon, and she'll still make a burned omelet out of it. This should be interesting. The teacher believes that cooking is all about love, so the team comes up with a story about a famous comedian and cooks for him. The end result actually doesn't look that bad. They make fried rice in the shape of a face with a positive message in ketchup. Cute! The teacher banishes them from her class. They clearly know everything there is to know about cooking with love. In episode 194, the Shinsengumi police run a huge, important raid, but Hijikata is distracted by snot hanging out of Kondo's nose. Hijikata doesn't want to embarrass the police commander, so he tries to let him know with subtle hints. When this doesn't work, he tries removing the snot himself. Ew, dude, just tell him. Even when that fails, the The snot grows and appears to take on a life of its own. Hijikata finally cuts the snot down. Kondo falls down, apparently dead. The snot forms into a creepy mucus face on the door and speaks to Hijikata. It's apparently an alien and the true form of Kondo. Hijikata cradles the dying snot of his commander as it dies, then slams it into the wall. Ugh, gross. In episode 195, Edo's favorite news anchor, Katsuno Anna, starts giving incorrect weather forecasts. Gintoki comes across the upset weather lady and offers to help. Katsuno reveals that she's an onmyoji, a fortune teller and spiritual arts user. She and her clan use their powers to protect Edo. Lately, she's been pursued by a giant orc-like shikigami, which are familiars used by onmyoji. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura start their investigation with the only other onmyoji they know, Katsuno Anna's family. Gintoki comes prepared to face the family's shikigami with a shikigami of his own, a blank-eyed girl named Gedomaru. Gedomaru pretends to be an innocent girl in mourning of her dead mother, then completely obliterates the opposing shikigami. It was just an act. She's ruthless. Gedomaru used to be Katsuno Anna's shikigami, but now she's bound to Gintoki by blood. She tells Gintoki that if he shows any weakness, she will not hesitate to turn on him. But no pressure. Other members of the Katsuno clan come out and start chanting. At the last moment, a man with a long ponytail blocks the incoming attack. In episode 196, the man is revealed to be the leader of the Katsuno clan, and Katsuno Anna's brother, Seimei. It turns out that Katsuno Anna isn't predicting the weather, she's causing it. When she makes a forecast, her clan uses shikigami all around Edo to make it come true. Whenever they try to do it now, their magic is blocked by an opposing clan, the Shirino. To keep the peace between the clans, Katsuno Anna was once married off to a member of the Shirino clan, Domon. She had to quit her job, which made her grow depressed. Seimei got his sister out of the unhappy marriage, but Domon's been holding a grudge ever since. To settle the score once and for all, Domon challenges the Katsuno clan to a Shikigami Tag Team Mystic Deathmatch. It's a 3-on-3 Shikigami battle. Gintoki has his own Shikigami now, but Gedomaru actually serves Katsuno Anna. When Gintoki says he's fighting to keep Katsuno Anna smiling, Gedomaru accepts him as her second master. In episode 197, Seimei, Gintoki, and Kagura arrive at Domon's domain for the deathmatch. Seimei refuses the Oddjob's help. Kagura isn't even a real onmyoji. That's clearly just Shinpachi in costume. In the first round, Shinpachi goes up against an ogre-like shikigami. Their challenge is to eat 2 writhing grubs the fastest. Shinpachi flails around in a panic and accidentally touches lips with the creepy thing. His first kiss. He has a touching moment with the grub until Kagura kicks it away. The ogre eats both grubs, but Kagura isn't done. She punches the shikigami until it throws up both grubs. Both sides are disqualified, ending in a draw. In the second round, Gintoki jumps into the battle with Gedomaru. Domon traps them in an illusion. Gintoki thinks he's fighting Domon, but it's a fake. Instead, he attacks Gedomaru and suffers a painful blow to the family jewels. Gedomaru tries to fix Gintoki, but she causes the jewels to pop off his body instead. Domon and Seimei both take spiritual control of one little golden ball and use them to battle. Gedomaru puts an end to this by crushing them with her giant club. Double oof! With Gintoki down for the count, Seimei enters the ring personally. He stops the attack of Domon's shikigami by literally catching and shattering his beast's blade. That's some protagonist level power. In episode 198, Seimei pulls on the powers of all the shikigami that they have stationed around Edo. He and Domon go head to head in a one-on-one duel of mystical powers. As the two battle, Doman remembers a story his father used to tell him. Long ago, two brothers sealed away a demon that had brought eternal rain to Edo. The brothers were close until both fell in love with the same girl. The older brother married her and they had a baby, which enraged the younger brother. He killed them both, but spared the child. Over time, the rain returned, and the younger brother realized he was turning into the demon, but he was struck down by his brother's son, whose life he had spared. The older brother's family went on to become the Ketsuno clan, and the younger brother's offspring became the Shirino. Ever since, the two clans have been fighting. Seimei and Doman were close friends when they were young, but Doman was forced to fight his friend. Ketsuno Anna was a shining light through all of this, kind to Doman and unfazed by their family's strife. Back in the arena, Doman's heart is being taken over by darkness, just like his ancestors once did. He transforms into the massive dark demon from legend. Seimei tries to call out to his old friend, but his words can no longer reach him within the demon. Doman attacks Seimei with a powerful blast. In episode 199, Doman prepares a killing blow on Seimei, but when it lands, Gintoki is standing in his way. He blocks the attack with his wooden sword. Gedomaru and Seimei's Shikigami charge the sword with their spiritual energy, giving him the power to defeat the demon in Doman for good. Doman remembers that he and Seimei vowed to protect Edo together. He tries to hold back the demon, but it continues to fight. The two clans show up to back up their leaders. All the Onmyoji clan members channel their powers into Gintoki's sword. Meanwhile, a terrible storm shrouds Edo in darkness. Ketsuno Anna stands her ground and reports the weather with a smile. Backed by everyone's power, Gintoki attacks the demon and defeats it. The skies clear and things return to normal. The two clans rebuild together, and Doman and Seimei return to being the friends that they once were, always trying to one-up each other, but with none of the anger that once fueled their fights. And Ketsuno Anna's next forecast includes a tear-filled thank you to the samurai who stepped in to help her. We've made it to episode 200, where Kagura is bummed that she's never been visited by Santa Claus. So, on Christmas Eve, her father, the legendary space hunter Umebozu, surprises her with a visit dressed as the Jolly Man. Unfortunately, Gintoki has the same idea, and two Santas show up at the same time. Kagura assumes that one of the Santas is a thief in disguise. Umebozu and Gintoki each try to convince Kagura that they're the real Santa. Instead, they end up convincing each other. Neither wants to admit to being a fake. They attack each other, assuming that by defeating Santa, they'll gain his powers. The fight is broken up when 3 more Santas arrive: Kyubei, Kondo, and Sachan. Okay, now there are way too many Santas here. Kagura suggests that the best way to settle this is with a contest. It's an epic 2-episode Christmas special, which originally aired in March. Whatever, still counts. In episode 201, the Santas take turns telling stories. Kagura wants to see how each Santa would make a little girl's Christmas wish come true. Kondo starts with a heartwarming story about a girl whose dad died in a battle of meat pies. The girl has hung on to his last present to her ever since, another meat pie. That Christmas, when she wakes up, she finds that someone had eaten her father's present, a 5-year-old meat pie. Her overnight visitor left her a festive message in the toilet. Oh, come on, Kondo. For Kyubei's story, Kyubei and Kagura just beat up a half-naked Shinpachi. Sachan's story starts as a high school dating sim, but Kagura hijacks it and throws Gintoki and Umebozu into the story instead. The story takes place in a classroom full of Santa imposters, but Kagura's character falls in love with Otai's character instead. Everyone realizes that Kagura and Otai were the real Santas all along. Back in reality, Kagura reveals that she knew it was her friends and dad the whole time. She wishes them a happy last episode, and with that, we move on to the next season of Gintama. Episode 202 starts the next season of Gintama. Gintama apostrophe. Gintama apostrophe. The show kicks off with the original introduction from the first season, explaining the premise, until Gintoki and Kagura put a stop to that. The show is back in glorious new widescreen aspect ratio. But don't worry, nothing else has changed. Actually, everything has changed. Well, everything except for Shinpachi. Confused? Good. So am I. Gintoki has grown out his hair and become a Dragon Ball Z lookalike. Kagura has grown a lot too and has swapped her traditional Chinese dress for a more revealing outfit to show off her growth. Sadaharu is a man with tiny dog ears who spent the last 2 years in jail. Kondo has retired from the police and married Otae, who's pregnant with his child. And finally, Zura and Kyubei got tired of being confused for one another, so they've both undergone sex changes. Zura is now a woman, and Kyubei is a man who dresses like a woman. In episode 203, a completely changed Yamazaki arrives to haul Shinpachi to the police. Hijikata is his mild and always smiling partner. What is going on here? Sogo has become the new commander of the Shinsengumi. He's rebuilt the headquarters with some inspiration from Castlevania, and the entire force now worships him like a dictator. Just a few teeny tiny changes in the show, really barely noticeable. Under his rule, the police department has become an empire with the goal of taking control of Edo from the shogun. The Kabukicho district is the only place in Edo that refused to bow to Sogo's rule, under Gintoki's leadership. So, Sogo has brought in Shinpachi to use as a hostage. Shinpachi is rescued by Hijikata, who's acting like himself again. He also left for a year and found everything completely changed when he returned. A news report reveals what's happening. Aliens shaped like warts have been taking over people all over Edo. The aliens only target people with ambition, so Shinpachi and Hijikata were left behind. The way to return their friends to normal is to smack them really hard with a paper fan. Shinpachi and Hijikata set out armed with paper fans. Otae, Zura, and Kyubei all show up claiming to have Hijikata's baby. One of them is a baby, I guess. The others are a broken doll, a gorilla, and what the heck is that, Kyubei? Shinpachi puts an end to all the insanity by knocking everyone out. Whew, glad that's over. Gintoki shows up at the last moment and hits Shinpachi with a fan. Even he was a wart. Okay, now it's over. In part 1 of episode 204, the Odd Jobs team responds to a huge mound of New Year's cards. Everyone they know has sent them a card, including the villains. The more they read, the more alarming the cards get. It seems that Sachan, Kondo, and the dork have all gone missing. The final card reveals that they went on an adventure with a tribe in the middle of nowhere, then reunited to write their card. Oh, and Zura has been sitting and waiting to join in as Santa since episode 202. Should somebody tell him that that arc is over? Part 2 skips ahead to Valentine's Day. Look, the anime has to make up for all the holiday special it missed over its 1-year break. Otae gives Kagura a box of chocolates and tells her to hand them on to Shinpachi and Gintoki. Even though she totally doesn't like them and thinks they're both morons, she can't get herself to even do it. Kagura enlists the help of Tsukuyo and Sachan, but neither of them are any help. Finally, Kagura throws the chocolates out. She liked doing girly stuff with the other two, and she doesn't need chocolates to show the two how much she loves them. Still, she ends up giving them chocolates from her and the girls, all labeled as being hers. In episode 205, the police department's best spy, Yamazaki, is doing a stakeout. When he's on stakeout duty, he eats nothing but onpan, a bun filled with red bean paste. He actually hates it, but it's like his good luck charm. His surveillance target is the older sister of a wanted terrorist. She seems uninvolved, so the police use her as bait for her brother. By the 30th day of living on nothing but onpan and milk, Yamazaki starts to lose his mind. He finds a bowl of food and a note at his door. His target noticed him at the store and was worried that he's not getting a balanced diet. Aww, that's so sweet. Yamazaki eats the meal and wakes up 3 days later in the hospital. The girl tricked Yamazaki, then poisoned him and ran away with her brother. Aw, that's the opposite of sweet. When Yamazaki gets better, he personally tracks down and arrests the girl and her brother while munching on Anpan. In part 2, Otai finally agrees to go on a date with Kondo to a baseball game. Luck is not on his side, and everything that could possibly go wrong does. He faces a typhoon, spears falling from a cargo plane, getting hit by a car, and a heart-wrenching story about a family united by baseball. Finally, a meteor comes crashing toward Earth, heading straight for Otai. Kondo rushes to stand before her and prepares to hit the meteor back into the sky with a baseball bat. He strikes a pose, swings the bat, and misses. Well, there goes his chance to be a hero for Otai. In episode 206, Otase's Catwoman barmaid Catherine gets engaged. Whoa, she's like a whole different person. Her fiancé is a wealthy businessman, and they're head over heels in love with each other. Their happiness doesn't last long though, sadly. The man's business falls through and he loses his wealth. Afraid he won't be able to care for Catherine, her fiancé tries to call off the wedding. But Catherine won't let him. She takes out her savings and gives them to her fiancé so they can open their own bar together. When Catherine tells Otose she's leaving, Otose kicks her out. Damn, that seems overly harsh. Catherine is like a daughter to her, and she hates to see her making a mistake. Sure enough, when Catherine gets to her meeting spot with her fiancé, he's nowhere to be found. The crook scammed her out of all of her money and disappeared. When he finds out, Gintoki tracks down the man and makes sure he gets what he deserves. Meanwhile, Otose finds Catherine living penniless in the park and takes her back home. In episode 207, Gintoki accidentally breaks Sachan's glasses. He gets her a new pair to wear while he gets her old ones repaired. He gets her prescription all wrong though, but Sachan doesn't care. She's just thrilled to have a gift from her beloved Gintoki. A little too thrilled, actually. Sachan treats the glasses like her new boyfriend, taking them on dates and having romantic picnics together. When Gintoki brings Sachan her fixed glasses, she refuses to put them on. She wouldn't cheat on Mr. Glasses like that. Sachan starts to mess up her assignments because she can't see what she's doing. Her ninja organization decides she's no longer useful to them and sends in the assassins of the Assassin Squad, aka the Lethal Punishers. Don't get too excited, Sachan. It ain't that kind of punishment. Sachan ends up in the hospital, and Gintoki vows to avenge her. He and his team will become the assassins of Assassin Squad. They team up with a shaggy-haired ninja who works with Sachan. We've met him before, but he's not very memorable. His whole thing is that he keeps stealing Gintoki's Jump magazine and has hemorrhoids. Odd Jobs and Shaggy bring Sachan home and stake out the house. That night, the Lethal Punishers arrive to finish their disposal job. The first assassin to strike in episode 208 is Pillow Masa. He can swap his target's pillow with a bomb in the blink of an eye. He targets Kagura, who's asleep next to Sachan. She sleep rolls the bomb pillow right back at the assassin and blows him up, all while staying asleep. The next Punisher is T-Shirt Tatsu, whose specialty is to switch people's medium-sized t-shirts with a size small so they're permanently uncomfortable. Wow, these are really specific. But Shinpachi is already wearing a size small. He tricks the assassin into putting on a large shirt, defeating him. The final two Punishers are brothers who specialize in frozen tube popsicles. Their attack is supposed to give their target a brother complex by swapping out the longer parts for shorter ones. Okay, these are getting ridiculous, even for Gintama. Gintoki and Shaggy Hair defeat them by sticking popsicles up their bums and using them like grenade pins to make the brothers explode. Look, I didn't write the episode. The ninja leader arrives to finish the job himself. He and his ninja underlings trap Gintoki and his friends, but Sachan wakes up and jumps to their rescue. She realizes she doesn't need to treasure a present to show how much she treasures their friendship. She crushes the old glasses and puts on her fixed ones. And then she transforms into a winged battle Valkyrie and uses her ultimate glasses attack to shoot laser beams and spikes out of her glasses. For defeating them, she's accepted back into the ninjas. Her friends congratulate her for mastering the teachings of the Glasses School. What anime are we watching again? In episode 209, Gintoki announces that the anime production team has already blown through the entire season's budget. Instead of a regular episode, they play a trailer for a fake second Gintama film, which is a sequel to the first, also fake, Gintama film. Forget the films, I want those Elizabeth 3D glasses. When the trailer ends, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura sit in an empty movie theater. Other characters show up and argue over what the next movie should be about. The producer, as Elizabeth, puts an end to the discussion. To achieve true success, they'd have to wait over a decade like One Piece. Over 10 years later, the Yoshiwara and Flames movie was released. Wait, was this planned from the beginning? In episode 210, a red-haired young woman with huge eyes is looking for the strongest people in the Kabukicho district. She learns about the 4 devas of Kabukicho, the 4 people who basically rule the place. We've already met 3 of them. There's Empress Otose, Gintoki's landlady who has the power of the white demon at her beck and call. Then there's Mademoiselle Saigo, the burly drag queen who often takes in ex-anti-foreigner faction members. Finally, there's Peacock Princess Kada, who's the owner of the casino where Gintoki once played a deadly game of strip mahjong. The 4th member is a mysterious ex-yakuza named Doromizu Jirocho. The young girl decides to pay a visit to the legendary White Demon. She introduces herself as Chin Pirako and begs Gintoki to make her his underling. Gintoki doesn't really agree, but she sticks around anyway. The kid's clearly unhinged. But when she and Gintoki accidentally get into a fight with Yakuza, she shows just how unhinged she is. Pirako has a reputation as a notorious killer. She doesn't see it as killing, though. She sees it as painting their bodies with beautiful red flowers. Meanwhile, Otose, Saigo, and Kada hold a meeting. The district has had a lot of fights recently, with different gangs trying to get control. They're all surprised when the reclusive final member Jirocho actually shows up. Kada attempts to have the man assassinated, but he stops the attack. A huge gang war threatens to start, but none of the 4 leaders want a free-for-all brawl. Instead, they agree to a tense ceasefire. Anyone who breaks it will have the wrath of the others unleashed on them. Unfortunately, Gintoki doesn't know this. He and Pirako are cornered by some of Jirocho's men, who prepare to have them swim with the fishes forever. In episode 211, Pirako reveals that she is Jirocho's daughter, and she's actually there to help her father gain full control over the district. Her father abandoned her and her mother to return to Edo. She's trying to win his love and attention by helping him. She was hoping to have Gintoki on her side. Since she can't win him over, she turns on him. The Yakuza are under the control of Jirocho, so she stabs the lead Yakuza and throws him into the water. Hey, it's Katsuo, the guy who was rounding up stray cats in episode 130. Well, it was Katsuo. Pirako plans to pin Katsuo's death on him, making it seem like Otose broke the truce. Gintoki leaps into the water after him. In the aftermath, Otose meets with Jirocho at her husband's grave. Her husband, a cop, and Jirocho, a yakuza, once fought over Otose. The cop won, but later lost his life protecting Jirocho in the Amanto War. Jirocho's a lot like Gintoki. He was a white-haired demon who roamed the streets following his own path of honor. Gintoki first met Otose by her husband's grave. She let him eat some of the food she had brought for her dead husband. In return, Gintoki promised the dead man that he'd protect Otose. But when he arrives at the grave, he's too late. Otose lies near death, stabbed by Jirocho. He failed to protect Otose. Gintoki flies into a rage and attacks, but Jirocho walks away from the fight, calling Gintoki a masterless dog. In episode 212, Otose is alive, but barely. She remains unconscious in a hospital. Saigo pays her a visit and warns Gintoki, Kagura, and Shinpachi that their home will soon be destroyed by the 4 devas. Saigo's been pressured into helping, with his son's life on the line. Gintoki says it's not a problem. He's closing up the odd jobs office anyway. That night, Gintoki promises Otose to pay off all the rent, then he goes to see Jirocho. At Jirocho's home base, Pirako calls him out for failing to kill Otose. For her, defeating Otose is a way to drag out her supporters, but Jirocho might not be as bloodthirsty as he seems. By attacking her first, he removed her from the coming war. He's actually protecting Otose. Pirako swears she'll follow Jirocho into battle. In return, she asks him to come back to her when it's over. Gintoki's friends also declare they'll stay by his side. Shinpachi and Kagura don't let Gintoki take on the world by himself. They'll protect each other. And they're not alone. Catherine and Tama stand up with Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura to protect their home. When Saigo and Pirako show up with their army of men, women, both and neither, the Odd Jobs family is ready for them. In episode 213, Gintoki and his friends defend their home against Saigo, Pirako, and their followers. Amid the fighting, the Odd Jobs home is set on fire. The fire is put out by the lady firefighter they helped a while ago. The swordsmith they helped in the Benizakura arc also backs them up. The hard-boiled detective, the robot maker, the dork, and all the other people the Odd Jobs have helped in the past step up to stand by their friends. As the two sides of Kabukicho fight, the Odd Jobs trio take on Pirako and Saigo. They easily take both down. Saigo uses being knocked down as an excuse to stop fighting his friends. He's just hurt too much from that punch. Otose's supporters defeat Saigo and Jirocho's backers. Only Pirako refuses to stay down. She walks back toward black-robed newcomers, Kada's fighters. They raise their swords and slash down, but hit Saigo, who jumps in to protect Pirako. Peacock Princess Kada used and betrayed everyone. She turned her opponents against each other, then swooped in to take out anyone left standing. At that moment, Kada reveals her true identity to Jirocho. She's an Amanto, and she's here to take over Kabukicho. Her alien supporters join her, and then the Odd Jobs burst in. Gintoki sends Kagura and Shinpachi to save Saigo's son. He joins forces with Jirocho, and they prepare to face off against the Amanto. Back in the district, the people are spent after fighting each other. They have no strength left to defend their home against the black-clad Amanto. Then, a motherly voice tells them all to suck it up and quit your dang whining. Otose is back! In episode 214, Otose gives the entire district a pep talk. She tells them to quit their bickering and infighting and fight the real enemy, the Amanto that are trying to tear them apart. Meanwhile, Catherine, Shinpachi, and Kagura break Saigo's son out of prison. Knowing that his son is safe, Saigo allows himself and his drag queen army to unleash their true power. Back at Jirocho's, Gintoki and the old man fight Kada's army of Amanto. They take down most of the aliens, but they suffer quite a few injuries too. And yet, they, and all the other residents of Kabukicho, continue to fight for their home. Finally, with all her henchmen defeated, Kada retreats. Gintoki and Jirocho square off for their duel. Instead of killing Jirocho, Gintoki breaks his sword. He updated his promise to protect not just Otose, but everything she cares about. And clearly, she cares about Jirocho. Jirocho and Otose spend the next few days recovering in the hospital. Otose tells Jirocho to go home to his family. He has other promises to keep. Outside, Princess Kada and a few remaining men make their return at night, but Pirako is there to greet them. The Odd Jobs trio backs her up, and Kada is defeated for good. Gintoki gives Pirako an address. When she follows it later, she finds her father waiting for her in a field of flowers. Episode 215 takes place at a massive space station belonging to a space crime syndicate. Kada used to be one of their leaders. Now, she sits locked up in a cell with her mind completely broken. Kagura's brother Kamui pays her a visit. Also on board is Takasugi, the bandaged samurai in charge of the Kiheitai. One of the crime syndicate's bosses asks Takasugi to kill Kamui because he's too strong and unpredictable. Kamui gets some bad vibes from this Takasugi guy. But Kamui is drugged and shot up with arrows, giving Takasugi the chance to subdue him. Takasugi visits Kamui in prison. He tells the Yato that he'd rather work with someone like him than the guy he's helping now. The crime leader wants to kill Kamui in front of the others to send a message. He allows Takasugi to be the Yato's executioner, intending to kill the samurai right after. Takasugi pretends to execute Kamui. When the crime boss's men approach, the two men stand and fight together. The Kiheitai and the Yato also board the ship and massacre the criminals. And so, an unlikely alliance is formed between the Kiheitai and Kamui's Yato fleet. Episode 216 might be the most nonsensical episode in the entire anime, and I will now attempt to explain it. Kagura invites her friends to the Odd Jobs office for a tour. Gintoki tries to make it seem cool by inventing something called a Patriot. 2 tissue boxes with toilet paper in between them on a stick. It's a very important thing. Gintoki has no idea what it's for, but he's sure it's very important. The kids question Gintoki and his stupid invention. They leave and go around Edo interviewing other characters about their jobs, which they find equally unimpressing. This makes other characters become Patriot sellers, or in some cases, just straight up patriots. Determined not to be looked down on by a bunch of kids, Gintoki invites them to a factory tour. After a shootout by the other adults, Kagura and Shinpachi show the kids how patriots are made. You see, first they put the factory chief, aka Gintoki, on the conveyor belt. He's dead, but that's okay. Then, they take turns hitting him, encouraging him, and showing him flashbacks of his fake past. Finally, they remind the chief how brave he was for creating the Patriot. Inspired by his own backstory, the chief comes back to life holding a tissue box. His dead father descends from the ceiling holding toilet paper. They run at each other and fuse the 2 items into a magnificent Patriot, the ultimate tool for wiping away tears, among other things. Wow! Shinpachi reminds the kids that all jobs are important. So, the kids go to Gintoki and do their job and beat him up for wasting their time with his freaking nonsense. In episode 217, the Odd Jobs gang become pool lifeguards to help the dork at his new job. Gintoki uses the gig as an excuse to check out girls, while the dork runs around trying to keep everyone safe. Everyone seems to be enjoying a day out at the pool. Tsukuyo shows up to teach young Seita to swim. She's never been to a pool before, but it's just like Yoshiwara, men and women getting half naked together for fun. Otai is there with one-eyed Kyubei. Aw, and look, everyone's brought their stalkers too. After a while, a special guest arrives, the Shogun. Every time the team meets this guy, they end up humiliating him somehow. This time, it's because Gintoki does everything he can do to entertain the Shogun and maybe coax the girls to give him a little show. Instead, the girls go off to play on their own and the guys fight over the Shogun's boxers. They stretch them to inhuman proportions. Then, the Shogun snaps back and de-pantses them all. Despite all the shenanigans, the Shogun has fun and asks to come back next summer. In episode 218, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura get a huge crab from Otose. They try to figure out how to split a single crab with 10 legs among 3 people. A series of blackouts strikes, and every time the lights come back on, a crab leg goes missing. Who could be behind all these nefarious crab nappings? They fight an entire battle over the rest of the crab, as though it's the most important and epic fight they've ever had. When they're down to only the body left, Gintoki makes rice from the meat, and Shinpachi makes hot pot with the shell. Finally, Kagura emerges as the winner by combining the 2 dishes. Imitation crab's better. they throw the rest out and munch on crab sticks instead. In part 1 of episode 219, a professional boxer visits the Kabukicho district. He offers his services as a punching bag for a fee, and he's immediately humbled when Kagura KOs him with one punch. Kagura offers to show the boxer around and find him people who'll punch him. Somehow, no one wants to punch a guy who isn't punching back. Instead, everyone tries to give the boxer stuff once belonged to one guy named Takeshi. That night, they come across the Takeshi guy. All this stuff is gone because his friends keep borrowing things and then giving them away. The boxer realizes his job isn't just to take people's punches. Through a single punch, he can ease people's frustrations and sorrows. He approaches Takeshi and finally gets punched by the guy, who freaks out at the weirdo. In the end, it's not quite what he had in mind. The second part is a snippet of the following episode. The cast of Gintama pays a late-night visit to a bathhouse. The flower-loving ogre shows up with his entire family and politely takes over. I still have no idea if he's a good guy or not. Maybe we'll finally figure it out in the next episode. In episode 220, the men of Gintama are trapped in the bathhouse with the ogre family. These ogres may or may not be trying to take over the earth. Gintoki and his friends keep making things worse and worse. They show the ogres the Edo way of washing each other's backs, which includes smashing the ogres through the walls, snapping off their horns, and even using them as weapons. Somehow, the ogres don't get mad, and somehow, the humans continue to think that the ogres are bloodthirsty invaders. In the end, the grandfather ogre is happy that his grandson has made such good and welcoming friends. Aww, maybe they are just sweet people who look scary. In the end, the ogre family shows Gintoki and the guys their appreciation by washing their backs the Edo way. There's nothing weird going on in the bathhouse. Just ignore the screaming. In episode 221, Kyubey is assigned to take care of and train an adorable little monkey. He was bought for a government official as a gift, but the little guy is too mischievous. Kyubey takes the monkey to the odd jobs, where they brainstorm names for him. They settle on Jugem tossing the life of Shinshan's 2-day-old underwear runny diarrhea, or Jugem for short. Kyubey continues to refine the name until it's perfect. Kyubey trains Jugem and turns him into a perfect little companion. The time eventually comes to hand the monkey on to his family. Now that he's well behaved, Kyubey is happy that he could fulfill his duty, but is sad to see him leave. Kyubey will always remember their time together. Goodbye, Jugem, tossing the life of Shinshan's 2-day-old underwear, Balmong, Vazalian, Isaac, Schneider, 1/3 true love, 2/3 hangnail, anxiety, betrayal, knows my name or does it really, ignore calls, squid, dogfish, halibut, trout, cod, dogfish. This is a different dogfish. I'm talking about the dogfish shark, Kaluga, Anglerray, Yute, Miao, Kimuko, Pepe, runny diarrhea. In episode 222, the monkey misses Kyubey. He's unhappy living with his new owners, so he runs away. Kyubey's entire clan goes on the hunt to track him down and bring him home. Oh my god. Welcome back, Jugem, shit tossing the life of... I'm just kidding, I'm not gonna say all that again. Odd Jobs joins the hunt when Jugem releases all the monkeys from the zoo. A plague of feces-tossing primates descends on Edo. They swarm Gintoki, who apparently has the kind of face that makes you want to throw poop at it. Kyubey and her clan take the chance to throw a net over all the monkeys. The monkey's new owner is upset when he realizes that he took the monkey away from the person he loves. Kyubey assures him the monkey will learn to love him just as much. All the boy has to do is call out his real name. Ready? Nailed it. The boy asks Kyubey to look after Jugem for him until he's old enough to remember his name, and he adds one more part to the name. All's well that ends well. In episode 223, Zura takes a job at the chief of police's house, disguised as a maid. He also starts carrying a door around to hide behind, but don't worry about that. The chief's daughter celebrates her birthday in a fancy high-rise, but the party turns into a hostage situation when terrorists lock down the building and hold his daughter and her friends at gunpoint. They threaten to start killing a hostage every 30 minutes if their demands aren't met. Zura and one of the chief's newest officers escape the building. Zura helps the chief by providing info and blueprints to the building. The chief goes full Liam Neeson on these terrorists. He casually strolls in, killing terrorists left and right. The final one holds the chief's daughter as a shield, but the chief is unfazed. Instead of shooting, he throws some dirty underwear as a decoy and just punches the guy. When he gets outside, it turns out that he knew who Zura was the whole time, but for helping him, the chief lets him walk away this one time. In episode 224, Gintoki buys a used Blu-ray player with a cursed disc inside. Should be fine, nothing to worry about. When they play the disc, a well in a forest appears on the TV. A creepy girl in bandages climbs out and addresses the gang. She's not a ghost. She's an angel. She was created by a mad scientist to infect every screen and destroy them all. Oh, well, that's not very angelic. The digital angel begs the team to let her stay on their TV. She violently breaks off one of her wings and cries blood from her bandaged eye. All very typical angel behavior. They agree to let her stay on their TV, but she makes every channel unwatchable by inserting herself in all the shows. So Gintoki installs the Blu-ray onto his scooter and uses the angel virus as a GPS to find her a new home. She tells Gintoki a sob story about her abusive boyfriend, who's also the mad scientist who created her. Then she has Gintoki drive off a cliff. I guess she was a cursed disc after all. In episode 205, Gintoki is arrested by a corrupt prison warden. He shares his cell with an old man who's been there for years. He still diligently writes letters to his son on the outside. For years, the letters went unanswered, but recently, his son started writing back. The old man will get a chance to finally see his son in a week. All he has to do is not stir up trouble with the corrupt warden. Of course, Gintoki immediately gets on the warden's bad side and gets into a fight with one of the prison's gangs. Gintoki manages to win the respect of the gang members and become the gang's new leader. The corrupt warden isn't as easy to win over. The warden picks on Gintoki and tries to set him up for various rule violations. But Gintoki turns things around and makes the warden take the fall in his place. When the warden stops showing up to the prison, the prisoners want to riot. Gintoki tells them to stay put. He'll handle the warden on his own. In episode 226, Gintoki and the other prisoners sneak into the warden's office. Meanwhile, the prisoners take things into their own hands. They capture the warden and bring him in as a prisoner. The tables have turned. Gintoki realizes that the warden might not be as bad as everyone thought. The old prisoner's son has actually been dead for a long time now, and the warden was the one who was writing the letters back. If the old man gets the chance to see his son, he'll realize it's been an illusion. So the warden has been trying to start fights with Gintoki and the old man to give him a legitimate reason to stop that from happening. Gintoki and the prisoner return to the main jail, where things have escalated to a riot. The warden delivers a final note to the old man that explains everything. Then, he's taken away to the isolation room to be beaten up by the prisoners. Instead, they find Gintoki, who stops the thug. As thanks, the warden lets Gintoki leave the prison. The warden quits his job. He returns to the prison to visit the old man. Through tears, he promises to continue to write. Episode 227 is a crossover with Sket Dance, an anime that follows a group of students who help people with their problems, big or small. Just like Odd Jobs Gin, the Sket Dance cast shows up and gets into a bitter battle with the Gintama cast over which show is less boring. They'll use the crossover to decide this once and for all. The Sket-tama collab veers into an unauthorized Toriko x One Piece crossover. The two teams visit an island full of gems and search for a rare gem fruit. The fruit will give the winner pizzazz, but it will also turn their crotch into a hammer. Small price to pay for success. After a long and difficult journey of a couple of feet, the leaders of the two groups find the special fruit. Before they can get it, they spot an old man on a cliff's ledge. He's a manual laborer who can't provide for his family anymore. His hands are too weak to hold a hammer. If only there were some way he could use a hammer that didn't require him to hold it in his hands. In the end, they give the gem to the man and leave without any pizzazz. They do get some of the fruit juices sprayed on them though. It's something. In episode 228, Shinpachi gets a girlfriend, a virtual girl from a dating sim. Concerned, Gintoki decides to try the game for himself. Gintoki's forced to romance the least popular option, who seems more like a horror character and is out to avenge her dead son. In order to pull Shinpachi out of his dating sim fantasy, Gintoki has to craft his girlfriend into the perfect girl for him. Then, he has to defeat Shinpachi at the upcoming dating sim tournament, where players compete for whose girlfriend is best. After a few days of playing the dating game, Gintoki discovers that he can see everyone's digital girlfriends. When he gets to the tournament, he finds nearly everyone he knows has been sucked in. They've all found love with their ideal girlfriends, except maybe Kondo, whose virtual girlfriend turns out to have been Sogo's sadistic trick. This poor guy can't even catch a break with fake girls. Finally, Shinpachi arrives with the most beautiful and radiant girl of them all. In episode 229, the tournament begins. There are 3 romanceable characters in the game, but each can get a completely different personality depending on how you play. The competition places couples into romantic situations and chooses a winner depending on how they behave. Shinpachi wins in his girls category thanks to a sweet display of mutual affection. Sogo crushes the competition with his sadistic control over all the girls in the second category, and Gintoki competes to secure his win in the finals for the third category. The only other 2 contestants are disqualified. Shinpachi and Sogo enter the fray with their girls. Shinpachi's girl continues to shine, but Sogo's turns on him. She wants to dominate him for a change. The 3 enter the final part of the competition. Gintoki awakens his true love's power with a magical love beam from his crotch. His creepy girlfriend turns into a stunning tsundere. With Sogo busy getting dominated, Gintoki and Shinpachi face off for a final battle. They enter a boxing ring and play a minigame on their dating sims. Shinpachi is ruthlessly defeated. Gintoki shows Shinpachi what true love really looks like. The ability to accept your loved one even when they're no longer young and beautiful. That's surprisingly deep, man. In episode 230, Sadaharu poops out 3 cell phones. Kagura starts texting the boys all day, every day, even when she's next to them. Kids today, am I right? Shinpachi realizes that Kagura probably wants them to actually respond. Wait, have they been leaving her on red this whole time? Kagura is tricked into meeting with a terrifying man with giant claws. He demands that they give back his cell phones. After a well-placed, friendly kick from Kagura, the scary man is transformed. He explains that he just wants the phones back because they have some precious text messages that he never got to send to his dead wife. They're all about him going to various courtesans and clubs, but still, Shinpachi and Gintoki are willing to give back the phones, but Kagura isn't. She still hasn't gotten a single text message back from her friends. This was supposed to be a way for them to always be together. The Claw Man visits his wife's grave and sends off one last text message. A response from his wife comes in, giving him closure. It's Kagura, of course. She realizes that the 3 of them don't need cell phones to communicate and always be together. In episode 231, the Odd Jobs and Shinsengumi attend a funeral for a beloved restaurant owner. They're surprisingly respectful until Gintoki and Hijikata spot the restaurant owner's ghost at his own funeral. The ghostly man transforms into a burly spirit with an attitude. He's there to make sure the funeral goes perfectly. As with with anything dealing with these fools, you know that's impossible. Kagura, Kondo, Sogo, and Shinpachi mess up the service, so the ghost pulls all their souls out of their bodies. With their friends' souls on the line, Gintoki and Hijikata do everything they can to fix the funeral. But when they try to carry the coffin out, the body gets dislodged in all sorts of ridiculous ways. One thing leads to another, and the body is launched into a passing truck. One unlikely car chase later, they manage to retrieve the body. The ghost thanks the gang for making this funeral a funny and positive experience, and he leaves them one final tailor-made meal with an extra special ingredient. In episode 232, the weird penguin duck creature Elizabeth runs away, causing a distraught Zura to come to Oddjob's Gin for help. He realizes that Elizabeth has actually been gone for more than a year. Zura is a dedicated pet owner, so something's clearly wrong here. The team visits Zura's home and looks through the signs that Elizabeth uses to communicate. Zura starts to recall some memories that he had forgotten. Over a year ago, Zura and Elizabeth came across an old lady. Elizabeth grew attached to her and spent every day in the park keeping the old lady company. They even shared a bed a few cold and lonely nights. One day, the old lady finally threw off her disguise to reveal a beautiful young woman and Elizabeth's former lover, Fumiko. Elizabeth, of course, knocked out and drugged Fumiko. A group of creatures who looked like Elizabeth then showed up. Using signs, they called Elizabeth Captain and announced that their job on Earth was done. When Zura tried to stop her, he was also drugged. Back in the present, Fumiko shows up in her own duck costume. She explains that she and Elizabeth belong to an alien tribe of spies called Renho. Their scouting mission is complete. Their tribe returns to their Death Star spaceship and prepares to conquer Earth. And they're led by the fearsome leader, Dark Vader. Fumiko has decided not to support the Renho after seeing the beauty of Earth. She joins the Oddjobs, and Zura, who's determined to bring his friend back no matter what. And to help them, two old allies return, the idiotic space pirate Sakamoto and his serious companion Mutsu. In episode 233, the Renho invasion of Earth begins. A special rain causes people to turn into Elizabeths. Sakamoto wants to make this right. He's the one who brought Fumiko and Elizabeth to Earth in the first place, believing the creatures to be peaceful. So Sakamoto and Mutsu take the Oddjob's crew, Zura, and Fumiko to the Renho Death Star. The team members disguise themselves and try to sneak into the Renho base. While Mutsu does business with the leader, everyone wears their own customized Elizabeth costume. Except Shinpachi, who's just painted white. Could have fooled me. The team tries to get closer to the Renho leader, Dark Vader. He's conquered the alien race and is the reason why its people aren't allowed to speak or reveal their bodies. Great. Now I'm picturing nude middle-aged men and women under those Elizabeth cloaks. They almost blow their cover when they realize that the Renho only eat mid-tier Nintendo cartridges. Don't they have anything better? Final Fantasy? Dragon Quest, Zelda. They're rescued by the Renho's newest general, Elizabeth, the real Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Mutsu tries to negotiate with the Renho leader. Instead, he promises her a front row view of the destruction of Earth. And then he shows her why the Renho are known around the universe as the White Devils. They've got Gundams? Sorry, I mean Gunsums? Anti-samurai weapons, and totally a different thing. Don't worry, the Gunsums' faces have been blurred to protect their privacy. In episode 234, Elizabeth, now called General Eren, prepares to invade Earth with Gunsums. If the giant mechs don't get them, then the copyright strikes will. She takes in all the newcomers as her new soldiers. She tells Zura that her friend on Earth taught her to trust in her friends. He believes in Elizabeth and resolves to help her stop the Renho invasion, even if it means cutting her down. Fumiko manages to hijack one of the Gunsums. Zura climbs in and launches out of the Renho Death Star. Meanwhile, the Renho become aware of spies in their midst. Gintoki and Sakata throw off their disguises. They declare themselves as samurai, the Yamanto's worst enemies, and then they attack. Well, Gintoki attacks. Sakamoto is here to do business. As far as he concerns, planets are just places for people to stand on. Sakamoto's home is in space, so he doesn't actually care about Earth. He offers to sell his company's services, as well as the legendary White Devil, aka Gintoki. Just when things are getting heated, the clouds over Earth start to clear. Elizabeth, riding inside a Gunsum, has managed to hijack the system and stop the Renho's evil plans. She uses clouds to spell out a message of love to her Earth friend Zura. Then, she uses her Gunsum to punch the Death Star. In episode 235, Elizabeth's Gunsum fights Dark Vader in space. Vader tells her she has no friends and she'll die alone. At that moment, Zura appears in his Elizabeth costume and slashes Vader in half. But it's not enough. Dark Vader repairs himself and orders his fleet to shoot at Elizabeth. Instead, they shoot at Vader, slamming him into his own star. Sakamoto appears with Vader's other generals by his side. It turns out that Vader is the one who's all alone. The Renho put down their signs, let their faces show, and speak up. Sakamoto has struck a deal with the generals and formed an alliance. He promises to help them conquer any planet, so the Renho ask him to help take back their own planet from Dark Vader. The power of diplomacy! Dark Vader transforms, fusing with the planet and becoming a giant metal monstrosity. This, it turns out, is his true form. The real Renho planet was destroyed long ago. The Renho created a computer and moved to the artificial metal planet, but the computer went rogue and started creating dictator-like leaders. Sakamoto's right-hand woman Mutsu has one final trick up her sleeve. She punches in an emergency code, and Sakamoto's company ships fuse and transform into a giant robot, the Galactic Merchant Fleet robot Cayenne. The robot is so large that its body parts need to be piloted separately. Mutsu assigns each person on the team a body part to pilot, except Shinpachi. Poor guy's really drawing the shortest straws in this arc. In episode 236, the final battle to defeat Dark Vader begins. Fumiko, who's in charge of piloting the robot's crotch, blows her load as soon as the fight starts. One by one, Vader takes out the rest of their body parts. Finally, the only part that remains is the pimple, piloted by Shinpachi. The robot transforms again, whipping out a massive cannon. Over at the Vader robot, Fumiko approaches the computer's core. She used the first attack to launch herself over. She breaks the vessel where the brain-like core is suspended. She says goodbye to her allies and prepares to die for her people. Shinpachi, joined by his friends, fires the final cannon and defeats the Dark Vader Death Star Gundam. After the battle ends, Gintoki and the others wake up back on Earth with their memories erased. They're all bruised up, and they could have sworn Zura usually has someone else by his side, but they don't remember now. Elizabeth decides to keep her robe on and stay on the ruined planet. Her people still need to find a home. She says goodbye to a planet that no longer remembers her, but she finds her friends looking up with smiles. They overcame Elizabeth's attempt to erase their memories. They'll always remember their alien friend Elizabeth, no matter where she is in the universe. The credits roll and, oh, look, she's back. Yeah, the real Elizabeth has been on vacation. The one they just had this huge story arc with was just a temp filling in, and it seems that Fumiko somehow survived too. Hooray! Nothing changes. In episode 237, the Shinsengumi police take the Shogun skiing. Of course, the Odd Jobs gang are hitting the slopes too, and of course, things take a turn for the ridiculous. Kagura throws a massive snowball at the helicopter carrying the Shogun. The important man falls onto the slopes, for some reason, mostly naked. Kondo leaps to his rescue, for some reason, also mostly naked. Gintoki uses the shogun as skis, Hijikata rides on Kondo, and Otae hops onto her brother for a ride down the slopes. When the characters crash to a stop in the middle of nowhere, the shogun is nowhere to be found. The shogun won't survive out in the cold in just his underwear, and so the team set out to look for the lost man before it's too late. In episode 238, Kondo goes out to look for the shogun, while the others seek shelter. They come across everything from a Bigfoot home to a cave of dead chupacabras. By nightfall, the snow's picked up and they still haven't found some place safe to rest. Just when things couldn't get worse, a bear chases them to a cliffside. Shinpachi starts to fall, but the bear rushes in and saves him. It's the shogun. He managed to find a cabin and make himself a warm bear pelt. He even rescued Kondo, who was supposed to be rescuing him. The cabin is still cold, so the group tries to huddle for warmth, but no one wants to stand next to the shogun, whose junk stinks. They spin the shogun around, trying to redirect the smell. This launches him into the air, through the cabin's roof, and acts as a beacon for the search party. What am I even watching? The shogun has such a great time that he comes back the next day. I don't think that's how that works. In episode 239, Gintoki goes overboard and drinks way too much at a New Year's party. The next morning, he wakes up naked next to an equally naked Otose. The two are absolutely horrified. Neither can remember anything, but they need to make sure they didn't make a horrible mistake. So, Gintoki sets out to figure out what happened the previous night. The more he learns, the worse the situation gets. Apparently, Gintoki didn't just potentially sleep with Otose, he also slept with Otae, Sachan, Tsukuyo, the dork, and Kyubei. Wow, Gintoki was busy! Gintoki tries to scare his new suitors off by accepting responsibility and offering a serious relationship. Unfortunately, they're all serious about him for some reason. Yes, even the dork. So, Gintoki buys a house and sets all 6 of his new potential brides up in separate apartments. Then, he does his best to be a good husband to them all, while keeping the situation a secret from everyone. In episode 240, all of Gintoki's brides-to-be, except the dork, ask him out on a proper date, on the same day. Gintoki can't be in 5 places at the same time, so he uses some blow-up dolls that look like him. You're not allowed to start questioning the logic of this show right now. We're 240 episodes deep. You should be knowing better. The Gintokis take their dates to the movies. Gintoki attempts to control his 5 clones like puppets, but it doesn't go well. The dolls go rogue and end up in ridiculous situations. They deflate, float up into vents, and try to swallow their dates whole. The girls finally realize something is up. They tie him up and leave him stranded in the middle of nowhere. After all that, Gintoki vows never to drink again. And that's exactly what they wanted. Ha! You been punked. This was all an incredibly elaborate plot to get Gintoki to quit drinking. Did they go too far? Nah. And it's highly effective. Until Gintoki realizes that the dork wasn't part of their plot. That one actually happened. Gintoki races to the nearest bar and orders the strongest liquor they've got. Well, that didn't last long. In episode 241, Gintoki and Co. return to the host club owned by the beautiful blonde and the Afro trans man from episode 54. The club will be visited by a very important client who can destroy the entire district if she wants. Oddjobs joins as hosts to make sure the client's experience is flawless. First, the blonde man puts them all to the test. They have to work together to chat up girls and bring them to the host club. Gintoki is surprisingly smooth and actually almost succeeds, but he ruins things by calling in a ride on Kondo, who's running around naked with skates on his hands and feet. Yeah, maybe not. The club owner spots 2 better candidates when they come to pick up their boss, Hijikata and Sogo. Swoon! Otae also arrives to help, and she brings in some hosting veterans. Saigo, and his lovely drag queens. In episode 242, the host club gets super lively when more and more customers show up. A fight breaks out and most of the people go home, leaving only Saigo, Kyubei, Sachan, and Tsukuyo as customers. As the others file out of the host club, a woman in a beautiful black dress shows up for her appointment. She's Yagami, the very important client they've all been waiting for. Gintoki escorts Yagami to her seat, sparking one disaster after another. The other customers join in, and somehow the evening starts to go well. The group gets into a discussion over which Dragon Ball Z characters and scenes they like the most. Their lively welcome gets Yagami to open up to them. She actually has no sway on the district's future, she's just lonely. She met with the blonde host, and his smile was so genuine that she wanted to see him again. She tries to leave, but Blondie invites her back in, not as an important client, but as a human being. The party continues. In episode 243, yet another new editor takes over the production of Gintama in Jump magazine. The editor believes the only way forward for the manga is to ditch the current guerrilla author. He holds interviews with various artists, but none quite have that something special he's looking for. Until he meets prisoners number 4264 and 3016. Gintoki and the prisoner he worked with in that one episode with the warden and the old man. The two make a great team. The prisoner writes and creates a gorgeous sketch, then Gintoki ruins it completely with bad inking and a weird obsession with shoulder pads. The editor thanks them for their time and sends them on their way, thinking he'll never hear from them again. But a little while later, he receives their latest work. It's a story about a young man with massive shoulder pads. He meets some girls who also have giant shoulder pads. The insanity is too much for the editor, who has himself locked up in a cage where he spends all day talking to himself about shoulder pads. I think I want to go buy some shoulder pads. In episode 244, the Shinsengumi police force gets a new recruit, Tetsunosuke, or Tetsu for short. He is the son of one of the most important families in Edo. The annoying young man is seen as a failure by his own family, so they send him away to the basic cops, instead of the more prestigious Mimawari Gumi branch of the police force, which I'm just gonna call Mima from now on. We're just now learning that there's different branches? Hijikata is put in charge of watching over Tetsu. The young punk doesn't take his new job seriously, bringing in friends and turning the headquarters into their turf. Hijikata gives Tetsu one last chance to pull himself together. He takes the thug out on patrol, where they find Gintoki riding his scooter. Tetsu insults Gintoki and then starts a rap battle, as one does. This leads to Gintoki getting hit by a Mima car, which is totally Gintoki's fault. He gets arrested by the leader of the Mima, who turns out to be Tetsu's uptight, monocle-wearing half-brother, Isaburo. Isaburo calls Tetsu a useless, thorny boy who will never amount to anything. Tetsu is a thorn, a prickly boy who's nothing but trouble. Isaburo sees himself as an elegant rose instead. But when he tries to exchange phone numbers, Hijikata destroys the man's phone. Hijikata is determined to help Tetsu find his potential. When they return to Shinsengumi HQ, Tetsu is a transformed man. Hijikata's belief in him made him want to do better. He starts taking the job seriously and becomes Hijikata's assistant. Kondo tells him that Hijikata is an illegitimate son, and he has a half-brother too. His brother was the only family member who accepted him. When he lost his sight protecting Hijikata from some thugs, the young future policeman went berserk and killed them all. From that moment, his family started calling him a thorny boy too, just like Tetsu. In episode 245, Gintoki is freed from the Mima prison by Sogo. Isaburo steps in and offers Gintoki a job. He wants Gintoki to go undercover in the Check It Out gang, a group that's recently started to use violence to spread their message. Back at the Shinsengumi, Tetsu stops trying to be cool and rebellious and becomes a total simp for Hijikata. Hijikata tells him to make himself useful and hands him a letter to deliver to Isaburo. While Tetsu is out to deliver the letter, he's kidnapped by the Check It Out gang. Both the Shinsengumi and the Mima show up to their hideout in an abandoned building. Hijikata wants to save Tetsu, but Isaburo orders his force to attack while his brother is still a hostage, not caring if he gets hurt. Meanwhile, Sogo and Kondo sneak around the back to rescue Tetsu, but Isaburo also had sent someone, his second-in-command and elite assassin, Imai Nobume. In episode 246, Nobume heartlessly slices through gang members on her way to the leader. Sogo and Kondo catch up to her before she can take Tetsu as collateral damage. Sogo tells Kondo to go on ahead while he faces the assassin Nobume in a one-on-one match. Meanwhile, Isaburo disarms Hijikata. The unarmed Hijikata faces off against Isaburo, who uses both his sword and a gun. Hey! That's cheating! Dual-wielding Isaburo easily defeats Hijikata. The gang leader watches the scene with a bound Tetsu from the abandoned building's roof. He reads out the letter to Isaburo that Tetsu was delivering. It's a request from Hijikata for Isaburo to show respect to his half-brother, who's been working so hard to improve himself. Isaburo doesn't care about this heartfelt letter. He tells his team to advance on the gang, even if it kills Tetsu. Hijikata gets up, despite being sliced and shot up. Isaburo shoots him, but Hijikata slices through the bullet and the gun and pins Isaburo to a wall with his sword. Hijikata turns his attention to inside the building, where Isaburo's forces battle the Check It Out gang, led by Nobume. He finds Gintoki on the roof, holding on to their hostage. Gintoki confirms with Isaburo that his job is done, then tosses Tetsu off the building. Hijikata attacks in a rage, but it turns out to have been a ruse. Tetsu is saved by the Anpan-hating spy Yamazaki, who was waiting at the base of the building. In episode 247, Gintoki teams up with Hijikata to destroy a Mima helicopter. The Check It Out gang tries to run away while the two police forces fight each other. Nobume and Sogo work together to capture them. Sogo tries to walk away, but Nobume continues fighting him. She's under orders to take out a target, and she won't stop until she's completed her job. Sogo baits her into attacking the building's pillars, then leaves with a final slice and brings the structure down on her. When the smoke clears, the Shinsengumi and their sister police force, the Mimawarigumi, find the gang all captured. They decide to call it a truce and share the credit for the win. Tetsu gives himself up to the police for being a former gang member. Hijikata tells him he'll always be welcome at the Shinsengumi, which is like a family. Later, Gintoki goes with Tetsu to deliver a letter to Hijikata's brother. They find out that his brother has passed away and meet his widow instead. She tells them that Hijikata has been sending her husband letters every month. They were all blank because they didn't need to use any words to have a strong bond. In episode 248, the dork competes in a quiz show for a chance to win 10 million yen. It's a special show for middle-aged dumbass oldies, aka Madao. In this show, losers who waste their lives get a second chance. Does the dork have what it takes to become a Madaonaire? The dork keeps answering questions correctly. With each question, he remembers more and more about a young girl he recently met. How many people even get this reference anymore? One day, when her father was away, her mother collapsed. The girl moved into a cardboard box next to the dork in the park, and she became like a daughter to him. Eventually, the young girl also fell ill and joined her mother in the hospital. Her real father came to visit them, but he was on the run from some debtors and couldn't afford to pay the hospital fees. The dork promised to pay off the loan sharks, and that, finally, is how he wound up on this quiz show. When the dork is just one question away from 10 million, he uses a lifeline to call the girl. He tells her to live a happy life with her parents and then locks in the correct answer. He did it. He won the money for the girl's family and paid off just a part of her father's debt. In episode 249, Gintoki's old shikigami, Gedomaru, comes for a visit for the holidays. She wants help finding Ketsuno Anna the perfect Christmas gift. The Odd Jobs crew heads out to a Santa festival to find gifts for all their loved ones. When they arrive, they realize they misread the sign. This isn't a Santa festival, it's a Satan festival. The gang wanders around the cursed festival, surrounded by strange beings and even stranger items for sale. Gedomaru tests all the items by bludgeoning them with her club. Unsurprisingly, none of them passed her test. That's okay. I don't think Ketsuno Anna wanted a cursed toilet with an acid-spitting mouth bidet. Gintoki tells Gedomaru to just pick something that she would enjoy receiving as a gift. She picks a skull headdress, and Gintoki tries to buy a second one to give to the shikigami. The vendor refuses to sell to a human, and a fight breaks out. Gedomaru destroys all the monsters. Then, she thanks Gintoki for teaching her that a present has to be from the heart. The next morning, Ketsuno Anna presents the weather in her brand new skull t-shirt. In episode 250, Gintama welcomes a new year by handing out New Year's envelopes. Well, Shinpachi hands out envelopes. Gintoki lost all his money at pachinko, so he's broke again. Shinpachi and Kagura knew he wouldn't have money on New Year's, so they saved up some of theirs so Gintoki has something to hand out to kids. Aww. Gintoki visits a few friends to wish them Happy New Year's, but there aren't really many child characters in Gintama, so he struggles to find kids to hand out the cash to. Besides, everyone seems to be obsessed with balls for some reason. Gintoki spits up mochi balls, the Yoshiwara lady tries to give him gold in an inappropriate shape, and Sachan, let's not talk about Sachan. In the end, Gintoki fails to deliver even one envelope. So, he gives Shinpachi and Kagura their money back. Then, he surprises them with 2 envelopes from him. He actually did save up money. Aww. They celebrate with dinner and discover that the envelopes had nothing but useless vouchers. Yeah, that tracks. In episode 251, Gintoki buys a second-hand kotatsu, a table with a blanket and built-in heater. It's clearly cursed, but beggars can't be choosers. Gintoki and Kagura spend all their time under the kotatsu, even sleeping and brushing their teeth without leaving it. Shinpachi tries to get their friends out by unplugging the heater, but there is no plug. There's nothing but an endless void under that blanket. The kotatsu turns Gintoki and Kagura into balding old people. Other characters show up and get trapped under the kotatsu. They also turn into balding geezers that sit around complaining about their aches and reminiscing about the past. It gets too crowded to relax. The group shoves each other around for space until the kotatsu can't take it anymore and collapses. Everyone is free from its clutches and returns to normal, except Shinpachi, who's now apparently stuck as an old man? In episode 252, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura announced that this will be the final episode of Gintama. I'm getting some serious deja vu here. The trio decide to use this episode to formally apologize to anyone who the show might have offended. The episode goes through various characters who apologize for any offensive actions over the last season of Gintama.
もう普通の感じじゃいけない男でごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
It's all very touching, but obviously it's not over yet. Episode 253 starts the Enchosen season of Gintama Apostrophe. After officially ending the series, the cast is back in action. Gintoki arrives at the Odd Jobs office to find that the silver-haired loser has been replaced as the protagonist by the successful golden-hair Kintoki. Kintoki is better than Gintoki in every way. He's charismatic, pays rent on time, and is adored by pretty much everyone. Gintoki doesn't stand a chance. Gintoki's old friends don't recognize him, and his face has even been replaced with Gintoki's in all the previous episodes. Gintoki goes to drink his troubles away, and Gintoki joins him. The golden boy shows his true colors.
あんた一人がギャーギャーわめいてるだけなんだ。見ただろう。あんたがいなくてもこの世界が順調に回っているところを。
Gintoki tries to gaslight Gintoki into thinking that he's delusional. He was never the protagonist. He's just some obsessed fan. Gintoki is convinced that the anime and all his friends don't need him. Lost and alone, Gintoki ends up in the trash outside the bar. He's found by the only two people in the world who haven't forgotten him, Sadaharu and Tama, the maid robot. Together, they visit Gintama and discover the truth. Shinpachi and Kagura created their new leader with the help of their inventor and robot-building friend.
銀時様の弱点を全て克服したパーフェクトな坂田銀時。
Gintoki is a robot. Episode 254, it's revealed that Gintoki was just supposed to fill in for our Gintoki, who was gone for half a year. But he took his task too seriously. He used brainwaves to manipulate everyone's memories and completely erase the original Gintoki from their minds. Tama comes up with a plan to help everyone remember Gintoki. The old protagonist was a bumbling idiot. All Gintoki has to do is show them that their perfect golden boy could never have acted like that.
そこの誤差、違和感を刺激すれば記憶の金メッキが剥がれるかもしれない。金時を倒すには皆様の力が必要不可欠です。
Gintoki acts like a fool around his old friends, but nothing works. Finally, Gintoki drops the act to leap to the rescue of Sachan, who accidentally falls off a building. Shinpachi and Kagura react without even thinking, catching Gintoki and Sachan when they reach the ground. Gintoki's actions plant a seed of doubt in all his friends' minds. They start to remember that the protagonist they knew and loved had so much more depth than their current bland, perfect guy.
でも何かが違うの。何かが足りない気がするの。
何かって何が？
わからない。
Meanwhile, Gintoki is ready to give up his leading role. If his friends are still helping people, then they don't need him. That night, Tama leaves to try and fix things, but she runs into Gintoki. In episode 255, Gintoki attacks Tama. He hits her over and over, but she manages to get a shot in too. She hits his weak point with the screw that Gintoki got her, which she's kept in her hair ever since. Gintoki comes to Tama's rescue, literally pulling Gintoki's nuts and bolts. But he chooses to save Tama over finishing off Gintoki. He runs off with the malfunctioning robot. He leaves Tama with the mechanic, then heads out to win his friends back. Gintoki turns the events around to make Gintoki look like the bad guy. He recruits Gintoki's old friends and asks them to help track down their silver-haired protagonist.
バカだね。金さんの仲間に手を出すなんて。この男、歌舞伎町中を敵に回したようなもんだぜ。
Shinpachi's sister, Otai, feels uncomfortable with Gintoki's request. The protagonist she remembers wouldn't want to hurt anyone. The real Gintoki would show up in the middle of the action, picking his nose. At that moment, Gintoki shows up in the middle of the action, picking his nose. She knows him so well. Gintoki's former friends surround him, fighting over who gets to avenge Tama. But one by one, Gintoki manages to reenact key moments in their past. Tsukuyo, Kyubei, and Sachan all start to remember their beloved Gintoki.
いい街だな。やっぱりここは。
When Gintoki shows up to finish off his silver-haired nemesis, the three girls stand in his way. In episode 256, all of Edo turns against Gintoki. The golden-haired imposter tries to brainwash the people around him, but the memories made over 60 DVDs and 256 episodes can't be broken by one story arc. As Gin and Kin battle, Gintoki reveals that he's installed a special program in himself. He plans to erase the memories of every person in Edo. Gintoki's plan is to end the anime with a bang and return as the protagonist in the next season. Gintoki beheads the imposter and attaches the head to his stomach. He kneels on a rooftop, preparing to end both his and Gintoki's lives. Gintoki thrusts his wooden sword through Kin's head and into his stomach. Shinpachi, Kagura, and Otai find him and they hug. They tell him that no matter how many times the show ends, they'll always find each other. Then, the ending credits roll. After the credits, a new show called Montama begins. In a world where every man's junk has fallen off, only high school student Gintama remains with his nuts and bolts intact. He finds the silver-haired beauty who he promised to use as a sheath for his sword. Just then, the illusion is shattered by Gintoki. Gintoki finds himself stuck in the ground. The illusion was meant to show Gintoki how it felt to have his protagonist status ripped away.
そして他人に大切なものを奪われる気分はみんなあなたがやったことです。
The bonds that people have go deeper than memories. In the end, Gintoki is spared, and Gintoki and his friends return home. In episode 257, Gintoki is summoned to Yoshiwara to meet with the legendary courtesan, Suzuran. Gintoki is super excited until he realizes that she's now an old woman. Gintoki finds out that Suzuran made a pact with a man a long time ago. She promised that even as she continued to work as a courtesan, she would forever be faithful only to him. She's remained in Yoshiwara all these years, waiting for him to return. She kept a piece of his hair tied to her pinky as proof of that promise. As Suzuran's time on this earth is coming to an end, Gintoki sets out to find the man she once loved and bring him to see her one last time. The Odd Jobs crew does some digging and finds out that Suzuran was the former shogun's favorite courtesan.
それはつまり
先代将軍様です
After the Amanto took over, he stepped down as the shogun. He also helped to rebuild the castle and remained an advisor to the new government. He also had many wives. Luckily, Kagura knows the princess. Remember from that one time that the princess ran away from the castle and they just kinda hung out? She gets Gintoki and the others into the castle, where they meet her one-armed guardian, Rotten Maizo. Gintoki also says hello to their buddy, the Shogun, by accidentally throwing a cannon in his face. This dude never gets a break. In episode 258, Gintoki accidentally knocks out the Shogun right when the former Shogun, Sada, arrives for a visit. Gintoki pretends to be the man, moving him around as a puppet. Gintoki and his friends find out that the Shogun remembers Suzuran, but he totally used her. He's a creepy man who drools at the thought of women. Ew. They can't bring this perv back to see the dying courtesan? No problem though. They just won't go back to Yoshiwara at all. The former shogun, Sada, has some government officials killed and frames Gintoki and his friends for it. He arrests them, throwing the princess in jail with them. While they're in prison, the princess tells the others a story about her guardian, Maizo.
そうだ私が小さい頃じいやに聞かされた寝物語を聞かせてあげますとってもつまんなくてすぐ眠れるんです昔々どんだけつまんねえんだてめえら
Sada once courted the beautiful courtesan Suzuran. Maizo, the shogun's servant, started to spend time with her, and they actually fell in love. They made a pinky promise to run away together the following night, but he never returned. The sadistic Sadasada knew about their affair and chopped off Maizo's arm. Sadasada offers Maizo a chance to go see his beloved Suzuran if he executes Gintoki and his friends. But the Shinsengumi arrived that night. They heard of something corrupt happening inside the castle, so they set the odd jobs free.
覚えておいた方がいい。この城中にあなたたちの味方なんて誰もいない。
Odd Jobs and Tsukuyo make a promise to return alive. Then, they set out to restore peace in Edo Castle. In episode 259, Gintoki and his allies fight their way through the shogun's guards. They break through to Sadasada. Sadasada is protected by a shadowy group of assassins, the Tenshoin Naraku, led by a man in a mask named Oboro. Gintoki finds the old servant Maizo bleeding out in the room, his other arm chopped off.
間に合ったところでもうその男には指切りどころか愛しい女を抱きしめることもできはしないが
Shinpachi carries the old man away, with Kagura along to protect them. Gintoki turns to fight the monstrous Oboro and his highly skilled hitmen. Gintoki is hit in the arm by a poison needle that will paralyze and eventually kill him if the poison isn't removed. Oboro's mask falls off, and Gintoki recognizes him from the war. When the Amanto invaded, the government decided to take the path of least resistance. They sold out their own country and ordered all the nation's samurai to be eliminated. So, basically the same plotline we've seen with the ninjas.
おや知り合いかおぼろ殿
Oboro is one of the men who led the purge on behalf of the government dogs, the Naraku. Gintoki, Zura, Sakamoto, and Takasugi were a group of young samurai who ran into the battle to rescue their beloved teacher, who had been taken captive. Back then, they failed. Now, Oboro walks away from Gintoki, who starts to feel the effects of the poison. In episode 260, the Shinsengumi protect Kagura and Shinpachi. These prisoners are supposed to be executed in the morning, and the Shinsengumi were told to guard them until then. They're not protecting rebels, they're just doing their job.
我々は処刑の時まで見張りを大殿より仰せつかまつりました。ならばこの夜が明けるまでその者たちが首を守るが我々の使命にござる。
Meanwhile, the white-clad Mimawari Gumi police force enters the palace to clean up from the inside. Their leader, the mono-clad Isaburo, shoots Gintoki in the chest. But he's not hit with a bullet. It's an antidote for the poison. Looks like both police forces have decided to unite against a common enemy, the former shogun. The chief of police shows up with the rest of the regional police forces in Edo. They storm the castle, coming after Sadasada's head. Gintoki leaps up and runs deeper into the castle, aiming to get to the former shogun first. Meanwhile, the current shogun of Edo regally rides in on his white horse. He orders the castle guard to stand down and approaches Shinpachi and Kagura. He thanks them for saving the faithful servant who stood by him all these years. A Naraku flying ship arrives to take Sadasada and Oboro to safety. Instead, Gintoki leaps out. He releases a black smoke and tricks Oboro into attacking him with his poison needles. But when the smoke clears, Oboro realizes he'd actually attacked Sadasada. Oboro and Gintoki fall off the castle roof, locked in battle. Both remember their old teacher, a man with long silver hair.
それまで仲間をみんなを守ってあげてくださいね。
Then, they crash land on a lower roof. In episode 261, the current shogun stops the Naraku from taking the former shogun away. His crimes were committed on Earth, so he should be punished here too. The shogun submits his resignation and declares Edo to be a country of samurai. The shogun's resignation request is denied, but it sets into motion a plot to replace the current shogun with another man who can act as a puppet for higher powers. Then, the old shogun is assassinated in prison by a familiar face, the bandaged villain, Takasugi.
先生によろしくな。
Of all of the genres that this show is, political thriller isn't exactly my favorite one. Unfortunately, all the excitement has left the castle on full lockdown. Old Man Maizo is barely alive and unable to leave his home. It looks like Suzuran won't get to reunite with her beloved after all. Gintoki won't let that happen. With the help of the Shinsengumi, he creates a distraction that allows the old man to leave the castle. He finally gets to meet with the beautiful courtesan he fell in love with all those years ago.
枯れてなどおりません。
マイゾウ様、これは夢。また月とともに消えてしまう人よの夢。
They promise never to lose each other again. Then, they hold hands and walk away from the world of the living together. In episode 262, Shinpachi's sister Otae revisits her vow to restore her father's dojo, the Kodokan. And to do so, she gets the help of Shinpachi's former instructor and Otae's first love, Obi Hajime. Hajime went to study abroad in space, but when he was leaving, an explosion in the terminal teleported him to a random planet. There, Hajime trained under a little green guy who looks kind of familiar. He learned how to fight with lightsabers, and he got so good that he became known as the Galaxy Swordmaster. When he got bored of perfecting sword skills, he returned to Edo. Somehow, the dojo manages to recruit 2 students, Kyubei and Kondo.
ただ、入門する前に本当にすごいのかどうか見せてもらわないとね。
そうだな。まずは一度僕らと手合わせしてもらえるか。
ああ、望むところじゃ。
Hajime demonstrates his skill by turning his whole arm into a beam saber, which he can do because he's half cyborg. What? You didn't notice? It turns out that Hajime was caught in the terminal explosion. When he arrived on the other planet, he was half dead. The planet of Yoda's that he ended up on had the tech to bring him back to life better, stronger, faster. As he's talking, Hajime suddenly powers down and shuts off. It turns out that he wasn't joking when he asked Otae to lace his alcohol with gasoline. The human part of Hajime is dead. The machine is what's keeping him alive.
ひどいよ。機械がなきゃ生きられないだなんて。そんなのもう。
しんちゃん、どんなになっても兄様は兄様よ。
While Hajime recovers, the Yoda-like aliens send Earth a message. They sent a wonderful present, a weapon that's half human and half machine. The weapon is scheduled to activate after a certain time. At the dojo, Hajime opens his eyes. In episode 263, the Yoda-like Amanto tells Earth that it has 24 hours to make beam weapons legal again, or Hajime will turn into a weapon. He'll fire a beam into space, sparking a war. The little green guy is from a planet that manufactures weapons. That's one way to boost your sales figures. That night, Gintoki arrives at the dojo to kill the mechanical part of Hajime.
そんな物騒なもの持って何やってるんですか、銀さん。
決まってんだろ。お前の初恋の男、ぶった切りに来た。
はっきり言うんですね。
But doing this would also kill the human half. Otae asks Gintoki to give her and Shinpachi until the next day to find a different solution. Gintoki ignores Otae. He storms into the dojo and stabs Hajime in the mechanical part of his body.
もうあれは野郎の体じゃねえんだよ。てめえが流してたのはただの死体とガラクタの塊だ。
Hajime goes on the run. He's been lying to Shinpachi and Otai. He isn't just some pawn in the Amanto's plan. He's a willing participant. The Shinsengumi arrive at the dojo and stand guard over Otai and Shinpachi. They reveal that Gintoki promised to bring Hajime back alive and begged the police to protect his friends until then. The cyborg requests a pickup from his spaceship, but they've already picked up his signal. When Gintoki attacked him earlier, he was really taking out his tracker. Instead of Hajime, Kyubei and Kondo arrive on the weapon maker's spaceship. Back on Earth, Hajime prepares to strike down Gintoki. Instead, Shinpachi arrives and slices off his old instructor's robotic arm. In episode 64, Shinpachi stands before Hajime in Gintoki's place. Shinpachi tells his former teacher that if Gintoki had been trying to kill him, he would have. Instead, Gintoki was trying to save him. Shinpachi won't make the same mistake. Otai stands up as an official witness to their duel.
きっとあなたを止めてみせる。いざ尋常に。
Otai gives the word, and Shinpachi rushes forward. He and Hajime pass each other. Shinpachi looks back as Hajime breaks apart. Shinpachi looks at his dying mentor. His human soul breaks through the cold metal body, and he gets to say a proper goodbye to his friends.
昔から僕のしつこさに根負けして最後は僕に一本譲って
On the spaceship, Kyubei, Kondo, and a group of Shinsengumi hold the Yoda-like Amanto hostage. The aliens activate a trap door and send their captors flying into space. With his last bit of strength, Hajime walks outside and points his beam weapon at the Yoda creature's spaceship. He sacrifices himself to save the Earth and his family.
そんな強い侍になれ。
A month passes. Kondo and Kyubei, who were rescued from floating in space, visit Otai's hostess club. She's been on leave since the incident. They figure she's really struggling until they bump into her and Shinpachi. She's not struggling at all. She was just on vacation. Now that they're back, the dojo reopens bigger and better than ever. Hajime wouldn't have wanted the siblings to mope after his death. Otai stops by his grave and promises him they'll keep smiling. In episode 65, the Odd Jobs office is going through a food shortage. Sadaharu is only given 3 pieces of dog food and is outraged when the humans eat 2 of them.
ろくに働きもせず大量のただ飯かっくらうこの巨大な家畜とろくに働きもせずただメガネをかけ続ける家畜メガネのせいだろ
Starving, the large pup leaves the office to fend for himself. On the way, he finds a tiny white puppy. Sadaharu lets the puppy come along with him. He feeds the pup but not himself and makes sure his little friend is always warm and fed. When the puppy gets sick, Sadaharu tries to take it to the vet, but he's chased away because of his scary size. Sadaharu overhears the Odd Jobs crew talking to the neighbors of the puppy's former owner. The man always kept dogs, but he died recently. There was just 1 puppy left, and he was a sickly mutt, so the neighbors threw him out. But people have been complaining of a big scary dog wandering the streets with the puppy, so now they want him back.
手土産に連れてきたら帰ってきてもいいぜ
Sadaharu protects the puppy. For days, he fishes for the pup and keeps him safe. He gives his food to the pup, but the little guy just keeps getting sicker and sicker. Finally, the puppy and Sadaharu both collapse. They're captured by Gintoki, who had been secretly poisoning the food so he could catch them. Both Sadaharu and the puppy are alive and well. When Sadaharu wakes up, Gintoki gives him a reward for taking such good care of the puppy, a single pellet of food. He tells Sadaharu that the Odd Jobs family always shares, even when times are rough.
ごちになります
All this because Sadaharu didn't want to share his food in the morning. Really? Episode 266 starts the next season of the anime. Gintama degrees? I don't even know with these names anymore. In this episode, Gintoki accidentally freezes time for everyone in Edo except himself, Shinpachi, and Kagura. The previous night, he found an ancient alien clock artifact that can control time. The aliens in charge of the artifact asked him to seal it away, but he was kind of drunk at the time and his memory's hazy. In the morning, Gintoki mistook the artifact for his alarm clock and broke it. Oopsies. The trio takes the artifact to their local mechanic. They leave him a note to fix it, then manually move the hands on its many clocks to shift forward time. They move way too far ahead and end up with the mechanic dead. Oopsies. When they finally find the sweet spot, they catch the mechanic running out of his workshop in joy, only to be hit by a truck. The three try to save the mechanic's life by redirecting the truck, but this kills the dork instead.
あっちを行かせばこっちを行かせずか。くそ、何か方法が。みんなを救う方法が必ずあるはずだ。
There's gotta be a way to save them both. In episode 267, Gintoki realizes that this is a Steins Gate situation. When they approached the mechanic with the artifact, reality branched off into different potential outcomes. In all these outcomes, either the geezer dies or the dork does. Gintoki finds a way to save them both, changing the clock's batteries.
それは俺の勘違い。この時計はただの電池切れ。ファイナルアタッカー。
Yeah, maybe it's not broken after all. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura return to where Gintoki found the artifact in the first place. They find a crashed UFO and some cops frozen in time. Hijikata is clutching the battery they need in his fist. They move time forward little by little, but the cop spends the rest of his life holding the battery, apparently. They go back to their actual time and try different ways to get Hijikata to let go of the battery. They manage to give him a robot arm and blow up Elizabeth. What's she even doing here? But the battery remains firmly in Hijikata's fist. The trio break the anime entirely, dislodging even the sound effects. Eventually, they find themselves in a future where Otae is marrying a sound effect, which has Hijikata's robot arm still holding the battery. I promise I can't make it make any more sense. They get Otae to punch her groom, and the fist finally lets go of the battery. In the end, it's not even the right kind of battery. The artifact powers down and the entire universe stops, including the odd jobs. The sound effect puts the right battery in, then he resets time to a reality where Gintoki never finds the artifact. That was a close call, almost ended the frickin' universe there. In episode 268, the Yanpon-fueled spy Yamazaki is ordered to watch Gintoki for suspicious activity. But as the days pass, Yamazaki finds himself watching the robot-made Tama instead. The other police officers start to worry when Yamazaki becomes obsessed with the robot.
20日目。ああ、タマさん。君はどこから来たの？そしてどこへ向かっていくの？ 25日目。ああ、タマさん。君はどうしてタマさんなの？
Sogo is told to get Yamazaki focused on his work, so he pays the odd jobs a visit. He suggests that they hold a marriage meeting. If the police and the odd jobs form an alliance, that means Hijikata failed. It's convoluted, but I guess that's true. Tama agrees, and the meeting is held between the two sides. When Yamazaki and Tama meet, the odd jobs and the Shinsengumi grade every interaction. Tama cooks for Yamazaki, which involves putting ingredients into her mouth and puking them back up as food. Delicious. Tama goes outside to get more ingredients and Yamazaki follows her. She pukes up an anpan for him. Yamazaki finds strength in the fact that she sees him. She thinks he's kind of like an anpan, overlooked and ordinary, but important. Yamazaki gives up on the whole marriage thing. Instead, he promises that he'll watch over the odd jobs family from now on. Then, he eats the anpan. Delicious. In the first part of episode 269, Tsukuyo tries to teach history to the young Seita. When her methods are a bit too violent, Seita asks Gintoki to teach him instead. Gintoki tells Seita about an alternate history where gorillas, shoguns, and robots fought for dominance. Tsukuyo resists at first, then joins in on this ridiculous fantasy. Seita's mom, Hinawa, joins in, and she puts an end to their silliness. She pretends the whole crazy story was how the Earth began. Okay, now they can start the real history lessons. In part 2, Gintoki and Shinpachi try to figure out the best way to hide naughty magazines so Otae doesn't find them. Gintoki suggests faking her out or changing the entire room to be naughty so the book doesn't stand out. In the end, they settle on hiding the dirty mags in plain sight along with other magazines. Too bad they forgot to change the room back to normal before they left.
Shin-chan, Gin-san? お茶入れましたよ。
いや、片付けんの忘れてた。
In part 1 of episode 270, masochist ninja Sachan installs a one-way mirror behind the odd job's kitchen sink. She hides behind it and watches the trio go about their daily lives. She watches Shinpachi shaving his chest hair and Kagura washing her tail.
一本ぐそ忘れてたる。
ヒロインにあるまじ気分、ケツから飛び出してきた。
Wait, what? What tail? Is this canon?
ただいま。
Never mind, she pulled it out. Gintoki reveals that his hair is a wig. When he tries to use Shinpachi's chest hair as a toupee and Kagura's tail to add some heft to his nether regions, Sachan can't take it anymore. She bursts out of the mirror and leaves. But they knew she was in there that whole time. The whole thing was a show to teach Sachan the ugly truth about herself. But she's right back at it the next day. Some people will just never change. In part 2, Yamazaki feels underappreciated by his police co-workers, so he decides to become a ninja. He signs up for a ninja training course run by an old man and his receptionist. He overcomes increasingly ridiculous obstacles, like leaping over the receptionist and using the receptionist as a snorkel, and also killing the receptionist. In the end, he doesn't get a ninja license, but he does gain enough confidence to take down bad guys and earn his co-workers' respect. In episode 271, Zura and space pirate Sakamoto decide it's time for a flashback arc. They invite Gintoki for a reunion and admit that they're not the ones behind the idea. Back in the war against the Yamato, 4 men became legendary as ruthless fighters: Gintoki, Zura, Sakamoto, and Takasugi. A 5th man fought in the shadows, supporting them. He's the one who brought them all together. The phantom 5th man, Kurokono Tasuke. Gintoki insists that he's never heard of the man before, except in reference to another manga called Kuroko's Basketball.
なるほど。黒子の助けは伝説に名高い男。パクられてアニメ化されてもおかしくはない。
パクってんのこっちだろうが!
The others don't remember this Kuroko no guy either. He must have been really important and worked deep behind the scenes. Zura and Sakamoto take turns remembering things about the war. It now apparently took place on a basketball court and was sponsored by a Japanese sports drink. The three grow increasingly desperate to remember anything about their supposed friend before he arrives. A letter from Takasugi finally sparks a real memory for Gintoki. The letter simply says, "Rest in peace." Even though Gintoki really didn't want it, episode 272 is another flashback story. The war had reached a stalemate and the troops were getting restless. To stop his friends from fighting, Kurokono suggested they play some Kick the Can, a game that combines tag, hide and seek, and capture the flag. While the four hid, Kurokono went inside a temple and counted to 100. At that moment, enemies attacked. Gintoki and his fellow soldiers blew up their own base to destroy the invaders. But wait, weren't they in the middle of something? Gintoki, Zura, and Sakamoto realize their forgettable friend is dead, and it's all their fault. If that's the case, then the reunion was called together by a ghost. That night, Sakamoto and Zura are knocked out by sleeping gas, and Gintoki finds himself alone. A can appears in the hallway, convincing Gintoki that the place is haunted, but it's all a setup by a henchman of their friend-turned-enemy, Takasugi. Gintoki is surrounded by Takasugi's men, dressed as basketball player ghosts. Gintoki has a flashback to the war. Kurokono says his goodbyes and promises to come back if he's ever needed. Gintoki realizes his assailants aren't ghosts and fights back. Kurokono silently disables the rest of the enemies. He tells them to leave before he finishes counting to 100.
あなたもさっさと仲間を連れて逃げなさい。僕が100数える前に、僕が本物の鬼になる前に。
The next morning, Sakamoto and Zura wake up with no memories of last night. And maybe it's better that way. In episode 273, Hijikata wins 300 million yen in a lottery ticket that someone else drops. He dreams of turning the winnings into a mayonnaise kingdom. The rest of Edo becomes a dangerous place in his mind, full of thugs who want his winnings all to themselves. Hijikata attacks the enemies, but really he just runs around the regular streets with his sword drawn. Hijikata realizes that Gintoki is the one who lost the lottery ticket. He imagines hitmen after them both, from the evil and completely imaginary Mohawk Syndicate. Hijikata drags Gintoki with him until they're free of the imaginary villains. But then, they enter a bank and are held up by Mohawk gang members. Wait, they were real? Gintoki and Hijikata turn on each other, and both end up in the gang's truck as hostages. To keep their lottery ticket a secret, they accidentally help the gang rob a bank and evade the police. Hijikata finally decides to rip up the lottery ticket. Gintoki grabs the money from the bank robbery just as the police catch up. Sogo pulls out his trusty bazooka and burns them and their money. In the end, they manage to catch the Mohawk gang robbers, but they're 300 million yen down. Better try their luck at that lottery again. In part 1 of episode 274, Gintoki says the anime needs to make cool odd jobs posters. They brainstorm ideas, but all they can think of is variations on the poster for Mother, aka Earthbound. They also try using photos of themselves with catchy sayings in the spaces. In the end, they just fight, as usual. Sadaharu walks away, accidentally creating the perfect poster. A photo of the three being silly on top of a print of Sadaharu's giant paw. In part 2, representatives of the 4 devas brainstorm ways to improve the image of the Kabukicho district. Otai joins the meeting to provide a fresh, young point of view to the problem. Otai suggests that they come up with a cute mascot to represent the district. They work together to come up with a design, but get distracted by the chin of one of Saigo's drag queens. Things get beyond unhinged for a bit, and everyone leaves without finalizing a design. A while later, Otai sends a mascot design to Katsuo, the current leader of the Yakuza. It's a ripoff of Real Akuma hanging from a rope, which gets him in trouble with copyright enforcement thugs. It's just how Otai planned though. After all, one way of improving Kabukicho's image is by getting rid of the trash. In episode 275, a strange fortune teller stops Kyubei in the street. They can tell that Kyubei is a woman by gender, a man by role, but doesn't quite feel at home in either. The teller asks Kyubei if he wants to live in a world where he is a man. When Kyubei gives a kinda yes, a huge light ball crashes into Edo and throws the anime into a gender reversal arc. When the light clears, Kyubei finds that he's not just male and chosen gender anymore. He's male, parts and all. Everyone in Edo has swapped genders, to varying reactions. Gintoki becomes a busty babe, Kagura turns into a bearded man with a scar over his eye, and Sadaharu turns into a horse for some reason? Is horse the opposite gender of god that's also a dog? Only Shinpachi seems barely affected, with only his glasses changing color. The fortune teller is from a cult that lives by very strict gender norms. The people of Edo are trapped in their new bodies until they learn to act their proper genders. The police show up, led by a stunningly beautiful female Kondo, a tomboyish Sogo, and a lunch lady vibes Hijikata. Only Otai is unchanged, since she was outside the light's blast radius. In episode 276, the Shinsengumi fully converts to the religion of the cult Dekobokoism. They arrest Femme Gintoki and his friends as heretics for failing to act like their given gender. Or so it seems. As soon as the Amanto aren't watching them, Kondo Babe lets them go. The policemen reveal that Lord Dekoboko, the god that these cultists worship, is actually a satellite roaming in space. It's primed to fire anytime it detects gender irregularities. To get the cultists, they'll have to hack into the security systems around the district. So, Girl Toki and Femme Hijikata head out to sabotage the cameras while acting like normal girls. Totally normal. The male versions of Sachan and Tsukuyo help them take out the rest of the cameras. Tsukuyo's army of now men round up all the cultists they could find as hostages, cutting off their communication to the satellite. The team heads down into the sewers, where the rest of the cultists are hiding. Gintoki and Shinpachi watch in horror as the women-turned-men resolve the issue so fast that it makes their previous battles seem like a joke. In episode 277, the team captures all the cultists and takes over their base of operations. But the original fortune teller that Kyubei met, the cult's archbishop, isn't among them. The archbishop contacts them and lets them know that they saw the whole thing. Kyubei's sword was bugged the entire time. The cultist declares that God has chosen Kyubei, They press a button that activates the satellite, and Edo is flooded with another purple blast of light. This time, everyone in Edo gets their actual genders and bodies back. Everyone except Gintoki, Kyubei, and everyone that was underground with them. The satellite holding the virus is destroyed by Earth Defense Forces. Are they stuck like this forever? The Shinsengumi gals become very popular in the Yoshiwara district. Gintoki and Kagura head out on an adventure to find themselves, and Kyubei goes back to his clan, where he dominates the others in combat. He spends time with Otai, getting to know her as a man and woman. But this doesn't feel right. Kyubei comes across another fortune teller. They offer Kyubei a ticket to the next planet that will have their genders swapped. In other words, it's a way to turn things back to how they should be. In the end, Kyubei is neither male nor female, and maybe that's okay.
男らしいとか女らしいとか、そんな誰かが勝手に作った価値観があなたの目指していたものだと。
In the end, all that matters is for people to be true to themselves. The fortune teller reveals themselves to be the female Gintoki. A while later, everyone whose genders hadn't been restored show up on the next planet to be taken over by the cultists. They fight back and destroy the cultists' gender reversal cannon. Well, that arc sure was inspiring? Political? Pointless. I don't even know. All of them? In episode 278, Seita, the young boy from Yoshiwara, is having trouble fitting in at school. His mother, Hinowa, has been making him enormous, elaborate lunches. He's been too embarrassed to eat them around others, though. Tsukuyo decides to give lunch making a try. She packs him adorable little rice balls shaped like Japanese throwing knives. Unfortunately, they're shaped like knives because they are knives.
あれ食べないの？セータくん、血出てるんだけど。
Well, that was a failure. The other women chip in to pack Seita lunches, each one worse than the next. Sachan's lunch is just rice with a note to reheat the lasagna, and Kyubei sends an entire dragon. One of the girls at school eats with him every day. Her lunches are always perfect. The other kids start to bully Seita, thinking his ridiculous lunches are just a ploy to get her attention. That night, Seita throws Hinowa's lunch to the floor and yells at her.
母ちゃんは普通の母ちゃんじゃないから。本当はオイラの母ちゃんじゃないから。母ちゃんの弁当なんて作れないんだろ!
He immediately regrets those words and runs away. He bumps into the girl from school at the park. He learns that she doesn't have a mother, so she's been making all the lunches for her family. The next day, Seita opens up his mom's massive lunch and eats it proudly in front of the whole class. Thanks to his new friend, the others join in too, and soon, the whole class is enjoying Hinowa's lunch together. In episode 279, a serial killer has been murdering drunkards in back alleys. He cuts off their heads almost completely, leaving only a tiny sliver of skin attached. Yeesh, brutal. Gintoki finds this grim reaper as he's stumbling home one night. The skull-faced figure begs Gintoki to help it off itself, but Gintoki fails miserably. He ends up back home with the Reaper's entrails wrapped around him and its body clinging to his back. How do you mess up that badly? The Reaper removes its skull mask and reveals a young woman. She apologizes and leaves. After another killing, the Shinsengumi call in an expert, Ikeda Yaemon. Yaemon is an executioner from the Ikeda clan. Traditional Japanese seppuku executions were carried out by the person being executed. They pierced their own stomachs while a skilled swordsman stood by to chop off their heads to prevent too much suffering. Yaemon points out that the recent drunkard executions are especially skilled. They're carried out using a traditional technique from the Ikeda clan that separates the soul from the body while leaving the head attached. He claims only someone from his clan could be the one carrying out these killings. Gintoki is hired by Yaemon to find the female Reaper, his adopted sister, Ikeda Asaemon. She went on the run after helping the former head of the clan commit an honorable death. He had apparently been helping criminals, and it was the only way to protect the Ikeda family name from disgrace. Gintoki brings Asaemon home. Her brother reveals that he's the one who's been killing drunk men. They were the criminals that the former Ikeda family head, aka his father, had freed years ago. And one of the names on the list of freed prisoners is Gintoki's.
先代八右衛門が逃がした罪人の中にあなたの名前があるんですから。
In episode 280, Yaemon reports to the police that the Ikeda clan has executed their runaway serial killer, Asaemon.
検視役の確認も取れています。確かに辻切りの下手人池田朝右衛門の首であると。
In reality, she's smuggled out of Edo in a barrel on a ship. The odd jobs come with her as her protectors. Gintoki reveals that Asaemon's adoptive father did, in fact, save him from being executed 10 years ago. Gintoki was arrested for fighting in a battle against an important general. That general became a very influential part of the post-war government. He decided to get revenge on all those who opposed him by having them killed, whether they were soldiers or women and children. Asaemon's adoptive father found this unjust and went against the law. He did everything he could to save those who didn't deserve to die. The Shinsengumi board the ship to make sure that all the corpses in the barrels are actually dead. The policemen reveal that Gintoki and Asaemon, along with all the dead dissenters in the other barrels, are an offering to the government. Yaemon sold them out to gain favor with the government. Ikeda clan members show up on the ship, but Gintoki stands up to defend Asaemon. He tells her to use her sword to push forward instead of dwelling on the sins of the past. She rushes forward and slices all their attackers' swords in half.
バカな人。自分の首を餌にしてまで人を焚きつけようだな。
She moves past them and attacks Yaemon, but he slashes back with lightning speed. It's Reaper versus Reaper. In episode 281, Gintoki steps in at the last moment and stops Yaemon's sword. Yaemon tells Asaemon that Gintoki was the reason her father was killed. Her birth father was trying to sell his own daughter to save his life. Gintoki heard this and offered himself and her father up as prisoners. In exchange, he told the men to stop killing others. The former head Reaper overheard this exchange. He allowed Gintoki to go free, but executed Asaemon's father. Then, he took in the young girl and raised her as his own daughter. Gintoki kneels before Asaemon now and asks her to take his head. Asaemon draws her sword, but Yaemon attacks first. He slices into her neck. While he gloats, Gintoki uses Asaemon's sword to defeat Yaemon. After the battle, the Odd Jobs team are arrested and set up to take the blame, to keep the government officials' hands clean. Sogo and Hijikata deliver them to their executioner, the new head of the Ikeda clan, Asaemon. Then, they walk away. They don't need to watch the execution, right?
ここにはもう裁かれるべき罪人など。
I think the crew's gonna be okay. In episode 282, The dork makes it his mission to scare kids into hating summer vacation. Instead, he becomes a popular scary storyteller and starts charging per tale. The dork visits the odd jobs office to gather more scary story ideas. The team misunderstands the assignment. Kagura tells a starey story and a Saint Seiya story.
これ式の網でフェニックスの翼が奪えるとでも
Shinpachi tells a spooky story about a family haunted by a murdered mother, but Kagura turns it into a Saint Seiya story too.
お母さんならお父さんの背中に抱きついてるよ。そう。
フェニックスは何度でも蘇るのだから。フェニックスどっから蘇ってきた？
Kagura keeps inserting the Saint Seiya character into all their stories for a bit of originality.
この前はトラブル関係者と黒子関係者。今回はやべえよ。菓子折りいくつあっても足んねえよ。階段より怖いもんあったね。
This finally comes to an end when a representative for copyright agency calls the office. The whole thing turns out to be one of Dork's scary stories. The kids at the park run screaming from the threat of copyright. In episode 283, Gintoki notices how good robot-made Tama is at listening to their customers. He sets up a confessional booth and starts charging money to have Tama listen to their troubles. One by one, people confess their sins to the robot girl to be absolved. Each character's confession reveals a string of unfortunate events. Shinpachi and Kagura confess that they destroyed one of Gintoki's figurines and stabbed him with a broom handle.
それが奴の背負いし十字架。雨。
How did he not notice that? Getting stabbed made Gintoki's head jerk up and hit Sadaharu, who flew out the window in pain. The dog landed on a man, accidentally killing him. Sadaharu hid the body in Gintoki's closet.
なんてこったやっぱりあいつらだった人のケツの穴とケツの穴をめちゃくちゃにした挙句最後にとんでもねえ過ち懺悔しやがった
The police chief confesses that a dog suddenly landed on his friend, then disappeared. Gintoki realizes that the man Sadaharu killed was the shogun, the unfortunate government man that they keep humiliating. The dork describes staying in a friend's closet and getting thrown into the river. Sadaharu was apparently trying to get rid of the body, but threw the dork out instead. Sachan was also living in the closet. How many people are living in Gintoki's closet? She was thrown in the river too, followed by the dead shogun, who she brought to confession for some reason.
事件は会議室どころか懺悔室で起こっていました。
じゃあプリンと一緒にこの浮き輪も彼のところに返しておこう。アーメン。
待て！雨取り消し！
Gintoki sends Tama to get the shogun's body from Sachan. She misunderstands and fails to get the body. The next two confessors are from the police. Gintoki starts to panic when the shogun himself shows up to confession. He's alive? The man admits that he doesn't remember who he is. He woke up with amnesia and was found by Zura. The shogun walks away as Zura's newest terrorist recruit, as Gintoki is arrested for his supposed murder. In episode 284, the shogun has been missing for a week. Meanwhile, he's actually taken in by Zura into the anti-foreigner faction. Zura, oh so kindly, teaches the literal leader of the nation how to be a leader. They play different games to learn leadership skills like how to keep cool in stressful situations and how not to show their weaknesses. The shogun keeps beating Zura at every game. He shows levels of leadership skills so high he's practically a saint.
まずは自分の弱さと向き合わねばな。
Zura's radical followers turn away from their leader and start to follow the shogun instead. Zura goes to break Gintoki out of prison, and the shogun comes along to help. The two play a final game, a race that ends with Zura's rebel group and the Shogun's guards both holding up their swords, and the Shogun naked as always. It turns out both Zura and the Shogun knew who the other was the whole time. Their little race ends in a draw, and they leave with a new respect for each other. In episode 285, Kondo asks Otae to attend a festival with him. When she rejects him, his mood is so low that Sogo makes him wear a cockroach mask. He bumps into Otae at the festival and gets to spend time with her anyway, even if she doesn't know it's him. They run into Gintoki, who's running a festival stall to make some extra cash on the side. They play one bizarre and expensive game after another.
人を傷つける覚悟もねえのに銃なんか握ってんじゃねえよ。てめえの頭だったら喜んで撃ち抜いてやるよ。
All the games end with Otae doing something kind-hearted and selfless. An intense round of goldfish scooping ends with Kondo, Otae, and a random old man hanging by a rope from the top of a building. Kondo tries to help Otae rescue the man and ends up face first in the water. The whole thing was a setup by the Oddjobs and Otae to teach Kondo to quit stalking Otae. And in the end, she had fun and saw the kinder side of Kondo.
お面で隠したものの代わりに見えたものもあるかもしれない。
変態がゴリラじゃなくてゴキブリだったってことあるか？
いいえ、そうじゃなくて。
Guys, I think the old man is dead. In part 1 of episode 286, Kagura and the princess spend a summer day breaking open watermelons. The princess gets carried away and walks onto the road with her blindfold on. She gets kidnapped by a rebel group without even realizing it. The Oddjobs rescue her by throwing watermelon at the bad guys. The princess is held hostage by the last rebel, but she breaks a watermelon right in his face. Take that! In the second part, the young boy Seita visits the Oddjobs on the last day of summer. They help him fill out a picture diary of his summer vacation for school. When they finish, Seita feels like he's wasted his vacation. Kagura points out that there's still one day left. They load Gintoki into a cannon and fire him into the sky. Everyone spends the evening watching the beautiful display of fireworks.
8月26日、今日はみんなで花火を打ち上げました。汚い花火だったけど、楽しかったです。
And it's the perfect end to a summer. In episode 287, Gintoki and Hijikata get into an accident, and the impact makes them switch bodies.
ご自分のお名前とご職業お願いします。
坂田銀時、よろずやす。
土方藤四郎、新選組副長だ。
Ugh, that's just weird. The two are stuck until they figure out how to switch back. So, Gintoki pretends to be the police vice commander, while Hijikata goes to run the Oddjobs Gin office. Both are horrible at their new roles. Gintoki abolishes the Shinsengumi Code of Conduct and turns the police force into a bunch of thugs. Meanwhile, Hijikata creates a strict new code for the Oddjobs team, and he tries to pay the rent and his employees' wages. The world must be ending! Tama, the robot maid, is the only one who realizes what's happened. She takes the two to be looked at by the friendly neighborhood robot mechanic. He tells them the truck that hit them was carrying a new device that switches people's souls, and also makes perfect eggs over rice. The impact caused the device to malfunction and suck out their souls instead of egg yolk. Ah, okay. Makes sense. In episode 288, Tama and the mechanic try to use the perfect egg over rice maker to switch Gintoki and Hijikata back to their proper bodies. It doesn't work.
これがあなたたちから抽出した魂でできた猫の餌でも犬の餌でもない。 ゴミです。
Something's missing. When the soul switch happened, part of Gintoki's soul got sucked into a dead cat. If they ever want to go back to their normal bodies, they've got to find that cat. They split up to search for the stray. Hijikata, in Gintoki's body, runs into the thug-like Shinsengumi. He badmouths their leader for abandoning their code, so Kondo arrests him for buddy defamation. The newly hyper-organized odd jobs show up to defend their leader. Gintoki and Hijikata try to stop their people, but a huge fight breaks out between the two groups. Just then, a terrifyingly human-like cat walks out of a nearby store. That has to be the cat they're looking for, right? The thing's so creepy that both the police and the odd jobs stop fighting each other and attack this swole cat. No, that's Gintoki's soul. Don't kill it.
こう見えてもこいつはいいやつなんだ。優しさからできたバッピンの化身なんだ。
誰だ？俺の邪魔をするな！どこがいいやつ？
Hijikata and Gintoki track the cat creature to Otai's dojo. She doesn't see a freakish half-man, half-dead cat. She just sees someone who needs her help. The two guys will need to convince her to let them have the cat if they ever want their bodies back. In episode 289, Hijikata and Gintoki both tell Otai to dump the loser cat she brought home and go out with them instead. Both are violently rejected, of course. Their friends arrive to help. Shinpachi runs off with his sister, and Kondo drags away the Catman. The truck has scrambled all of their souls. Shinpachi now has Kondo's soul, and Kondo has Sachan's. Otai realizes her brother isn't himself and screams. The Catman hears and runs to her rescue. He grabs her and runs away from all of Gintoki's body-swapped friends.
私たちのコンビネーション技見せてあげようよ、そうくん。行くわよ。誰がそうくんあるか。
はぐらじゃないバカグラちゃんだ。
When they catch up, they tell Otai that the Catman already has an owner and they just want to return him. But they're acting so incredibly strange that she doesn't believe them. If they can't use reason, they'll have to take Gintoki's soul back by force. They defeat the Catman. Don't worry about how.
人形を乱すな！組織の中でてめえに何ができるのかてめえの頭で考えろ！
I said, don't worry about how. Gintoki's soul is violently expelled through the cat's backside. Gintoki and Hijikata return to their correct bodies, and everything goes back to normal. Or at least they will once they figure out how to stop their friends from being walking poop creatures. In episode 290, Gintoki chats with space pirate Mutsu about how they first met Sakamoto, the ever-laughing space pirate / failed businessman. Gintoki met Sakamoto in the middle of the Amanto War. He was just as useless and stupid back then, but he was also a charismatic con man who could win his way into anyone's pockets. He helped raise funds and get more men and women for their cause. When Mutsu first met Sakamoto, he was floating in the ocean after getting scammed in a bad deal. He hasn't changed one bit. Mutsu was the captain of a slave pirate ship.
お前宇宙海賊だったの？
案ずるな。ただのバイトぜよ。
バイトで人さらいやってるやつの方が怖いわ。
But not for long. Sakamoto bought the entire fleet, along with Mutsu, from the space slavers. Back when he found her, Sakamoto taught her that business doesn't have to be about exploitation. It could be about giving people something good and making them smile. He could sell someone a rock and they'd be the happiest person in space. At that very moment, Sakamoto is once again floating around in the water after a bad deal. He's picked up by the slavers from all those years ago who are out for revenge.
お久しぶりですね。詐欺師。
はい、すみません。クレーン酔いで。
Mutsu rushes in to save her captain, even if he's a bumbling fool. While searching for Sakamoto in episode 291, Mutsu and Gintoki are separated by the space pirates. Mutsu's flashback continues, showing how she went from being the young captain of a slaver pirate ship to traveling around the universe with Sakamoto. Back then, Mutsu released the ship's prisoners. In response, her guardian and second-in-command sentenced her to death. Instead of running with the other released slaves, Sakamoto stayed behind to help Mutsu escape. In the present, he stands ready to do the same. In the flashback, the escaped slaves all come back to rescue Mutsu and Sakamoto, and in the present, Gintoki helps Mutsu fight off the same aliens. Mutsu reveals that she's no ordinary human. She's a Yato, like Kagura. She also reveals that Sakamoto's entire fleet and the people who stand by his side are the very slaves who he freed along with Mutsu. Mutsu stops the pirate captain from escaping, beats him up, and blows up his escape hatch just to be extra sure. In part 1 of episode 292, Shinpachi and his sister take Gintoki and Kagura shopping for some new clothes. Gintoki is obsessed with having one arm out, or at least some part of his body exposed. And Kagura needs to have her hair covered in those bun covers. They're actually alien sheaths for a very different body part, but just don't think about that too much. In the end, both Gintoki and Kagura end up wearing the exact same thing as when they started. In part 2, Shinpachi and Otai's dojo is running smoothly, but people seem to be only coming for the special treat they give out at the end of each lesson: macadamia nuts dipped in chocolate. Shinpachi looks for a way to motivate his new students. Instead, he discovers his father was planning to teach him an ultimate attack: the impressive, evil holy sword Let's Dancing All Night Rising Special Ultra Miracle Super Mario Bros. 2nd Edition Luigi's Counterattack Director's Cut.
ジャ聖剣レッツダンシングオールナイトライジングスペシャルウルトラミラクルスーパーマリオブラザーズセカンドエディションルイージの逆襲ディレクターズカット
I'm having flashbacks to Jugem. Their friends reveal their own special moves. Kondo uses the Testify Diamond Cleaving 3-step thrust, but he just shortens it to testicles. Shinpachi struggles to learn his new attack. Meanwhile, Gintoki, Kagura, and Otai master it in seconds, then learn to block it, and block the block.
さらにその防ぎ方の防ぎ方の防ぎ方もあるわよ、しんちゃん。
さらにその防ぎ方の防ぎ方の防ぎ方の防ぎ方もあるぞ、パッツァ。
Shinpachi leaves the dojo and goes on an adventure to find the second part of the ultimate move, combining chocolate with macadamia nuts and using the result to lure students to the dojo. Back to square one, I guess. In episode 293, Kondo becomes an apprentice thief to a man who calls himself Ape Boy. The old man robs only loan sharks, leaving behind bananas as his calling card. The old man turns out to be very sick. He asks Kondo to leave banana offerings at a specific shrine that worships a monkey god after he's gone. Kondo visits the shrine and learns about a kid who grew up there. He was wild and unruly until the shrine's kind priest took him in. The priest was scammed by loan sharks out of his shrine and the children he cared for. When the children tried to fight back, the loan sharks set it on fire. The child in the story wasn't Ape Boy. It was actually Kondo himself.
お前は猿なんかじゃねえよ。どっちかっていうとゴリラだな。イサオ。人間じゃねえのかよ。
多分俺だな。
He thought that place looked familiar. The old thief is actually the shrine's priest. He rebuilt the shrine with the money he stole and kicked the young Kondo out to protect him from the truth. That night, Ape Boy strikes again. This time, all the people he stole from join together to get revenge. Kondo races to his rescue with Hijikata by his side.
てめえらちんけな盗人どもには昼にも夜にも生きる資格はねえ。
The Shinsengumi round up the criminals while Kondo says goodbye to his old mentor. As the sun rises, the old man passes on. In episode 294, Zura goes undercover in the Shinsengumi as an afro-wearing swordmaster.
アフロじゃないカツラだ。しまったつい。
アフロじゃないカツラだ。なんかどっかで聞いたことあるフレーズだな。
He's placed under the wing of the third captain, the silent Saito Shimura, also known as the Wolf of Afro, or just Wolfro for short. Whoa, his wild orange afro is even more impressive than Zura's. Wolfro's division is called the Silent Squad, and until Zura showed up, he was the only member. All Wolfro does is go to the bathroom and sleep, and the only thing he ever says is Zed, and only when he's sleeping. So profound.
これが沈黙の舞台。暇なだけじゃねえか。
Zura finds the Afro man's diary. He begins to suspect that the silent policeman is letting rebels join his squad, then killing them off. Zura turns to the odd jobs for help. While he's there, Wolfro breaks in to leave his own written request and take a dump. Wolfro turns out to be very talkative in writing. He's actually a very shy person. All the rebels he killed were people he saw as friends, who ran away when they thought he knew they were rebels. Wolfro asks Gintoki and his team to help him become Zura's friend. Gintoki suggests that Wolfro try to smile and be a little clumsy, but his smile is terrifying.
話の聞き手に回っていれば、いずれ相手の話が途切れてしまうこともあるでしょう。そんな時はちょっとしたアクシデントを起こしてみましょう。
Next, Wolfro and Zura work together to tame the policeman's new pet, who turns out to be Elizabeth. Gintoki decides it's probably better if they don't become friends. But a month later, Zura is leading Wolfro's squad, which is full of Afro warriors. What the heck happened? When episode 295 starts, Zura has overthrown Wolfro as the leader of the Silent Squad. He spreads rumors about the orange afroed man and gets him arrested. The next morning, Wolfro appears before the Shinsengumi for judgment.
首かかってんのにだんまり決め込むとでもどんだけこんなしらすに立たされちゃ無口なミステリアスキャラもクソもないって話ですよ。
Gintoki speaks through a microphone in the man's scarf, while Wolfro moves around to pretend he's the one speaking. The silver-haired fool almost makes things worse. He and Zura decide to settle things with a duel. As they fight with swords, poop, and sleep, Zura is exposed as a spy.
やはりこちらも絶海しないと。そこもずらかい。これなら Z の境地に行けそうだ。
He announces that Elizabeth has placed bombs in secret. Wolfro and Zura's duel ends in a draw, but Zura's detonator is sliced in half. Wolfro accepts that he doesn't need words to communicate, and the two part as kind of sort of friends. In episode 296, Edo is going through a heat wave. Gintoki and Shinpachi take cover under Kagura's parasol. They claim that Kagura's whole weak to sunlight thing is BS, since she's gone out in direct sunlight plenty of times over 300 episodes. They kick her out of the parasol, leaving her in the heat. When they return for her, they find that she's fallen very sick from sun exposure. The boys take Kagura to the hospital, but they don't know how to treat Yato. The always hungry girl even refuses food. It's gotta be bad if she's not gonna eat.
銀ちゃんのせいなんかじゃないから。
俺のせいなの。やっぱり俺がやった感じになってんの。
Gintoki and Shinpachi are racked with guilt, which is all part of Kagura's plan. She just has a bit of a cold, but decides to mess with the two guys. That's what they get for not taking her seriously. When the others leave, Kagura overeats and accidentally puts herself in critical condition. When she sees how sad everyone is, Kagura feels a little bad for tricking them. But it's too late to back out now.
お願い戻ってきてカグラちゃん。
いつでも戻
Kagura's friends show up and make preparations for her funeral. In episode 297, the entire cast of Gintama gathers at Kagura's hospital deathbed. Meanwhile, the perfectly healthy girl tries desperately to think of a way out of this mess. But before she knows it, Kagura is lying inside a coffin with Gintoki and Shinpachi looking down at her with tearful expressions. Kagura is carried through the streets in her coffin in a grand funeral procession. Her sadistic rival Sogo personally took care of her coffin. He placed her in the best tanning bed money can find, so she can go out of this world enjoying the sun she never got to have while she was alive. Actually, she's totally alive, and Sogo knows this. Kagura's coffin is placed on a conveyor belt heading for cremation. Her friends do their best to send her off like a yato. Not knowing what that really means, they place flowers in her nose and cover her with the biggest rock they can find. That's how these aliens do it, innit? Gintoki and Shinpachi leap in at the last moment to stop the coffin. There's something they need to do: return her parasol. Kagura can't take it anymore. She apologizes for making everyone worry. But after all the money they spent on the funeral, the Odd Jobs guys try to shut her up. When everyone realizes that no one is dead, all 3 Odd Jobs members are sent to be cremated. It is all of their funerals now. In episode 298, the prisoner turned manga author falls in love with the prison's nurse. She seems to like the manga he's creating with Gintoki, and he bonds with her by sharing his manuscripts. Following Gintoki's advice, the prisoner tries to use the manga to ask the nurse out, but she misreads every attempt and ends up changing the manga instead.
先生、俺が欲しい言葉はそんなんじゃねえよ。先生、俺と付き合ってください。
先生、俺と付き合ってください。これでいいわね。さあ練習に戻るわよ、長宗我部くん。
The result is a great story that Gintoki decides will finally help them debut in Jump magazine. To polish the final draft, Gintoki rounds up a team of assistants. They're all prisoners who are obsessed with panty shots. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. In part 2, Gintoki and his team of panty enthusiasts help the mangaka prisoner finish his manuscript. They had all sorts of ridiculous underwear on the heroine's head. Gintoki fixes it by putting dialogue bubbles over the heroine's face. There! Fixed it. In the first part of episode 299, the Odd Jobs team is asked to watch over a swordsmith's shop. Their first customer is a group of heroes straight out of a JRPG video game.
銀河神剣コスモスのみ。だが、長き眠りの中でだいぶ傷んでしまっていてね。この剣を鍛え直してほしいんだが。引き抜けてねえだろうが！
They ask the team to repair the legendary sword so they can fight against the evil overlord Tiramisu. The evil overlord comes to the shop shortly after and asks for his sword to be repaired too. The team breaks both of the swords. Oops.
そっちも折るの？当たり前だ。片っぽの剣だけが短かったら折ったのバレるだろ。でも同じくらいの長さだったら実際伝説ってこんなもんですよねって済むか伝説のバカか
They try to make both swords the same length and instead make them shorter and shorter until there's no blade left. When the hero and overlord get their swords back, they decide to stop fighting. Instead, they form a team against the Odd Jobs. Nothing unites people better than a common enemy. In the next part, Tama, the robot maid, starts to spend time with an old cigarette vending machine. Every day when it rains, she stands with the machine under an awning. Tama teaches the machine how to give out proper items and change.
ようやく拾ったなけなしの金だが。試験目1本です。
今日は得できるかな。
1本です。
俺たちだけおかしいだろうが。
She keeps the machine company until one day it stops working completely. The neighborhood's best mechanic can't fix the machine, and it's sent to the dump. Tama sits with it in the rain one last time, while rain falls on the two. She wonders why a machine can't exist for no real purpose. just for people to spend some time with it in the rain. In episode 300, Sachan stops an assassination attempt on the Shogun. The man behind it is none other than the shaggy-haired ninja with hemorrhoids and a love for Jump magazine. He's about to become more important, so let's finally give him a name. Hattori Zenzo.
なぜそこにお庭番衆頭目服部善三の名がないわけ
燃えねえ将軍護衛なら将軍暗殺の方が断然燃えんだろ
The few remaining ninjas work with the Shinsengumi to escort the shogun out of Edo. They prepare a bunch of decoys to throw the assassins off the trail of the real shogun. They dress up as something censored.
このように本物を影に紛れ込ませればたとえ出版がバレても安心だ
安心できるかこんな化け物が東西南北に歩いてたら目立ってしゃあないわ
Why is it censored? What are they dressed as? The Oddjobs gang is also there and asked to help by Zenzo. Wasn't he just trying to kill the guy? The man who ordered the assassination was Hitotsubashi Nobunobu. He wants to become the next shogun, but he's nothing more than a tool to the Kiheitai, the group of villains from the Benizakura arc. This includes Kagura's brother Kamui and the bandaged leader of the group, Takasugi. Yes, we'll finally get to see the long-awaited showdown between Gintoki and his old comrade. Kamui thinks Nobunobu is too weak to be the next shogun, so he attacks him.
待っていたよ君があの
One punch practically breaks the man and he's sent away to recover. Meanwhile, the chief of police plans the shogun's escape. The shogun will be replaced by 3 body doubles. 1 will stay in Edo, and 2 will travel to a town called Kyo on an airship by ground. Gintoki takes on the role of the ground-based shogun decoy.
頼んだぞ出し子どもそして影よ
どうでもいいけど早くしてくんないこん中すげえ暑いんだけど
The real shogun hides in a freight airship, protected by the head of the ninjas, Hattori Zenzo. Uh-oh. As the team leaves for Kyo, Zenzo meets with the shogun on the deck of the freight airship. The shogun tells him to take over from here, and then Zenzo chops off the shogun's head. Yeah, this is not gonna be a fun story arc. Episode 301 starts with a history lesson. Many years ago, the Iga fighters protected the legendary samurai and leader Oda Nobunaga. In both the anime and in real life, the Iga fighters became what we know as ninjas. This history lesson was taught to the ninjas at school, which Sachan and Zenzo attended together. Back in the present, all the decoys are attacked at once. The Kiheitai had their own decoys among the escorts. The Oddjobs team, along with Sachan and her ninjas, fight off an attack of enemy ninjas on land. The water decoy struggles against Takasugi and his men, and Sogo defends the freight ship from Kamui. Gintoki and his escorts enter Iga territory, where the ninjas are mercenaries. They are led by 3 clan leaders, the shaggy-haired ninja Zenzo, a burly man, and a bandaged woman in a wheelchair with her nurse. A while ago, a bunch of men with umbrellas rained cannonballs on their homeland. They were Kagura's clan, the powerful Yato. The Yato told the ninja clan leaders that if they helped the Yato remove the shogun from power, they'd be made the new shogun's protectors. The 2 clans prepare to crush the Oddjobs, but 2 of their ninjas step forward and reveal themselves as Hijikata and Kondo. The wheelchair-bound clan leader sides with the Shinsengumi. She suggests that they take orders not from the Yato, but from their true leader. And then, the shogun walks in. What? But we just saw his head get chopped off. In episode 302, the shogun reveals that Zenzo whisked him away after the very first assassination attempt. He's been hiding with the Iga ninjas since then. The man who was beheaded by Zenzo was just another decoy. When the shogun was young, he learned that there were kids acting as body doubles to protect him. The young shogun didn't want people to get hurt protecting him, so one day he followed a double and protected him from an attack. To hide what happened, the double was sent to pretend to be the shogun, while the real royal boy went to live with the ninjas. While he was there, he formed a bond with Zenzo and learned how to fight like a ninja. When the shogun recovered and went back home, he promised Zenzo to someday fight by his side.
いつかそちたちがお庭番になる時が来たら、いつか世が将軍になる時が来たら、共に戦えるといいな。
The man who Zenzo killed was the original body double that the real shogun protected when they were young. He willingly gave his life to protect the country and his friend. Meanwhile, Zenzo is held prisoner on the Kiheitai fleet of airships. He delivered the head of the shogun to the shadowy organization, but they're still gonna kill him. They're stopped by a cloud of black fog. The fog causes the airships to crash. One lands right where the odd jobs and the shogun are. A group of Yato leap down from them, forcing them to retreat. In episode 303, the Yato catch up to Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura on a cliffside. Hijikata and Kondo come out of hiding and join the fight. They unite to protect the shogun. Everyone, even the shogun, are giving their all to the fight. They're not just fighting for the country or its ruler, they're fighting for their friends. Together, they fight off the strongest clan in the universe. With a little help from the Iga ninjas, the odd jobs and the shogun get away from the Yato. Hijikata and Kondo stay behind to hold the Yato back. They ask the odd jobs to fulfill a job for them. Protect the shogun.
こいつが新選組の俺たちの最初で最後の依頼だ。よろずや、将軍様を頼む。
While the odd jobs crew is busy with the Yato, Sachan carries a wounded Zenzo away to a secret passageway out of Iga. Takasugi and Kamui show up and stop their escape. Takasugi stabs Sachan and Kamui shoots her. Zenzo stands up to defend his fallen friend. And finally, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura join the fight. In episode 304, Gintoki and Takasugi finally face each other in a long-awaited one-on-one duel.
この国を壊すのも守るのも俺たちしかいねえだろ。
Shinpachi fights the henchman, while Kagura faces her brother Kamui. Through a flashback, we finally start to learn what happened between Gintoki and Takasugi. Before they fought together in the war, they were both taught by the same samurai master. Their teacher, Shoyo Yoshida, took poor kids off the street and taught them the way of the samurai. Takasugi was from a high-ranking samurai family, but he came to the dojo every day to fight against the best fighter in the world, Gintoki. Following many, many losses, he even started to win once in a while. During the war, Takasugi made Gintoki promise to protect their teacher. Clearly, something happened to make Takasugi hate Gintoki and turn against his country. In the present, the two clash swords. Takasugi and Gintoki come at each other with a vicious slash, and when they part, Gintoki falls to the ground, severely wounded.
残念だったな、銀時。247勝、246敗。俺の勝ちだ。
In episode 305, Takasugi also collapses. He remembers how his father found out that he'd been going to the teacher's dojo. His father shut the dojo down, disbanding the small family that the poor kids had formed with their shoyo, their teacher. Then, during the war, Gintoki, Takasugi, and Shoyo were captured by a man with messy gray hair named Oboro. He made them choose, either they all die or they kill their teacher to save their own lives. Gintoki stood up and beheaded his own teacher.
ありがとう。
Takasugi tried to interfere but got stabbed in the eye, which still needs bandages to this day. In the present, Takasugi returns to reality with Gintoki standing over him.
半端やってんなって、俺を止めにでも来たのか。もういねえよ。
They fight with so much hatred, but it's not hatred for each other, it's hatred for themselves. Dealing with the horrors would have been easier if some faceless enemy had killed Shoyo. Instead, Takasugi and Gintoki have to live with the horrors that the war had brought out in themselves. Both Gintoki and Takasugi reach their limits. They stand, bruised and bleeding. When Oboro joins the battle, he throws his sword, which slices into Takasugi and takes him down. In episode 306, Kagura fights her brother. He's strong, but she's faster. And while he's fighting to become the strongest person in the universe, Kagura fights to protect the people she cares about. Elsewhere, Kondo and Hijikata battle with one of the Iga clan leaders against an army of Yato. Shinpachi, Sachan, Zenzo, and the Shogun run for safety. They rush through a hidden passageway through a mountain, thinking it'll be safe when they emerge. But on the other side, they find another army lying in wait. An important-looking alien comes out of a massive spaceship. He is one of the elders, the aliens who oversee the alien and human relationships and keep the peace between them. While the Kiheitai fought to take down the Shogun, the elders watched and waited. Now that the battle is almost over, they swoop in and claim the victory. They make the real Shogun resign and present the new Shogun of Edo, Nobunobu. He's bandaged up from Kamui's punch a few episodes back, and he's pretty angry. He orders everyone in front of them, no matter what side they're on, to be destroyed.
一人残らずみんな殺せ！私こそが征夷大将軍、徳川信信だ!
Just when things seem hopeless, the Shinsengumi arrive as backup. Meanwhile, Gintoki attacks Oboro. Gintoki literally has half a sword sticking out of his shoulder and is still fighting with just a wooden sword, but no one except him can kill his friend. As he faces the new threat, Takasugi also gets up. He pulls the sword out of his body and stabs Oboro in the eye.
てめえもしかと焼き付けておきな。その目に最後に映した面を俺か、それともこいつか。
An eye for an eye. Kagura and Kamui stop their fight to protect Gintoki and Takasugi. In episode 307, the elders back away from the fight. They have their new shogun, so it's not worth losing people to a senseless battle. They retreat, and the battle ends. For now. 2 weeks later, both Takasugi and Gintoki recover from their injuries. The old shogun goes to Kyo, where he was originally going to hide out. He's no longer the shogun, so he says goodbye as their friend.
しげしげがいい。そう呼び合える時代に再び会おう。
When he arrives in Kyo, many people come to greet him. He was a good and kind ruler, even if he didn't have that much power in the end. But along with his friends, he also has many enemies in the world. One of these enemies assassinates him quietly with a poison needle. After all the adventures with his buddies and the many episodes of playing the stoic comic relief, the shogun dies. Sometimes life is just like that, unfair and unsatisfying. Episode 308 begins with the old shogun's funeral. The entire police force and many mourners come out to say their final goodbyes in a large, sad parade. Gintoki, using crutches, visits the Shinsengumi headquarters. Only Kondo is there, since the other policemen are out on funeral duty. Gintoki shares a drink with the police commander. They pour a third cup for their buddy, the shogun. White-wearing policemen show up and take Kondo away. The new shogun has taken his first step toward control over Edo. He's replacing the police chief with the prim and prosper Isaburo from the Thorny arc. His police force, the Mimawari Gumi, will take over all the duties of the current police. Kondo and the chief of police are blamed for the death of the former shogun. Both are arrested to be executed, and the Shinsengumi is disbanded.
都市たちに伝えてくれ。バカな真似はするなと。江戸にはまだお前たちが必要なんだとな。
Hijikata, Sogo, and the rest of the police force are left without a job or a purpose. In episode 309, Hijikata starts working with the regular police force under the hard-boiled detective from episodes 84 and 85. The two policemen and Gintoki go out for drinks at Otai's bar to celebrate this new job. No one's really in the mood to celebrate. But the mood gets even worse when the new shogun, Nobunobu, crashes the party. The horrible new man puts Hijikata in charge of his former boss's execution. Then, he ruthlessly attacks two hostesses for serving him the wrong drink. Otai can't sit back and watch quietly. She tells the new shogun she would never follow someone like him. A real samurai, a man like Kondo, would never control people by force. Nobunobu readies his sword to kill Otai, who stares defiantly straight in his eyes. Hijikata swings a punch at the new shogun, but Gintoki gets in his way. Then, he turns around and punches Nobunobu himself. The captain of the new special police, Isaburo, arrests Gintoki. He orders Otai released and the wounded girls treated. As they prepare to leave, a beautiful woman in a traditional dress stands in their way. She's bringing them their order, a whole plate full of explosives. She puts her hair down and reveals that it's actually Zura. The plate explodes and the club fills with smoke. Gintoki uses the chance to escape. With nowhere to go, the rest of the Shinsengumi have joined the anti-foreigner faction under Zura. That night, Zura is put in prison along with Kondo. The terrorist asks the former commander of the special police to help him take down the government. In episode 310, Zura reveals that he got himself arrested just so he could break Kondo and the chief of police, Matsudaira, out of prison.
待て！お前は一体どういうつもりだ？上位志士のお前が旧敵である新選組局長を脱獄させるためにわざわざ捕まったってのか？
Zura gives them a special pill that will make them appear dead. Back at the terrorist headquarters, the Shinsengumi prepare to break their former boss out of prison. Only Sogo stays loyal to the Shinsengumi code. When the commander is away, the vice commander is in charge. In other words, he won't move a finger until Hijikata gives an order.
局長が不在の際は、副長に隊の指揮権が委ねられる。隊士たちは、俺は、あいつの指示があるまで動かねえ。
It's all up to Hijikata. He arrives at the gates to the Shinsengumi HQ and finds Gintoki. Hijikata is at a point of no return. If he does nothing, the people he cares about will die. If he acts, then he's starting a war that there's no stopping. Gintoki tells Hijikata it's not too late to save the things and the people he wants to protect. Together, they open the gate. Inside, they find the entire Shinsengumi police force standing to attention in uniform.
まだどっちも守れる。お前なら。お前たちなら。
Hijikata puts his uniform back on. He lights up a cigarette, and then he tells whoever scribbled die on his uniform is in big trouble.
指示するまでもね。俺の制服に落書きしたやつ。切腹!
Oh yeah, he's back! Hijikata and the Shinsengumi prepare to enter the final battle for Edo with Elizabeth and the anti-foreigner faction. Back in the prison, Zura, Kondo, and Matsuraida fight the shadowy assassins known as the Naraku. They use the chaos to escape from the prison, but they'll need outside help to actually get out of there, because the whole prison is on a massive island. In episode 311, the Shinsengumi, the anti-foreigner faction, and the hard-boiled detective travel to the floating prison by boat. A strange ship approaches theirs and attacks. The Naraku now climb on board the ship. Some unexpected friends join in to help. The Odd Job's crew is here, along with Hijikata and Otai.
ハードボイルドな男の仲間はみんなハードボイルドだ。
Gintoki and his friends defeat the Naraku hitmen and slowly approach the prison island by rowboat.
大型船を捨て緊急用小型艇に乗り換えて正解だった。
Meanwhile, Kondo, Matsuraida, and Zura fight from inside the prison island. The white-uniformed Mima police force also arrives on the island, with instructions from Isaburo to hunt down the escaped prisoners and their friends. In episode 312, Gintoki and Ko arrive on the prison island.
こんな崖ひとっ飛びある。みんな、あの縄に捕まって登るある。
お前が登るんじゃないんかい。あんな血塗られた縄使えるか。
They scale the steep cliffside to get to the main island. When they're halfway up, though, they're met by the Naraku and their leader, Oboro. Zura and Kondo run to their rescue, losing Matsuraida somewhere along the way. But they soon cross paths with Isaburo. Zura is shot in the stomach, and the two are forced to stop and hide. Gintoki and his friends distract the enemies, while Elizabeth drills a hole through the cliff face. She pops up behind their opponents, backed by reinforcements. As more and more of the climbers make it to the top of the cliff, a massive battle breaks out. Gintoki, Sogo, and the rest stay behind to fend off the enemy forces. Hijikata goes on into the prison island to save the bosses.
今まで命を懸け守り続けてきた46条のハット。たとえそれら全ての禁を犯すことになろうとも。
Meanwhile, Zura tries to offer himself up as a distraction to save Kondo, but the police commander doesn't let him. In a flashback from Isaburo's perspective, we learn that's how he's always been. He might be a silly stalker character, but he's also an incredibly effective leader.
大将に仲間ひれ伏せさせる強さなんていらねえ。仲間一人守れる強さがありゃ十分だ。
He led the Shinsengumi by protecting his comrades, and Zura is now officially one of his comrades. In episode 313, it turns out that Isaburo has known the Shinsengumi since before that was their name. Years ago, he wanted them to take on a suicide mission. Escort Nobunobu and his father. Rebels were going to attack and assassinate their charges. Then, the soon-to-be Shinsengumi were supposed to take full responsibility for it and die for the crime themselves. But after seeing Kondo and the other guys working together, he realized they were more than just pawns. When the time came for the mission, Isaburo helped Matsuraida. They made it look like the assassination attempt had failed, protecting himself and the Shinsengumi from repercussions. Both had technically done their job.
待て佐々木、お前なんで手貸してくれた？
手など使った覚えはありません。指でメールを送っただけです。
But in retaliation, Isaburo's pregnant wife was killed. In the present, Matsuraida has been captured by Isaburo and his men. Isaburo is on a mission to start a revolt and end the age of samurai, all of Edo, and himself, once and for all. Hijikata rushes through the men and attacks their leader. Isaburo calls in an attack, and airships rise out of the water to attack the Naraku and the prison island. In episode 314, Sogo fights Isaburo's best assassin. Kagura steps between them and tells the assassin girl, Nobume, that she's not a bad person. At that moment, Nobume pushes Kagura out of the way and takes a sword to her stomach. In a panic, Nobume orders all of Isaburo's people to retreat. A man with long hair and a crow mask slowly walks toward them. He's Utsuro, and he's the man who threw the sword. He's also the man who ordered Isaburo and his wife killed many years ago. The masked man moves to strike down the assassin. Kagura and Sogo attack the crow man, but he's too strong for them. Even Sogo trembles in fear.
だが、彼らが先に気づいちまった。初めて勝てねえかもしれねえ敵が目の前にいることに。
Meanwhile, Hijikata orders his men to retreat. He and Kondo will remain on the island and fight to the end. Shinpachi and the Shinsengumi try to run, but Sogo's broken body comes crashing from above. Shinpachi flies into a rage at seeing Gintoki's hand reaching out of some rubble. Shinpachi, Sogo, and Nobume try to fight the Crow Man, but he's out of everyone's league. There's only one man who can take on this mysterious masked samurai. Gintoki busts out from under the rubble and attacks. Gintoki slices off Utsuro's mask and gets a glimpse of the man under it. What he sees makes him hesitate. It's Shoyo Yoshida, his old teacher who he thought he had killed.
君は知っている。君の剣は私には届かない。
Kagura and Sogo distract Shoyo, and Gintoki lands a killing blow on his teacher again. But moments later, the lethal wound vanishes from his skin. This ghost from the past can't be killed. Gintoki and his friends retreat. Behind them, Shoyo orders every single one of them to be killed. In episode 315, the heroes are outnumbered and there's nowhere to run. Kondo picks up the wounded from both the Shinsengumi and Isaburo's police. He rescues Isaburo and asks his help in getting the wounded to safety, from one leader to another. But when Hijikata, Gintoki, and their allies find Kondo and Isaburo, they're surrounded by Naraku hitmen. They're too late. Kondo is dead. Hijikata hesitates, devastating at seeing his boss and friend defeated. But Gintoki screams out that it's not over yet.
前を見ろ! 剣を握れ! 戦え! 新選組!
He commands the Shinsengumi to fight. Kondo's and Isaburo's police forces unite and fight back against the Naraku. A little black pill falls out of Kondo's mouth. Remember the pill Zura gave him to pretend he was dead? He never got to use it because the hitmen struck first. Now, Kondo miraculously comes back to life.
そう、その目に、侍の目に、またかけてしまったよ。
He and Hijikata slash their swords at the gray-haired leader of the Naraku, killing him. Gintoki and the Shinsengumi manage to make it onto their escape ship. Moments before rescue, Isaburo sacrifices himself to save Nobume, who he sees as a daughter. Episode 316 shows the aftermath of the great battle on the prison island. Kondo's force, Isaburo's force, and the anti-foreigner faction all band together to take care of the wounded. When Shogun Nobunobu hears about the mess on the island, he flies into a rage. He disbands all the police forces and leaves them without a master. One by one, Police Chief Matsudaira secretly takes them all under his wing. The Shinsengumi become the face of the coming revolution. They prepare to leave Edo. They plan to travel around the country and gather more people who want to topple the government. The Shinsengumi say goodbye to Edo and the people that they care about. Kondo sees Otai one last time. Sogo and Kagura duke it out to see who's stronger, and Gintoki and Hijikata share a meal.
Yeah.
悪いなおばちゃん。今日は逆なんだ。
The odd jobs will stay in Edo. With no police force to protect it, the city needs them now more than ever. Episode 317 starts the season of Gintama ... Gintama ... Gintama ... full stop! The Odd Jobs team and the anti-foreigner faction are hiding out in an underground city. A new client approaches them, Nobume, the assassin girl from the Mima. She wants to take down Gintoki's old teacher Shoyo, who's now known as the immortal Utsuro. Together with his two Kiheitai colleagues, Nobume asks the Odd Jobs to find their missing leader, Takasugi. Takasugi had been recovering in Kamui's Yato space fleet. Kamui flew into a trap placed by his and Kagura's father. The fleet was blown apart, and Takasugi went missing. Nobume reveals why Earth is so important to all the aliens. Every planet has sources of power and energy called the Altana. Earth is especially full of these energy sources. The Amanto elders want to control them, and Utsuru has gained control over the elders.
今日はあなたたちと新協定を結びに来たんです。一つは春雨の執権を私に譲渡すること。二つ目は小僧は黙って座っていろ。
Utsuru is immortal. After Gintoki executed him during the war, he literally rose from the ashes and became even more powerful. Except the teacher who Gintoki knew and loved might no longer exist in him. In episode 318, Kagura gives Gintoki a letter telling him that she's leaving, and hitches a ride with the Kiheitai. At the same time, her father Umibozu offers his services to the Space Crime Syndicate. Both are after one thing. Each wants to be the one to stop Kamui, whatever it takes.
あいつは誰にも
Gintoki, Shinpachi, and even Sadaharu put their own leave letters on the Odd Jobs office desk. They promise to come back. This isn't a goodbye, it's a vacation.
特別休暇だ。てめえら宇宙旅行でもどこでも好きに行きやがれ。だが必ずここに帰ってくるぞ。3人と1匹で。
Meanwhile, foolish space pirate and businessman Sakamoto also gets involved. He lets Zura and his faction onto his ship, rescues another Kiheitai,
ならあのチャランポランはどんなくだらんことのために戦おうとしているのだろうな。
and welcomes Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Sadaharu on board. The spaceship is getting pretty crowded. They set sail to look for Takasugi, but before they can get there, a new enemy approaches. Shogun Nobunobu and a whole army of spaceships greet Sakamoto and the gang. No worries though. Gintoki and the others break into the Shogun's leading ship and take it over from the inside. The Shogun gets desperate when his own men stop listening to his orders. Bonsai of the Kiheitai shuts up his yelling with a satisfying punch.
さあどうした早く立て。私を誰だと心得ている征夷大将軍徳川信長。
This dude just has the most punchable face. Bonsai then lets him in on a secret. The Kiheitai have a hidden base where they will meet when things go bad. If Takasugi is alive, that's where he'd be. Next stop, Kagura's old home, the abandoned planet of Ryuko. In episode 319, Kagura finds herself back on Ryuko, her home planet. It's a place of darkness, criminals, and an underground city where the sun doesn't reach. Gintoki and the others also land on Ryuko. Bonsai points out the Kiheitai meeting place right as it blows up.
バンサイさん、なんか爆発しましたけど。
So much for that. The explosions were caused by Umibozu and his Yato backup. He has no beef with Takasugi, so he gets the still unconscious man out before he blows the place up. Doing so brands him as a traitor in the eyes of the syndicate. Gintoki and his friends fight off an entire group of aliens out for blood. All the leaders of the syndicate's divisions are here to take Gintoki down. They realize that together, the men are unstoppable. So, Gintoki's group is quickly split into 3, with the original 4 friends from the war leading each group.
それにわしは信じ中敵何千の力より何千共に戦ったお前ら二人の力を
Sakamoto goes to take out the airships attacking from above. Zura leads his men to fight on the ground, and Gintoki runs below to find Takasugi. The crime syndicate sends 3 of its most powerful division leaders after them, led by a lion-like alien commander. The 3 divisions are in turn helmed by a super-intelligent robot named Uranus, an athletic, yellow-haired gorilla called Neptune, and a man with a third eye on his forehead called Pluto. In episode 320, Zura sends his followers ahead and clashes with Neptune, the gorilla commander. The commander comes to Zura with his large staff. Zura retaliates with his signature ball-shaped explosives.
さあ、どちらが猿山の上に立つか決めようぜ。
During the war, Zura was called Kotaro the Runaway, and was known for being a coward. But he was never running away from the fight. What looked like cowardice was strategy. He had a knack as a leader to keep himself safe so he could keep his followers safe too. But in a one-on-one fight with no one to protect, Zura can unleash his true power.
全てをかけなければ勝てぬ敵が現れたら臆病者の皮を脱ぎ去ったあの男の本当の名がわかるかもしれんよ
Zura defeats the gorilla general, and the anti-foreigner faction men surround the area. Neptune the gorilla admits he never liked being a pawn in Utsuro's plan. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Sakamoto is attacked by another one of the generals, the robot Uranus.
貴様らの艦隊を蹂躙したのも、貴様らの機関をあえて手をつけずにいたのもこのわし、ガンダムよ。ガンダムに乗り換えた!
The robot hacks one of Sakamoto's ships and has it attack its own fleet. Using nanomachines, he also hacks some of Sakamoto's men, who attack their own leader. In episode 321, half of Sakamoto's crew has turned into zombies. He and his vice captain Mutsu rescue the shogun, who they've kept on board as a special guest. Sakamoto, Mutsu, and Nobunobu make their way to the command center. Sakamoto refuses to hurt any of his men. Looks like he's more than just the bumbling fool he's played up to be.
の使い方をするとは坂本達は器が大きいのかただのうつけかますますわからん男だただのうつけに決まっとろうが
I take it back. He's an idiot. They arrive at the command center to find it seemingly empty. It's a trap. Both Mutsu and Nobunobu are infected with the nanomachines. They now turn on Sakamoto. Rather than attack them, Sakamoto shoots the core of his own ship, sinking it. Robotic tendrils come out of Nobunobu's mouth as the robot tries to fix the ship's core. Even when they're infected, though, the Shogun and Mutsu stay in control.
まさか貴様感染しながらまだ自我を
They protect Sakamoto and fight back against the robot. Sakamoto shoots the robot's core, cutting off its power. All of the zombified crew members return to normal, and the other ships in the fleet hold up the central ship while the core is repaired. Back in the Yamato Wars, Sakamoto's sword arm was wounded, making him unable to fight. But there's more than one way to win a fight. Shogun Nobunobu learned something from Sakamoto, what it takes to be a good leader. On the ground, Gintoki faces the final commander, Pluto.
うわ、よく見たら目縫い付けられてる。海賊の寝起きドッキリ半端ねえ。
Pluto has the ability to predict others' moves. He attacks Gintoki with a beam weapon, which Gintoki somehow fights off with just his wooden sword. In episode 322, Pluto predicts and dodges Gintoki's every move. Or does he? Gintoki manipulates the commander's third eye. He sends out projections of his murderous intent at the commander, leaving him slicing at air. Pluto thinks he's about to land the killing blow. He favors the emptiness that fills a fighter's head before he's killed. Gintoki ain't doing that.
明日の朝飯、目玉焼きにしよう。
奴はまだ死の遠く。
The real Gintoki comes at Pluto from a blind spot instead. He swings his wooden sword and hits the man right in his third eye, defeating him. All over the battlefield of Rakuyo, Gintoki's friends and their opponents tear each other down. Takasugi is knocked out of Umibozo's protection in the cliffs and plummets to the ground far below. He's saved by Kamui. The fighting stops and everyone turns to see Takasugi walk out onto the battlefield, his face free of bandages and his left eye closed. Gintoki, Zura, Sakamoto, and Takasugi finally unite on the battlefield and fight side by side, just like old times.
楽しみは後に取っておくことを覚えたわけか。立派な大人になったもんだ。
ほざきやがれ。
In episode 323, the four legendary samurai stand together and immediately start arguing. Yeah, that tracks. They're thrown back into the battle when Utsuro sends out spider-like tank mechs. The four set out to defeat what's left of their teacher, who made them the men they are today. The bloody and brutal war rages on. Takasugi, Sakamoto, and Zura stay behind to fight, while Sadaharu carries Shinpachi and Gintoki to face his teacher. Meanwhile, Umibozo and his Yato friends face the final lion-like commander. This should be a good fight. And it's over. The real final opponent faces Umibozu, his own son, Kamui. Father and son start to fight, but Kagura steps in and stops them. She asks them to lower their fists and go back to being a family. Kamui's response is to attack Kagura, but she's not the weak little sister she once was. She's grown stronger and smarter, but he's stayed the same hot-headed guy he's always been. Kagura fights back with just as much strength. Gintoki's old teacher, Utsuro, joins the fight. He slashes the ground under Kagura and her brother, getting them away. Then, he turns to face his opponent, Umibozu. In episode 324, the two strongest people in the universe go head-to-head in combat. Umibozu is the legendary Yato bounty hunter, and Utsuro is the immortal samurai. Once, a long time ago, the Yato's home planet, Kuon, was destroyed. A many-headed monster rose out of the ground, threatening the remaining life on the planet. Umibozu went to battle to take this monster down, and it's there he met Kagura and Kamui's mother.
よろしかったらこんなオロチより俺とお股のオロチを退治しに行きませんか?
He fought along her side until she accepted him. After that, he started coming home to his ruined planet and spending time with the mysterious and powerful woman he'd fallen in love with. Umibozu took her away from home and showed her the universe. She became his companion and wife, and they created a beautiful family together. But her secret was that she couldn't live anywhere than her planet. She was an immortal being created by the energy of her planet. By taking her away from home, Umibozu had slowly killed her. Back when he faced the monsters of Koan, he fought because he realized he wanted a family. Now, against Utsuro, He fights because he wants to protect that family. In episode 325, we learn that Kamui grew up bullied for his mom's illness. His father started spending more and more time away from home. He was left alone to protect his sister and look brave in front of his sick mother. Umibozu tried to explain that his mother chose to have a family and die young over living forever but being alone. But as he grew older, Kamui started looking for strength of a different kind. He picked fights with anyone he saw as stronger than him. One day, he picked a fight with his own father and chopped off Umibozu's arm. That day, his father had brought something precious, a gem from his mother's planet that might have been able to save her. In the present, Kamui hits his sister again and again. Umibozu and Utsuro have their own fight. Utsuro stabs his sword into the Yato, and Umibozu thrusts his fist into the immortal. He places the gem meant for his wife into Utsuro's heart. He wonders what would happen if you mix the life forces of two immortals. But even this isn't enough. Utsuro slashes through Umibozu and cuts off his other arm. Umibozu lies dying on the ground, both arms gone. Kamui yells at him to get up, but Kagura and the Oddjob's gang get in the way. Gintoki headbutts Umibozu and claims he's officially defeated him. Now, he's the strongest man in the universe. It's now officially his job to take down Kamui. Gintoki tells Kamui to fight him, not for the title of the strongest man, but for the title of stupid older brother. In episode 326, Kamui and Gintoki fight each other. Gintoki tells the Yato that he used to be empty until Shinpachi and Kagura came into his life. They made him realize that he hasn't lost anything, he's only running away from everything. He fights for his family, and they fight for him. Kagura stands in Kamui's way, and Kamui hesitates for a second. Gintoki uses this second to hit the Yato with his wooden sword. Something inside Kamui snaps. He lets his Yato instinct take over completely. Kagura and Shinpachi start attacking Kamui. He keeps knocking them down, but they keep getting back up. When Kagura's mother was still alive, she told an adorable young Kagura about a beautiful planet called Earth. She told her to go out there and make herself a family as beautiful as theirs. So Kagura came to Earth and created a family. She's determined to bring Kamui back to her. She punches him, knocking him back to normal, and she hugs her dumb older brother and welcomes him back to the family. In episode 327, Gintoki and his friends are surrounded by the three commanders they fought and defeated. They're not here to fight. They didn't want to work with Utsuro anyway, and now that they've failed, they're cast aside. Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto take Kamui and walk away from the battle. After the battle ends, the Oddjobs and Umibozu recover at a hospital on Rakuyo. Umibozu replaces his arms with massive guns. Kagura asks Gintoki for more time to stay with her father, but maybe it can be paid leave this time? Yeah, I didn't think so. While the others fought Utsuro, Takasugi battled his disciple, the gray-haired Oboro. Utsuro saved the man when he was a boy by gifting him with some of his blood. This made Oboro practically immortal too, but at a price. The more times he died, the weaker he got. Utsuro created a school for kids like the one he'd saved. He put aside his duties as the immortal Utsuro and became Gintoki's kind teacher, Shoyo. The man helped Utsuro escape from the Naraku, but a while later, he also helped to capture the teacher. He feels responsible for the death of Shoyo, but he's also proud of the younger students who now oppose him.
と見ました。先生、自慢の弟ですよ。
Takasugi cuts Oboro down. In his final words, the man tells Takasugi what Utsuro really is. In episode 328, Oboro describes Utsuro's horrible past. He was an immortal mutant, born from the planet's energy, just like Kagura's mother. But the people on Earth feared him. They chopped him into pieces, burned him, killed him over and over. And every time, Utsuro came back, growing more bitter. Utsuro started to kill those who tried to kill him. He grew stronger and created the Naraku. The secretive organization worked as assassins for the government, led by Utsuro for 500 years. After all these years, all Utsuro wants is to finally be allowed to die. So, he offered his power of immortality to the elders. In return, the elders secretly gave him their arms. Every elder has the power to control a planet's energy. Utsuro used these charms to cause planet-destroying explosions all around the universe. His ultimate goal is to create a universal war. And finally, to destroy the Earth and finally end his own life. Oboro tells Takasugi he wishes he could have been one of them. Then, he dies. Kagura decides to go back home to Earth after all. She joins Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Sadaharu along with their allies. They return home to save a planet that might soon be destroyed. Episode 329 starts the Gintama Slip Arc season, where the odd jobs take a break from serious story arcs. In this episode, Kagura gets a love letter from a boy in her class. She doesn't really get the whole love thing, but she figures she'll go on a date with him. He put so much passion and love into this letter, after all. Gintoki and Shinpachi are joined by Kagura's dad, Umibozu, who's visiting Earth. Gintoki and Umibozu both struggle to accept that Kagura is growing up. The next day, Kagura brings her boyfriend home for her dad and boss to meet. Kagura's new boyfriend steps into the odd jobs office through the ceiling. Turns out, her new boo is a literal giant. In episode 330, Kagura explains that the boy is the prince of a planet of giants. She played with him once and he grew attached. The giant prince is also a giant Chad. He's into hip-hop and he calls Kagura his gal. He disrespects both Gintoki and Umibozu, who struggle to keep their cool for Kagura's sake. Then, he announces that he's going to marry Kagura and take her to his planet. Kagura turns the big guy down and chooses to stay with her real dad and her Earth dad. The prince doesn't take rejection well. He calls his giant friends to Earth and kidnaps Kagura using sleeping gas. His alien race is actually pretty possessive. After a giant finds a fitting bride, he destroys her entire planet so no one else can have her genes. The giant spaceship looms over Earth. The prince begins the marriage ceremony with the sleeping Kagura. Shinpachi stops the ceremony, so the prince orders his titans to attack.
ライスシャワーならぬ真っ赤なブラッドシャワーが降り注いでくる。ああ、巨人の血だ。これは進撃の巨人ではない、撃沈の巨人たちだ。
The giants are dead before they leave the mothership. Gintoki and Umibozu are already on board, and there's nothing stronger in the world than a father's possessiveness over his daughter. The two send the giant prince packing.
連れて行けばいい。ただしお辞儀の一つぐらいできる大人になったらな。
Later, in a letter to the prince, Kagura admits she doesn't really know the difference between familial and romantic love yet, but for now, she's happy with these three fools as her family. In episode 331, the owner of a ramen shop turns to the odd jobs for help finding someone. Every New Year, a homeless man would come in and order a bowl of ramen. He always split the bowl into three and shared them with the woman and her husband. Her husband is dead now, and the man hasn't come in for the yearly tradition in 2 years. The udon shop owner asks the Odd Jobs crew to find him so she can continue the tradition. Zura joins in on the search since he still owes her for saving him back in episode 39. Wow, that was almost 300 episodes ago.
お前ひょっとして行くますとまで行った？
Gintoki and Zura join a local homeless encampment and find themselves in the middle of a turf war. One side is led by an old man with wild gray hair and thick glasses, which everyone calls Loud. The other side is led by the good-for-nothing brother of the ramen shop owner. Remember him? Don't worry, Zura and Gintoki don't really either.
誰でしたっけ？
While these two goof off with the homeless man, Kagura and Shinpachi track the mysterious visitor using his scarf. They discover the ramen shop owner is actually the heiress to a big textile company. The scarf used to belong to her father. He left home with a mistress when she was young, and she thought he died shortly after. Gintoki, Zura, and the Loud head out through the sewers to reach the ramen shop owner before her villainous brother does. In episode 332, the truth about the father's abandonment comes out. When the ramen shop owner was young, her father saved a young boy drowning in the river. He got swept away and lost all his memories. When they found him again, he was married to someone else with no knowledge of his old family. The boy grew up to become the shop owner's husband. He tracked down the man who had become homeless.
あなたの娘が元気にやっているところを見に来てあげてほしい。それがあの時、命を救ってもらったわっぱの願いです。
The old man started to come every New Year to share a bowl of ramen with his daughter and the boy he once saved. Gintoki and Zura realize that they've already found the shop owner's father. He's the old man everyone calls the Loud now. The guys emerge from the sewers by a raging river. Meanwhile, Shinpachi and Kagura fight off the brother and his men. At Gintoki's orders, the shop owner rushes out to deliver a bowl of ramen to her father. She falls off the bridge and into the river. Zura jumps in to save her, but her father gets there first. He saves his daughter and is swept away by the river. In the evening, Zura refuses to share a bowl of ramen with the shopkeeper. Instead, he lets her share it with her family.
ただ、そんなにたくさん。
Her father rolls into the shop in a wheelchair. This time, he splits the ramen into a few portions, one for every member of her real family and her found family. In part 1 of episode 333, the dork decides to end his life. He climbs to the roof of a tall building, but a sniper sets up next to him. He doesn't want to get in the way, so he tries a different building. There's an assassin there too, and she's trying to kill the killer on the other building. She asks the dork to lure him out in the open and promises to shoot them both if he does.
余計ややこしいことになった!俺死にに来たのになんで殺しの片棒を担ぐことになってんの?
The two assassins turn out to be long-lost siblings. Both turn on the guy they were sent to kill, with the dork running back and forth between them. Instead of getting killed himself, the dork manages to save the assassin's assassin by leaping off the building after her and getting stuck hanging.
やっぱり
In Part 2, the Shinsengumi and the Mimawari Gumi leaders have a refresher course about fieldwork. They put their heads together to solve a fictional crime that borrows heavily from Japanese folklore.
警察庁の事件データ、明らかに日本昔話が混ざってんだろうが。過去似たような事件があったらしくてな。あるわけねえだろ。だってこれ桃太郎じゃん。
In the end, they're all wrong, and the real murderer was a brain tumor. Damn! Too real. In episode 334, Gintoki visits the swordsmith to get a sword reforged for Otose. While he's there, a sword starts using Gintoki's butt as a scabbard. Oh yeah, it's gonna be one of those kinds of arcs. The sword is an alien named Kusanagi from the planet Excalibur. He came to Earth to take part in the war, along with his scabbard wife, Scabbarina. When the war ended, Kusanagi was thrown away by a man who only wanted the scabbard. He's been looking for her ever since. Tragic. The Odd Jobs team sets up a sword-analyzing stall to draw people in so they can check out their scabbards. Kusanagi starts to tremble when a man approaches the stall with his black sword. The black sword is another alien, one that Kusanagi tells them is bad news. Sogo shows up and reveals the man is wanted for murdering people and destroying their swords. And it also turns out that Sogo has Kusanagi's wife, Scabbarina. When they try to talk to the scabbard, she doesn't remember Kusanagi, and seems completely in love with Sogo.
こいつはもう新しい時を生きてるんですよ。この俺と。な、さあや。
Sogo refuses to give up his scabbard, so Kusanagi lodges itself even further up Gintoki's bum.
草薙さん。
ダメある。すっかり塞ぎ込んでしまったある。
塞がってんの俺のケツの穴。
There's only one way to solve this. With a sword duel. In episode 335, Sogo finds the murderer and easily captures him. As he does, the black sword switches to Sogo as his new owner. Meanwhile, the swordsmith tries to reforge Kusanagi. Instead, she breaks the sword in half. Kusanagi had an old wound from battling against the cursed black sword to win over Scabbarina. The sword aliens get their power by feeding on the blood of humans, but the cursed sword feeds on other swords. The next day, Sakata Gintoki shows up for his duel with Sogo.
俺の方も新しいもの見つけたんでね。な、せんべいさんよ。
いや、せんべいじゃなくて、負けまがなぎですってば。
They battle by picking up dog poop. Then, Sogo properly attacks, but he's no longer Sogo. The sadistic swordsman has been possessed by the black sword. In episode 136, Gintoki and Sogo battle, and Gintoki manages to get a clear strike on Sogo. But at the moment of impact, Kusanagi goes limp and can't hit.
バイアグラの効果切れてもうた。
ちょっと待て。お前ここに来てそれはねえだろ。つかバイアグラなんて飲ました覚えねえよ。
Sogo takes advantage and strikes back, coming at Gintoki with everything he's got. Scabbarina leaps in the way, stopping the attack. Sogo kicks her out of the way. The black sword reveals that she isn't Scabbarina at all. It's actually her and Kusanagi's daughter. The black sword killed Scabbarina and intends to also kill Kusanagi and his daughter. Kusanagi can't take the shock and breaks apart into metal dust, leaving only a dagger-length shard. Gintoki gives the sword strength by sticking it into his own butt. Sogo also breaks out of the sword's control and stabs himself in the chest. The two swordsmen clash. When their bloody swords hit, they cause an explosion. and when they separate again, the black sword falls apart.
どうやら生倉だったのは俺のよ。
Kusanagi also breaks into pieces, happy that he got to see his daughter before he died. Later, Sogo asks the swordsmith to forge him a weapon out of the pieces of metal that once made up Kusanagi. She warns him that it would be a very dull sword, but Sogo doesn't mind. He plans to keep the sword sheathed for the rest of his life. In episode 337, pop idol Otsu-chan decides to create a girl band to boost her publicity. Kagura gets scouted to join the group, which they name Booger Diamonds 48. Gintoki immediately joins up as a producer to try and figure out how to milk this for the most money possible. Shinpachi's sister Otae shows up at their lunch to cheer Kagura on. In reality, she's here to pitch herself, Sachan, Tsukuyo, and Kyubei as backup dancers and band members. Otsu's fans are disappointed by the addition of Kagura to the group. Gintoki holds an event where fans can enjoy some pillow talk with Otsu. It's a meet and greet where he sells pillows. What did you think it was? Meanwhile, a girl band from across the galaxy comes to Earth to challenge Otsu's popularity. They are Galaxy Kingdom 48, with the lead singer, a name I will say 0 more times to avoid demonetization. In episode 338, the Galaxy Pop group sets up private stalls for handshakes with fans.
今完全に全裸だったよね。ちょっとあいつら本当に握手してんの？何やってんの？ねえ、ちょっと何これ？完全に握手じゃないよね。なんか別のことやってるよね。
Otsu is upset that her fans could stop supporting her after just a moment with the Galaxy Girls. She runs away, with Gintoki in pursuit. The next day, the Galaxy Band leaks images of Gintoki being inappropriate with Otsu to the newspapers, hurting the pop idol's reputation even more. GKB48 issues a challenge to Otsu-chan, a big fan meet and greet to see which pop star is more popular. The lower will be forced to retire from performing on the spot. The next day, Gintoki, Kagura, Shinpachi, and the backup dancer girls show up to the battle without Otsu. At first, all the fans flock to the outer space idols, but the Booger Diamond 48 girls work together to break down the fans with insults. Then, they pull out the Tsundere act to win them over. Now that's what I call fan service. In episode 339, the groups hold a toilet stall meet and greet. Fans reach into porta potties and touch mysterious things while the girls sit inside. Don't worry, the girls are only using some random old guy. Wait, that's not any better! The girls start to fight among themselves as fans argue over which one of them is the best. With the Galaxy 48 winning, Otsu-chan fan club leader Shinpachi steps up to save his idol. He and the other fan club members rip off the girl's antenna. The illusion shatters, revealing them to be just fine, really? I think they're supposed to be ugly? Oh no, look, I didn't write this. The angry Galaxy idols attack with sound waves. Kagura appears for her debut concert and locks hands with the lead singer, who's now a massive demonic winged creature. With the opposing band distracted, Otsu runs out on stage. She thanks her fans for being there for her as Kagura knocks out the Galaxy idol. The whole mess made Otsu look better than ever. Her next concert is a huge hit, and Kagura goes back to being the shining star in her own group, the Oddjobs. In part 1 of episode 340, the Oddjobs break into the Bandai Namco building to fix their upcoming game. As in, their real-world game that really came out. Are they basically saying, hey guys, we made a game and it sucks?
たら本格化アクションとか無謀なもん作りやがって。間違いなく数ヶ月後にはワゴンセール行きだぞ。
発売前に何とんでもないこと言ってんの？売れるに決まってんだろ。
The team recreates the game to be about a grizzled old man who discovers MP with bondage. The M stands for masochist, in case that wasn't clear. What kind of game is this? The new game goes through a bunch of famous video game franchises, including Resident Evil and Super Mario Bros., except one is M and the other is S, and the M still stands for masochist. Seriously, what kind of game is this? In the end, the game is scrapped and the Bandai Namco office is exploded to destroy the evidence. That thing should just not exist. In the second part of the episode, Shinpachi gets his glasses repaired at a cursed glasses store. When he puts them on, he starts being able to see people's guardian spirits. Gintoki's is a huge monstrous being with 3 heads and 6 arms.
クソ忙しい朝によ。こっちは腕もう1本あっても足りねえくらいなんだぞ。
いや腕6本使ってんだけど。
Kagura's guardian spirit is a drunk man in a knockoff blue Pikachu onesie. Shinpachi can't take the glasses off no matter what he tries, so he's stuck watching everyone's spirits. Later that day, the team attends a sports event hosted by Otose, but all Shinpachi can see is bloodied spirits prepared for war. In episode 341, Shinpachi and his team compete in 3 sports events to win a cash grand prize. Gintoki and Kagura's spirits go up against a powerful opposing spirit, Otae's guardian, which formed from years of burning her eggs.
お互い楽しんでフェアプレーでいきましょうね。
The first sports event ends in a draw. Determined to win the next one, Gintoki and Kagura's guardians fuse into one. But they accidentally fuse with a third spirit, the dork. Not his spirit, he is the spirit. He's not dead, but he might as well be. The new creature competes against Hijikata and Zura, who all have cars as their guardian spirits for some reason. This event also ends in a draw, when no one manages to actually cross the finish line. The third and final event turns into an all-out brawl. All the participants scramble to borrow random items from the audience. Shinpachi is dragged along into the brawl, but ends up in a different dimension. The man from the cursed glasses store brings him his fixed glasses. Shinpachi puts them on and returns to the real world and is attacked for his glasses. They fall and break completely. Maybe it's just time to get a new pair? Episode 342 begins the final story arc of Gintama, Silver Soul. The space terminal on Earth is destroyed, and Amanto calling themselves the Liberation Army invade Earth. They're here to protect Earthlings from the Elders, but really, they're just here to take control of everything. The police are disbanded, the government has fallen, and the shogun is nowhere to be found. In other words, things look pretty darn bad. The people of Kabukicho all wonder one thing. Where is the silver-haired moron and his friends when they need them?
全宇宙を敵に回して戦うバカがいる？おるじゃろ。タマさん、あいつらは今どこにいる？
People start to leave money and request letters at the Odd Jobs office desk. They all ask for one thing: protect Edo. Alien forces move in on Otose's bar. When she refuses to let them in, they start to destroy it. Ever the drama queens, Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura choose this moment to come home.
犬の散歩から地球の平和を守るまで何でもやるのがよろずやだ。
The Odd Jobs gang accepts the request of the people of Kabukicho. Together with the people they've helped, they defend their home and drive out the Amanto. But a bigger battle is brewing. alien forces from all around the universe approach Earth. They're driven by Gintoki's old teacher, the immortal Utsuro. A special messenger from Earth arrives on one of the alien ships. It's the new shogun, Nobunobu, and his 2 escorts, Zura and Sakamoto. In episode 343, Gintoki, Sakamoto, and Zura's plan becomes clear. They have 2 enemies, the Liberation Army and Utsuro and the Elders. The only way to win this war is to defeat Utsuro and show the Liberation Army that they can defend Earth themselves. The shogun was once just a puppet placed in power by the Elders. Now, he wants to use this power to save the Earth.
だが中は空でもまだ将軍という名は使える。最後の使われ方くらい自分で選ぶさ。
And so, the shogun, Sakamoto, and Zura find themselves talking to some alien Liberation Army commanders. While they do that, the people of Edo band together. The 4 devas protect the Kabukicho district together. Meanwhile, Kyubei gathers supporters to fight by his side as the head of the Yagyu clan. Sachan and her ninjas keep an eye on the alien army's movements from the shadows. Yoshiwara becomes a place of shelter for the district's people, thanks to being underground and having a strong roof to act as a shield. In other words, Earth won't go down without a fight.
桂さん、解放軍に伝えてください。僕らは決して負けないと。
The shogun's negotiations go well too, thanks to a little bit of miscommunication and a whole lot of poison gas.
今なら何か出そうな気がする。これがいや、うんこです。
Of the toilet humor variety. The Liberation Army agreed to seize up, though they won't withdraw completely. Thanks to everyone's efforts, order and a bit of peace are restored on Earth. In episode 344, the people of Earth grow suspicious of all Amanto, including Kagura. A group of humans attack the Oddjobs gang. The assassin girl Nobume saves them and reveals they're not ordinary people. They're from the Naraku, Utsuro's shadowy organization. Utsuro has begun the attack on Earth and the Liberation Army. He's here to destroy the planet and finally end his own life.
その通り。死にに来た。あなたたちとこの星と一緒に。
Meanwhile, the commanders of the Liberation Army consider siding with the Earthlings. Their planets were blown up by Utsuro and they lost many loved ones. One of their leaders, Admiral Shijaku, begins to realize that it might be wiser to prevent the war. That is, until the fiery-haired Prince Ensho shows him something horrible. He has the elders suspended in tubes. Taking in Utsuro's blood keeps them alive forever, but their bodies are breaking down. Prince Ensho tells the Admiral that his people need an enemy. If it's not the elders, and the real enemy is unknown, then the Earth will be good enough. He orders his men to arrest Admiral Shijaku and the visiting shogun. Then, he declares his goal to crush the humans and take over Earth. Back on Earth, Gintoki and his friends find Utsuro. He turned his own Naraku warriors into an undead army with his blood.
うつろはてめえ。こいつらに血を。数的で作ったまがいものになってしまいました。
This time, Gintoki better make sure his teacher stays dead when he kills him. In episode 345, Gintoki, Shinpachi, Kagura, and Nobume fight Utsuro's men. But these guys just won't stay dead. Their time runs out when the Liberation Army arrives. They realize they can't fight both an immortal man and an invading alien army at the same time. They retreat, but Nobume is hurt while protecting Gintoki. The Liberation Army bombs their home, leaving it in ruins. Shinpachi and Kagura run away with Gintoki, who carries the wounded Nobume in his arms. They're surrounded by more of the alien army's machine tanks. Gintoki realizes he might have finally lost. But we're forgetting someone. Kondo, Hijikata, and Soga.
戦えよろずや
The Shinsengumi arrive in their own tank and tell the Odd Job team to keep fighting. The Shinsengumi arrive in full force to defend their homes. They gained support and gathered troops as they traveled. Now, they're stronger than ever. Kondo demonstrates this by getting naked and immediately getting squished by an enemy tank spider. They haven't changed at all. In episode 346, the police chief Matsudaira leads the old government's airship fleet against the Liberation Army. The ninjas lend him a helping hand with their black smoke, which explodes before the army can fire at Matsudaira. The Earthlings manage to fight back the first wave of the Liberation Army, but soon, backup arrives. They have more tank mechs, as well as several powerful forces like the Yato on their side. Gintoki has some more allies too. Among them is the brilliant old inventor who loves robots. He's built the ultimate Earth defense system, a giant cannon. It's a giant cannon. Again, what were you thinking? The old man gets robot-made Tama and Gintoki's off-brand clone robot Kintoki to power up his cannon. Through the balls at the base of... You know what? It's not important. What is important is what the cannon does.
金の火と玉2人が2つの制御球につながり金玉となることでこっちの棒から何かが発射できるんだ下ネタじゃねえか
Instead of shooting out a beam or an attack, it launches thousands of nanomachines into the air. These little machines infect everything mechanical with a virus that makes it useless. In a matter of seconds, the entire fleet of invading spaceships and all the bad guys' guns power down. In episode 347, the nanomachines power down Tama and Kintoki too. Tama says goodbye to all of her friends with a smile.
友達になってくれてありがとう
Tama, no! Oh, and Kintoki's dead now too. Oh well. The Liberation Army commander, Prince Ensho, loses contact with all of his Earth's troops. As enemy ships fall to Earth, Edo celebrates. But it's not over yet. The Kabukicho gates close as all enemy eyes turn to the district. The Liberation Army and its allies begin to march toward the cannon in the middle of Kabukicho. They have the advantage in numbers, but our heroes aren't afraid. The Shinsengumi police, the ninjas, and Odd Job's Gin all enter the fight for Edo together. Meanwhile, Sakamoto and the Shogun are thrown in prison by Ensho. They find Admiral Shijaku in another cell. The Admiral had been willing to work with the Earthlings to stop the war, but he has no power now. Sakamoto forms an alliance with the Admiral. Cool. Now, all they need to do is break out of this prison. Luckily, Zura is standing by to spring them out.
逆襲の時は来たぜよ、ズラ。ズラじゃない。囚人番号3692番だ。
Nope. He's also in prison. More accurately, he's in a cage. The ship is called Noah's Ark, and it belongs to the animal-loving Purple Prince from way back in Season 1. In episode 348, Zura grabs the animal-loving prince as he walks by the cage bars. With the prince literally in his hands, Zura demands that he help Earth. He tells the prince to call in all his planet's troops and act as decoys to distract the Liberation Army. The prince's advisor turns against him, but Zura isn't the only animal in this floating zoo. The dork reaches out through his bars and grabs the advisor. Before either of the leaders can command an issue, a third alien walks in and shoots all the crew members. It's a coup! Over in the other prison, the Admiral overhears the entire conversation. He removes the circlet on his forehead and reveals that he has a small, fleshy thing sticking out of his forehead, just like the prince. It turns out this regal man is the Purple Prince's brother. And together, they are the kings of their planet. But there's another brother, one with a fleshy thing that's the longest and most impressive of them all. Elizabeth! That's right, Elizabeth is really the third and oldest sibling from their planet. She's also the rightful heir to the planet's throne. With her absolutely legendary whisker-like forehead fleshy dangly bit, Elizabeth unleashes the power of her schlong. It flails around and knocks out the prince's opponents, and then it speaks to Zura. Why does it have a face? Why is it talking? Elizabeth found the third prince near death. She and the prince fused? The details aren't important. The rightful heir to the throne is back. Elizabeth's thing gives up its right to the throne. Instead, it tells everyone to help the Earthlings win their battle. In episode 349, the battle on Earth continues. The Oddjobs, the Shinsengumi, and the ninjas are backed by catapults and traps from the Kabukicho residents. In the end, it's not enough. The enemy makes it to the district and breaks the gate open. Alien soldiers begin to swarm into the Kabukicho district. Kyubei leads his clan in an army of volunteer fighters. They protect the people from inside the district walls. An alien warrior with a massive club is too much for the ragtag group of fighters. He yells at Kyubei for defiling a man's war with a woman's scent, so all the girls of Kabukicho unite to show him what girl power is capable of. Kyubei leads him to where Otai and her fellow hostesses have a trap set up. They work with the Oddjobs team and finish off the big brute with Tsukuyo and her female fighters. Together, they topple the monster. In episode 350, the Kabukicho gals fight the monsters that invaded their home, but the big beast isn't dead yet. He knocks down Kyubei. Meanwhile, long-eared Amante and all-white take Otai hostage on a building's roof. They demand to know who created the cannon that took out the whole Liberation Army fleet. Otose points to the inventor and says he's the guy they're looking for. One by one, different people show up claiming that they're the masterminds behind the machine. It's all just a distraction to buy time for more aliens to show up. Pirako and her father Jirocho are here to save their beloved city. In episode 351, Amanto and White storm the district. They're thrown into confusion when their own people start attacking each other. The imposters take off their disguises to reveal Yakuza hiding among them. More and more of the invading Liberation Army gets wiped out by the citizens of Kabukicho. The district opens all 4 of its gates, giving the invaders an easy way out. The huge and terrifying Amanto army runs away from a guy with a wooden sword and all of his friends. The green beast with the big club tries to convince his people to stop running. But another green man with an apron and a flower on his head walks past him. It's the florist who may or may not have been trying to take over the earth. It turns out that as long as the flower on his head is blooming, he's officially one of the good guys. And it's a good thing that he is. He breaks the enemy's club, then brings down the massive enemy in one punch. Speaking of clubs, Gedomaru the Shinigami, Weather Woman Ketsuno Anna, and her brother and his rival also arrive to help. They summon the Shikigami monsters and the illusion of soldiers, which scare the last of the Yamato out of their home district. In episode 352, the Liberation Army retreats from the district. Thanks to the nanomachines, they're completely cut off from their commander in space. The powerful Yato clan has yet to make their move, and there's still so much to do to truly save Edo. Gintoki may have also nearly ended the world by plucking the ogre florist's head flower. You know, the usual shenanigans. But first, the Kabukicho residents get some well-deserved rest. Everyone chips in to help the wounded. The moment of quiet might be short-lived. In the darkness of the blackout at night, the inventor behind the nanomachine cannon is captured by the Yato. In Edo Castle, the princess and the old shogun's sister are watched over by Sadaharu and Nobume, the former assassin.
いいんです。休ませてあげてください。気持ちいい。ごめんなさい。私、ツッコミのやり方よくわからなくて。
The voice of Shogun Nobunobu comes through a communication device. They have contact again. In episode 353, the Shinsengumi and the Odd Jobs frantically search for the inventor.
落ち着けよ、おめえら。あのじいさんは敵の言いなりになるような野じゃねえ。きっと黙ってくたばってくれるよ。くたばってんだろうが!
He's held captive by the Yato and forced to restore communications with space. He gets through to Prince Ensho, but that's as much as he can do. He admits he doesn't know how to stop the tiny machines either. Ensho says it's too late to stop the war. He's going to save everyone from the elders. If they resist, he'll reduce them to space dust. I think it's I'll save you or die trying, not I'll save you or kill you. Meanwhile, Sakamoto tells the princess that they've joined with Admiral Shijaku and the head Schlong Prince. They plan to take down Ensho from the inside. Until then, he tells the people of Earth to hang in there. They may have less time than they thought. Prince Ensho has begun to power up the space station's forbidden weapon, a huge laser beam that can destroy a planet in a single shot. They have only 6 hours before the weapon unleashes its force on the Earth and completely obliterates it. Prince Ensho's crew members turn on him. If they fire the weapon at Earth, then the rest of their allies will die with the planet. Sakamoto and the Admiral attack anyone still loyal to Ensho, while the new shogun promises the princess he'll protect his country, like her brother would have.
許さない。生きて帰ってこないと。
At that moment, the Animal Prince's fleet pays out its end of the bargain. The prince tries to lure the Liberation Army away from Earth by accidentally opening fire on him. Yeah, that works. Instead of backing away, Ensho doubles down. Ooh, it's personal now. He will see Earth burn if it's the last thing he does. Zura tries to read the mothership in the prince's little ship. He gets a boost from another spaceship, piloted by an old ally turned enemy turned ally, Takasugi.
この世界を壊すのは俺だ。
In episode 354, Takasugi breaches Ensho's mothership with the full force of the Kiheitai behind him. The organization was formed to destroy anything rotten in the world. The same people who once fought to destroy the Earth now fight to save it. Takasugi commands the Kiheitai to attack. Takasugi promises Zura and Sakamoto that he'll stop the weapon that threatens Earth. He sends them to take down Prince Ensho and to protect the shogun while they're at it.
裏切り裏切られもしたが安心しな。こいつらは裏切らねえよ。お前もこの国も。
Shogun Nobunobu picks up a gun and runs into the fight with the rebel army. Whoa! He's actually come a long way from being the most punchable Gintama character. In episode 355, Kagura rushes in to face her own clan. She's no match against a group of Yato alone. Luckily, she's not alone. Her big brother Kamui is here to help. Kamui brings down his own Yato friends. It's a Yato versus Yato showdown. Out in space, even more allies show up. Commanders Uranus, Pluto, and Neptune turn against Prince Ensho and the Liberation Army. Gintoki's making friends left and right over here. Kagura and Kamui turn to the elderly Yato leader. He bulks up and rips his clothes off with his new swole body. He won't back down from a fight, even from the children of the strongest man in the universe.
ごめん。
気にするなよ。これであいこだ。
If they don't kill each other first. Kagura and Kamui fight. Each other, really. They just happen to hit the elder Yato once in a while. This makes them completely unpredictable. They roll the elder up into a ball and knock the power right out of him. Gintoki and Shinpachi join the party. They're a little late, but hey, they're here now. And right on time for the main attraction. Naraku appear out of nowhere, along with their leader, Gintoki's old teacher, Utsuro. Utsuro slices all the opposing Yato in half with one swipe of his sword. Then, he explains a plot hole that you may have noticed. If he destroyed other planets by using their energy, why didn't he just do the same thing to Earth? It's simple, really. He wanted to make it special and find the right moment, and that moment is right now.
いいえ、取っておいたんですよ。君たちのために。
Pillars of pure Altana energy erupt from the ground. At this rate, the Earth will be destroyed from both inside and outside. In episode 356, the entire universe is in danger. If the Altana hits the space weapon, it'll cause an explosion so powerful the whole galaxy might be destroyed. Prince Ensho faces enemies inside his own spaceship. He destroys any sector of the ship that has invaders. He redirects all energy to the planet-destroying laser. Remember how the weapon needed 6 hours to warm up? It's down to just 15 minutes now. The Kiheitai desperately try to hack into the weapon's systems and turn it off, but their efforts fail. Takasugi and his team fight Amanto on board Ensho's mothership. One Kiheitai member stays behind to buy them time. Another gives up on hacking the weapon system and crashes his ship into it instead. Finally, Takasugi and the final remaining Kiheitai member break into the control center, with just a minute to spare. In episode 357, crashing a ship into the energy supply system seems to have done the trick. The weapon stops powering them up, buying them an extra 15 minutes while Ensho reboots the system. Sakamoto, Zura, and Shogun Nobunobu arrive at the control room, leaving behind a trail of slaughtered crew members. Takasugi reaches his destination too, slicing through the weapon's energy supply system, destroying it entirely. All this energy has nowhere to go, so it starts spilling out into the spaceship and causing explosions. As the ship begins to sink, Sakamoto asks the remaining Amanto to surrender. Prince Ensho refuses. He's on a journey of self-destruction. He let his brother die in the war because he was in love with his brother's wife. The self-hatred runs so deep that he's willing to take down the entire universe with him. Ensho takes out a beam weapon and faces down Zura and Sakamoto's men alone. Mutsu and Elizabeth take hits meant for Sakamoto and Zura. The prince plans to crash the falling ship onto the small blue planet, destroying it even without the weapon. Takasugi steps into the battle, wounded but determined. He clashes swords with Prince Ensho while his comrades provide backup.
ただの人間の隣に
Takasugi fights to be the leader that the Kiheitai, no, that his friends believe in. He gets past the prince's beam sword and slashes with his own. Ensho falls defeated, and Takasugi also collapses. In episode 358, Shogun Nobunobu asks everyone to put down their weapons. Takasugi spares Ensho's life. The two men are the same, afraid of the war ending and having to become ordinary people again.
英雄もただの人間に帰っちまう。だが、そここそが本当の戦場だろう。
But it's over now. Ensho says he'll stop the ship from crashing and asks for everyone's help. Instead, one of his own men shoots Ensho in anger. He made them fight a senseless fight and lose many friends. Worse, the bullet passes through Ensho and into the shogun. The shogun falls, but still, he tells his men to hold fire. He tells the aliens that no matter how many times they shot him, his people would not retaliate. It's time to end this war. The shogun faces death with dignity, and the last shogun, their final king, dies.
王なき時代が来る。だがそなたらなら大丈夫だろう。
Back on Earth, two familiar faces are holding back the full power of the Altana energy Utsuro unleashed. The dog god priestesses, Ane and Mone, and their god pup. Sadaharu joins the group. Together, he and the pup channel their energies to keep Earth's power under control. Gintoki and his allies move through the rubble of Edo in search of Utsuro. They're ambushed by Utsuro's men, who are immortal like him. In episode 359, Kamui stands by his little sister's side, protecting her. Their father, Umibozu, also joins the fight. Over his years of travel, Umibozu collected Altana energy crystals from across the universe. He turned them into a weapon that finally regrew his hair. As a nice bonus, this weapon overrides the immortal blood running through the bodies of Utsuno's zombies. Nice! If they use the energy weapon to overload Utsuro's body with incompatible energy, they might have a chance. Kamui and Umibozu stay behind to buy the others some time. Umibozu gives Gintoki a sword imbued with the crystals of planetary energy. Then, he, Shinpachi, and Kagura keep moving toward their final battle.
それでもなんとかかんとかここまでやってこれたのはここに切れ味は悪いが絶対に折れねえ2本の剣があったからだ
Meanwhile, the priestesses and the giant dog push back all the Altana energy that's trying to escape from Earth. All that's left is the biggest one of them all, the beam of Altana coming from the destroyed space terminal. Sadaharu and the priestess's dog use up so much of their own energy that they start to shrink.
ね、コマコ。コマコまで小さくなってんでしょうが。
Oh, so cute and tiny. Out in space, everything comes down to the Purple Prince. The only way to stop the spaceship from crashing into Earth now is to blow up the mothership while it's still floating in space. The dork stands by the prince, who hesitates. He doesn't want the creatures of Earth to die, but he also doesn't want to kill everyone aboard his brother's spaceship. The prince prepares to shoot the mothership, but the dork punches him out of the way. There's gotta be a better solution, one where no one dies. As the former Immigration Bureau chief, Taizo Hasegawa, aka the Dork, allows the mothership to pass through toward Earth, the Purple Prince's ships all move in front of the falling ship and put up their impact shields. The prince's fleet alone isn't enough to stop the mothership from crashing. Luckily, there are plenty of other ships around. Amanto, who had shown up to fight Earth, now work together to save the small planet and their mothership. Hundreds of Amanto spaceships move in front of the crashing mothership to stop it.
そなたは一体何者だどれだけ強力な権限を有している
決まってるだろうあらゆる権力に縛られず発言行動する自由を有し
In episode 360, the last hope of humanity, a white dog god named Sadaharu runs toward the terminal. And Amanto tries to stop him, but Gintoki arrives in time.
おい俺の犬に
何してんだ
Never get between a man and his dog. The rest of the Oddjob's crew gets to the terminal. The ground crumbles, and Sadaharu falls into the immense Altana energy geysers below. The large dog deity uses all his power to try and keep the Altana from ending the world. Up above, Gintoki faces Utsuro, the man who was once his teacher and mentor. He draws the sword Umibozo gave him and charges at Utsuro. He lands a hit right into Utsuro's eye, but the immortal man brushes it off like it's a fly. He crushes the sword, and Gintoki uses a sword shard to take out his other eye. When all hope seems lost, Kondo and the Shinsengumi show up to fight with the Oddjobs.
てめえが何度蘇ろうが殺し尽くせる喜べ化け物は今日死ぬぞ
Not having eyes won't stop Utsuro. He walks forward, slicing through every man who stands in his way. Kondo pierces Utsuro's heart with his sword, but the immortal just pulls it out like a splinter. Utsuro takes Kondo down and even Sugo with ease. He neutralizes Kamui and Umibozu, who catch up to help. He defeats Shinpachi in a sword duel. Nothing they do even makes a dent in the man. He is truly unstoppable. Until something does stop him. Utsuro's wounded arm starts to fall apart. While they all fought, Sadaharu had managed to pull back the flow of Earth's energy. Without that energy, Utsuro might just be human. But they don't have much time. If he keeps using this power, Sadaharu will soon become so small he'll stop existing. Shinpachi rushes at the man with his sword and slices his chest. Kagura and Gintoki show up to finish their final fight together. In episode 361, Sadaharu remembers all the times he was welcomed home by his friends. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura fight for their friend as he spends the final bit of his power and fades away into nothing. The flow of Earth energy returns full blast. Their chance is gone. Utsuro becomes immortal again. But it's not over yet. A howl comes out from inside the energy pillar. All the residents of Kabukicho show up to offer their life forces to Sadaharu and the planet. Together, with the help of the priestesses, they stop the energy from escaping.
ここは私たちの星。私たちも最後まで一緒に戦う。
Kyubei, Sachan, Tsukuyo, and everyone who's ever stood by Gintoki's side also arrive to the fight. The humanity that Utsuro knows is one of hatred and fear. The resolve of all the people before him to keep fighting to the end makes him hesitate. Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura have another chance, and they won't waste it.
人間は己の弱さと戦える生き物。
ここにお前の知る生き物はいねえ。
The human side of Utsuro holds him back as the trio come at him. Finally, Gintoki rushes forward and thrusts his sword into his former mentor's stomach. Gintoki's friends join him, skewering the immortal, but he's not dead yet. And now, another threat approaches. The mothership plummets towards Earth, even with all the other ships trying to hold it back. Utsuro throws himself into the terminal's Altana energy blast.
あなたたちは選んでしまった。終わることなき戦を。苦しみと。
The Altana disappears as the mothership makes contact with the Earth. 2 years later, Edo rebuilds after the devastation of the battle. Things seem more or less back to normal. A young waiter is being bullied by some customers at a restaurant when a samurai steps in to help. Shinpachi. In episode 362, Shinpachi tries to be a hero, but he'll never be as good as Gintoki. The poor guy is beaten up by the restaurant owner and the customers. Oof. Well, he tried. Back when the mothership fell to the earth, it was stopped moments before impact by the final shield in its way, the Purple Prince's ship. In the aftermath, the Oddjobs team went their separate ways. Kagura went searching around the universe for a way to restore Sadaharu, who had frozen and shrunk to the size of a marble. Gintoki also had some things he wants to do, though he won't say what. Shinpachi stays behind and runs Oddjobs in Gintoki's place. Kondo quits the force and prepares to be a stay-at-home dad. No, not for Otai, for the gorilla he's marrying as a political move. Yeep, that again. Otose and the suddenly much older Catherine continue to run Otose's bar together. Tama has also survived, in a way. The mechanic moved her personality, but none of her memories, into a new childlike body until he figures out how to fix her. Assassin girl Nobume becomes the new police commissioner in Kondo's place. Hijikata was demoted, and Sogo was allegedly put to death. And without a shogun, a new political leader rose to power. The country's first prime minister, Donald Zurump. Wait. Zura? In episode 363, Zura gives a passionate speech as the nation's new ruler. He creates a new constitution and promises to lead his people to a new era of self-rule. And he does all this while casually evading assassination attempts. Meanwhile, Gintoki visits his teacher's old grave. From the first time Gintoki killed him. He finds Takasugi there, and they get into a fight. Takasugi's scratch heals instantly, revealing him to have immortal blood. Hijikata, demoted to working in the outskirts, leads a group of cops to stop Takasugi. The man gets away, so Hijikata takes Gintoki in for questioning. He tells Gintoki that the Amanto elders disappeared at the same time as Utsuro. Rumors say that someone's reviving them and using the power of Utsuro in his place. At the docks, Shinpachi is accompanied by Minitama to do a job for Police Chief Matsuraida. He discovers that Mutsu is alive and is now a black market dealer because Sakamoto lost all their ships and money. She delivers Shinpachi a powerful weapon. Kagura's daughter, Kana. Wait, what? Kagura is canonically only 16 at this point, so who the heck is this kid who looks and sounds just like her? Apparently, Kagura ate too many bananas on some planet and puked out this tiny clone of herself. As they talk, an assassin approaches. Sogo isn't dead after all. He attacks Shinpachi and the two girls. In episode 364, Sogo reveals that he's now part of a new police force that protects the country's government from the shadows, aka the Mafia. Kagura's daughter, Kana, is just as strong as the girl she's cloned from. She and Shinpachi team up against the powerful Sogo. Sogo pushes Kana down, and she explodes. When the smoke clears, Kana is different. She grows large legs and muscular arms. Slowly, she transforms into Kagura. The whole thing with the bananas and child was a lie. Kana was Kagura the whole time. She's back! Kagura traveled all around the galaxy, but she wasn't able to bring Sadaharu back. Meanwhile, Gintoki is attacked by a group of Naraku fighters, led by a man covered in bandages. They're after something Gintoki has, which Takasugi also shows up to take from him. The two are forced to work together when the Naraku continue to flood in. Takasugi runs to a ship and Gintoki follows him on board.
泳げねえなら歩いてくるだけだ。
There, he reveals that the thing Gintoki's keeping safe is Utsuro's heart. In episode 365, Gintoki reveals that for the past 2 years, he's been traveling around Edo, checking all the Altana energy gates. He found what he was looking for at one of them, his teacher, reborn as a baby. Gintoki tried to end the baby's life before it could grow into a monster, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Gintoki took care of the baby, which grew incredibly fast. In just a little while, he became a young boy. One day, the two were attacked by Naraku. The young Shoyo cut out his own heart and gave it to Gintoki for safekeeping.
うつろを私たちを世に残してはならない。君に託す。
The young boy's body was taken by the Naraku and kept in suspended animation while they looked for his heart. As long as Gintoki has his teacher's heart, the evil Utsuro won't be reborn again. But Takasugi has a different idea. When they parted after the battle 2 years ago, Takasugi went on his own quest to destroy the elders. Before he could end their immortal lives, Takasugi was stabbed by members of the Liberation Army. The elders were rescued as Takasugi lay dying. Takasugi carried with him the ashes of Utsuro's student Oboro. In desperation, Takasugi stabbed himself through the bag that held Oboro's ashes. He returned from the brink of death partially immortal, but his powers are already weakening. He doesn't have much time left. The Liberation Army's theft of the elders, growing terrorist acts around Earth's energy sources, all these things are tied to people trying to bring their loved ones back through immortality. Takasugi wants to destroy all the remaining blood of his teacher that still exists in the world. Both Gintoki and Takasugi want to save Shoyo and prevent him from becoming Utsuro again. In episode 36, Gintoki and Takasugi return to Edo together. Hijikata follows them from the shadows. If they try to bring Utsuro back, he's prepared to cut them down. A new religion worshipping immortality has taken over, led from its space headquarters, Mobile Cathedral Kuyo. Throughout the episode, we check in on more familiar faces. Otae has taken over the dojo while her brother runs Odd Jobs Gin. Kyubei, with new shorter hair, continues to protect her and everyone else who needs it. Yoshiwada's protector, Tsukuyo, also sporting a new stylish haircut, is now close friends with Kyubei. Zenzo, the ninja leader, left Edo with Sachan in charge. She tasked the ninjas to find Gintoki so she can marry him. Sachan captures Gintoki, who's pretending to be Takasugi, and walks him on a chain with Kyubei's panties on his head to sniff out Gintoki. In other words, things are pretty much back to normal. In the first part of episode 367, the fake Takasugi is brought to Yoshiwada. He faces punishment for disrespecting women.
銀時が江戸に？
じゃあなんで私たちのところに顔を見せないの？
わからない。何か事情があったのかもしれない。
いや、そこでパンツかぶってるからです。
The former courtesan of the sun, Himowa, is now walking with the aid of a cane, with her son Seita by her side. Tsukuyo continues to protect Yoshiwada as the district's new leader. Gintoki managed to get away, with all their words ringing in his ears. Everyone is looking for and missing Gintoki. Gintoki winds up on a bridge. He's about to be ganged up on by a group of Naraku when Shinpachi steps in to stop the attack.
多勢に無勢は見栄えが良くないですよ。何より街中でそんな物騒な真似見過ごすわけにはいきませんね。
Oh, I take it back. Maybe he is kinda cool now. Gintoki cuts the segment short, stopping the episode midway. Man, let Shinpachi get a moment in the spotlight for once. Part 2 of the episode is an emergency broadcast from the anime cast. They assemble in a courtroom. Gintoki announces that this is the last episode of Gintama. For once, he's actually telling the truth. This is the last episode. Gintoki explains that a few seasons ago, the anime producers were told that the manga was coming to an end, and then it didn't. This happened twice more, with the anime frantically trying to keep up with the manga, which just refused to end. Until now, after 367 episodes, the anime is forced to stop very suddenly, without a proper conclusion. Don't you worry your pretty little faces, though. The story of Gintama does have an ending, which is why we're going to do something we rarely do in these anime recaps. Onward to the movies. The semi-final movie is more like a teaser for the actual final movie, so we'll zoom through it. In the first part, Gintoki returns to Kabukicho from his big 2-year journey. He's not ready to face his friends, so he pretends to be a random guy who wears loincloths over his face. He gets into all sorts of stupid shenanigans that are ultimately meaningless, from helping the prisoner mangaka replace some screen tones to accidentally stealing Kagura's bra. What really matters is that his friends miss him. It's time to come back home.
そろそろ帰ってくる頃だと思ってたからさ。あんたらが。
The entire second half of the movie is about Kondo getting married to a gorilla alien. He manages to break away from the wedding with some help from his fiancée and her ex. Their banana-shaped spaceship crashes into Earth. Kondo, the Shinsengumi, and all the residents of Kabukicho rush to the broken terminal to fight alongside the Oddjobs. It's time for the final battle and the final movie. Gintama, the very final movie, wraps up all the loose ends of the anime and finally ends the over 15-year-long story in the making. After a recap that'll make you confused about what anime you're watching, the story picks up where the anime left off. An elder mothership has landed on top of the Edo space terminal. It's sucking up huge amounts of Earth Altana energy with the goal of resurrecting the body of child Shoyo, aka Utsuro. Gintoki, Takasugi, and Zura fight past Elder and Naraku forces. While Zura defeats a Naraku leader, Gintoki and Takasugi take on the Elders, who are being controlled by Utsuro through his blood coursing through their bodies. Gintoki saves Takasugi in battle and falls into the depths of the terminal. Kagura and Shinpachi show up just in time to rescue him. Sadaharu also breaks out of his tiny size and coma-like state and returns to his normal giant pup size. Oddjobs Gin are finally reunited. Meanwhile, Takasugi makes it up to the spaceship. He finds that Shoyo has been revived and has killed off the rest of the elders. All he wants to do now is destroy himself and Utsuro once and for all. But when he approaches Takasugi, the samurai stabs him. Utsuro's blood in Takasugi completely takes over. Gintoki arrives to put an end to the immortal, who's now fully using Takasugi's body. It turns out Takasugi didn't actually stab Shoyo. He had actually stabbed himself to stop Utsuro. Gintoki faces off against his teacher one last time. He stabs Utsuro, who's held in Takasugi's human body. Without his immortality on his side, Utsuro finally dies. Gintoki holds Takasugi's dying body in his arms. Takasugi tells his friend to get going. He still has friends to protect. Gintoki tells Takasugi to wait for him in hell, and Takasugi dies in his arms. Gintoki joins Kagura and Shinpachi, who are helping a wounded Shoyo out. Sakamoto also arrives and helps evacuate people from the terminal in his fleet of merchant ships. Shoyo tells the gang that he could cancel out all the Altana energy from the terminal with the massive amounts he'd been pumping into his own body. Gintoki says goodbye to his teacher one final time. He holds his teacher's hand and shows the man his new family. Together, they push back the overflow of energy. The last thing Gintoki hears is his teacher telling him that he's become a great person. The terminal shatters, and Shoyo and Utsuro disappear. A while after the battle ends, robot-maid Tama wakes up from her technological coma. She learns that in the aftermath, the remaining Kiheitai found a baby in one of the Altana gates. He looks a whole lot like Takasugi. Tama rushes to the Odd Job's office, but discovers that her friends are gone and robots have taken over Edo. Actually, no. Sorry, that's just a fake ending. Kabukicho and all of its residents return to normal. And don't worry, Gintoki, Kagura, and Shinpachi are all still here and still just as foolish as ever. The three rush off to their next job. They forgot what the job actually is, but whatever it is, the Odd Job's Gin will get it done. And so, 15 years, 367 episodes, and 2 movies later, Gintama finally comes to an end. Are you ready for another wild ride? Feel free to click on the video you see on screen here, and in the meantime, peace!